Come on, man, ice me. Give him ice.
Want some ice? I'll go get you some ice.
Depp! Rico!
The kids at Jump Street.
See you later, Mark.
See you later.
Bye.
Aquaman. Glad you could make it.
I brought some shrimp.
Baba Ganoush?
Hey, lighten up, Captain Hairdo. You're the one who talks like this, okay?
Actually, I'm here to ask a question.
Well, if I get the right answer, you take your top off. Papa Booey, get in here, will you? Come on. Got something to ask. Yeah. Come on.
I'm here to say that I think that 90% of Saturday Night Live sucks. And he says, I hope Cody grows up to be like a gay senator or something. And
I'm going to have a quick latte with Bruce Boxleitner. I hope I'm back in time to see future stars. See you.
You don't understand. I need this drink. I'm a caveman, and I'm frightened by your strange flying machine.
Dear, I mean, after all, you're gay.
Sit your convicted felon ass down. Get your hands off the white girl. You're gonna get us all killed in here.
Hey, don't fill up on your peanuts. Put your second bag away. Then when you get to your rent-a-car, you got a nice surprise.
We're so glad you cleaned up. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
If you only see one film the rest of your life, it should be Mickey Blue Eyes.
Oh, I'm afraid not too well. The doctors aren't too optimistic. Thank you.
That's a bitch. Down low. Give me a soft little one down here.
What?
And who is the funniest man alive? You guessed it, Frank Stallone.
Now I know what different feels like. Okay. Hi-ya!
Oh, Bruce Lee!
Hey!
Go, Bruce!
When I met you 6 months ago, you could have saved my marriage, okay? Right? You're the man.
I was the man.
Hi, I'm Patrick Swayze. I know you can't see or hear me, but if there was just some way I could tell you I'll be hosting Saturday Night Live. I love you.
I could sit here and read live commercials and just make tons of money for the company. I could tell you the same thing over and over again.
I can't be tagged as the guy who's a dick.
They must be so jealous of me. I'm so successful, and they're just kind of not. You know what I mean? I feel the jealousy. That's why I don't leave my house. Don't you also sort of harbor some resentment, even though it's not logical, but you resent your baby for being in the way of your career?
Because we don't want the Japs anymore.
Because I want respect.
Some people say our show was the first reality show. I don't think there's one thing I've ever said on the radio that would have been found indecent or obscene. The secret to my show is honesty, reality, that I will say the truth.
Yeah, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You prepare a table for me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, and cup overflows. Surely goodness and love will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. N-words in faction, don't like asking questions, strictly gun testing, coke measuring, giving pleasure in the Benzito, hitting fanny, spending chips at Manny's. I hope your creeps got receipts, my peeps get dirty like cleats. Run up in your crib, wrap you in your polo sheets, 6 up in your wig piece, N-word decease, moi, may you rest in peace.
Anyway.
Rest in peace.
Jesus.
That's for, I think we should get a Canadian chant going, Bon.
Yeah.
Because we have Tam Fran in here. There she is, drug dealer under the hitting all stereotypes. And we have...
I know, caught up in the middle, I cry. a little when I think of letting go. Oh no, gave up on the riddle. I cry just a little when he plays piano in the dark.
Why does the karaoke music crack me up so much when they just
because it's so crap.
I know they get it right though, but it's not.
Oh
it's,
yeah,
it's still
Well, but
corny.
it's also the self-serious black and white photo fade-ins and fade-outs that make it funny.
Yes. Tamara, how are you? Everybody's been asking about you.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, Tamara.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am doing great. Chubby, hey. I am doing great.
I'm mad at you, lady.
Oh, Chubby.
What did I do?
He's got
I spoke to you last time, and you didn't even reply to me. That was cold. I felt bad.
You got ghosted, as my people
That
say.
chat goes by pretty quick.
I was cooking at the same time as I was listening to the show, so I probably didn't see it. And you got my Steelers jersey on. I love it.
Oh yeah,
I love
hat
it
too. Carver got to match the drapes.
Oh wow. Oh well, but TJ Watt though, you don't hear the right, Samara. You don't see a black guy wearing a white guy's jersey too much. This is unprecedented. You don't see a black guy running around in the mall with a John Stockton jersey. This is unprecedented. In football, I don't know if it's different, but this is why Chubby is such a unicorn, as you are, Tam Fran.
It's always a brother type of thing.
Yeah,
that's right.
How's everybody? David, Bon Jovial, what's up, brother?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Hey, before we get to pleasantries, let's talk about Chubby's jersey for a second. Do you think the Steelers, Tam Fran, would be wise to use that jersey in regular gameplay? The inverted yellow with the black, they never use that.
Nope.
Yes.
That's a really nice jersey. I'm such a purist with this. By the way, the Steelers why do they have one insignia on the helmet and not both sides?
On the other side, that's kind of goofy, right?
I know.
It's so stupid. What?
So I got my keychain. Hey man, them Steelers bound, brother.
Look at this. We have 3 Steeler fans in this. You have, Bon Jovial, Chubby, and Tam Fran.
Yes.
And me.
Hey, ARM, no clicking, right? You don't hear no clicking,
No,
right?
no, you sound great. You
Great.
sound great. You sound great.
Cool.
Let me say hi to the chat for a second. God damn it. Now I got to get to all my Chris Rock stuff. Hey, black guy. That was Frank. Thank you. Thank you, Ida Greenbacks, one of the sweetest women in the history of the internet. Every time David posts some just brilliant concerto, there's Ida liking it. Like before I can even get to it. Just like everything right about the internet in Chicago.
Yeah, she's very nice.
Thank you, Ida Greenback. You are the best, and I mean that like Tina Turner means it. Hey, did you guys know that song that Mr. Feeny just rapped? Nobody till somebody kills you.
Yes.
You're nobody.
Go ahead.
Good song.
Go ahead now.
Go ahead, Chubby.
Oh, you guys do not want me to sing. I'm cool with the people in the chat. I want to stay that way.
The reason Mr. Feeny chose that is Voletta Wallace passed away last week.
Yes.
Biggie's mom. At the age of 72. Yeah. From Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania originally. That's where I had basketball camp for the first time.
Oh, wow.
Let me see if this is great. See, how she ties into this is she's kind of embroiled in the P. Diddy stuff. And I think people are going to be like, he had her killed. Like there's something like she knows where the body's buried. It's too weird. Now she was a big part of City of Lies, the Johnny Depp movie, which Tupac and Biggie are. Russell Poole examines the murders of them. Now, just talking about her. So here it is. Voletta Wallace, mother of late rapper Notorious B.I.G., has died. She was 78. I see different things on her age. Wallace died at her home in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, of natural causes after spending time in hospice. Wallace is an outspoken advocate for her son. Yes, she is. She does all the time. But when Christopher Wallace legacy, I lived 2 miles away from them. I found out after the fact when I was in Brooklyn, after he died in shooting in 1997. The case remains unsolved. In a particularly memorable public appearance, she attended the 97 MTV Awards, which took place roughly 6 months after Biggie died. Though she accepted an award for Hypnotize and noted that if her son were there, he'd say big up to Brooklyn. Though she initially called her son's music noise, she told the Associated Press that when she listened to his songs, she understood his gifts. I cried. I believe she was a nurse, right, Tamara?
Yes.
She was I'm not sure what kind of nurse. I'm not if it was just like if it was a school nurse or a hospital nurse or
I don't remember, but I do remember in an interview she told the article people, I told him not to go. I told him not to go to LA and he went anyway.
That's all, Mr.
Vaughn.
God, he's so much better than Fred Norris. It's not even fun.
So quick on the button, man.
I love him. Love him.
She's Haitian, right, Tamara?
Yes.
Do you know anything about Haitian?
No. She's Jamaican. She's Jamaican.
Okay, she's Jamaican. Same thing. I cried so much that day just listening to the music. She said she hates that one. I remember I rested my head in the stereo and I cried like a baby, and that was therapy for me. Oh my God, that was a talented young man to put those words together. He had a beautiful voice. I love his voice. She penned the memoir Biggie in an interview with NPR that she spoke about her son's legacy. Now she continues to mourn him. Biopic 2009. I saw that. That's a really good movie. Underrated biopic. Notorious. She goes on to tell Biggie, they don't bring up City of Lies in here. I skipped it. Anyway, I feel like, when he samples all his music, and he did like Hypnotize, right? There's that thing from like not Rupert Holmes. What's his name? The jazz musician. Not Rupert Pumpkin. I forget. Don't you feel like Christopher Wallace like just rummaged through his mom's records to sample his music? She had all that like mom music, and then that's how he got those samples for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same way that like sometimes like comedians today, I think they find like old Evening at the Improvs on YouTube that with comedians you've never heard of before and like get jokes from there and pass them off. Yeah, they figure like no one's ever going to figure it out.
Yes.
Because it's like so buried and
that's exactly right. You see what David said? That's pretty. That he's accusing modern day comedians of stealing material from comedians in the 80s because no one's going to go back and list. Like Richard Jeni, right, would get shit stolen from. Who's going to be in this? That's a great thing. I know that happens. Jay Moore has admitted to doing it.
Yeah, and I can see people going through like their mom's record collection for like the best of Bob Seger, like trying to find something to sample.
But it's even crazier because he's looking for a beat. He's looking for a sample. And the Hypnotized one, if you go listen to the original record that it's from, it's like a Studio 54 kind of thing at the end of the night when like Steve Rebell and Egan Strager are slow dancing at 3:45 in the morning, and it's like a 2-second sample from the song. It's not even a big part of the song. It's crazy.
Yeah,
and
John.
Juicy, remember Juicy?
Mm-hmm.
From what the hell are the name of them?
Matumbe.
Yes, thank you.
You got it. You got it.
What are you gonna say, Bon?
John, speaking of Hypnotized, I was looking at the thumbnail and Sarah's done it again. You know how she just throws you under the bus?
Yeah.
That's you.
That's me. And
That's
Charles
you,
Barkley,
isn't it?
blackface. Hey, did you notice, Bon, that she wouldn't touch Kurt Cobain?
Yeah, sacred.
Tarnish
My
his face.
precious. Yeah.
He comes out unscathed, right? Of course he does.
With
of
the
course
lights out.
Yes.
It's less dangerous.
Now
John, you look good here.
I'm getting accused of blackface.
I know you could
Sarah
get
did it.
cancelled.
Yeah.
No one
Frank
could
the Tank.
cancel you though. Like I was saying last show, you're like Rickles. They're not going to cancel you because you don't give an F, right?
I think Chubby and Tamara will give me a hoodie pass, immunity hoodie pass. I
Oh,
think I've earned
brilliant.
it much more than your Michael Rappaports and so on, who are absolutely patronizingly, condescendingly insulting to the black culture when they try to put on that wigger voice. I've always said that. I will stand by that. Bill Maher can get canceled. We can't. And it's all in the delivery. It's all in the presentation. It's all in what's inside of you. And I think I think we've got this immunity pass to ride into the next millennial.
Yeah.
Excuse my language.
Yes. What the hell was I going to say? Oh, Tamara, I have an idea. I was thinking about this before. I want to come out with my own medication.
Oh, keen.
You are
Okay.
a guru. You are a icon in the pharmaceutical industry, and I know you have your opinions on it. How about Armacote or Armprexa? And it'll be an antidepressant. You know, the names that they come up with are so stupid and so based on nothing. Why can't my name be a prefix in a major antidepressant?
Adderall.
Yeah, Armorol.
Oh, that's good.
Like Adderall, Armorol.
Yeah.
Armorol.
And there's a medication. There's a medication called Depakote, DEPP. And where did they get that from? Where did they get that from? Where do you think that prefix comes from?
A lot of them come from the chemical names. They mash them together, and that's how they come up with the name. Or they'll use part of the names of the people who made up the compound.
Look at Mrs. Reed Richards over there with the chemical compounds. I'm
Such
saying
scintillating repartee.
So why can't I have my own medication? And if I'm telling you, I really feel good about this. I really think it's going to work. I have no doubt.
Aqua Arm. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All that. Yeah.
What's it for,
Nice.
though? You have to talk about the reason that someone would need your medication. What's it
It would
curing?
be if I hear bad things about Paxil. I hear bad things about virtually every medication. Like the stuff that I was taking is making me making me sweat from the forehead. And everything this will have no side effects. The only side effects is you will crave ice all the time.
If you have depressed arm muscles,
Yes.
it'll fix those. It'll cheer those biceps up right quick.
And I just want Tamara, you know how the pharmaceutical industry works. Every fucking 2 weeks, they come out with a new medication with some convoluted name, and everybody flocks to it. And whether it's Wegovy or now,
Wegovy.
Yeah. So why can't I have one? And I think
You
it'll.
can
really
if you
feel good
have
about
money to get the development done of the medication. You can do whatever you want.
Can I bring it to a financier to do it?
You can, but you have to have, different testing results to see whether or not it works. And what's the efficacy? Since I know you love words, what's the efficacy rate of the medication?
If I bring this to Mark Cuban on Tiger Shark, I think he'll go. I really think he'll go for it.
Funny you say that. Funny you say that. You know he has his own drug company. You do.
I didn't know that.
Right? Yes, sir.
Well, you're in Dallas. You're in Texas now, right? You would know that. Holy
Correct.
shit.
Correct.
Huh.
John, I'm just trying to. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go.
I'm just trying to picture the commercial for your drug. Like, what stock footage of people living a healthy, active lifestyle will be doing? Will they be like on IMDb Pro, like looking for actors' ages and 21 Jump Street?
God damn it! That's so funny. Everybody knows those those commercials now, like where they're like they have a kite in the park and everyone's camping and they're on tandem bikes and they're having frisbee, throwing. Yeah, mine would be like that, right? I'm just looking at season 3, 21 Jump Street's like 8th lead or something on with a smile.
It's gonna be an actor portraying you running away from Claire Danes, like in slow motion.
Love it.
Hooper said he saw Scott the Engineer on FAN's Rico Bronier podcast. Really? Anything?
Wow.
Hooper probably no dirt, right? Probably softball. Ironically, right? Softballs thrown at him. I'm sure. Scott's a weird one, man. Scott is a real weird one. I was going through some stuff looking for Chris Rock stuff, and I found out that he was the only one not invited to Robin's. Shit, Robin had a party
50th for Howard. Yeah.
Yeah. And Scott wasn't invited.
Yeah.
Why do they do that to him so much, man?
I don't
He's so
know.
cool,
I don't
man.
know. He's fine. He's just an average guy. Like, he's not going to hurt anything. He's not going to ruin the party. He's not going to make it. But like to not invite, that's so like straight up. You know what that does to your self-esteem? That you're the only one. Like Benji gets invited and you don't.
Right, and Scott has been there since the beginning, basically, before Benji.
Actually, Robin hates Benji. Robin hates Benji like we do.
Yeah.
She is not having it with him. People compare Tamara to Robin last time. Tamara would be a much better Robin. Like it's not even.
Oh God.
There are some similarities. Jesus.
Just heard something that I'm gonna do with my ashes. Put them on a spaceship.
Welcome, Zersky, Hooper, Frank the Tank, David Villataro, Howsy Football. Who had a great idea. Howsy Football emailed me with an idea that's a really good idea about going over the red flag list series of shows.
Yes, that'd be
Who's
great.
on it, who's not, like who we think is on it, the names. We all Allison, Artie, you can go on and on and on. All the Me Too guys like Matt Lauer and stuff, and it'd be a really good. Sky Spectre, welcome.
Sky.
Bond, do you have that fucking brilliant thing you made about us begging for money?
Oh God.
Give me money.
Yes. I love you.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think ARM spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sara man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
God, we were talking about what a talented, brilliant people we have on the show with David and his Bellic and David and Bon Jovial as a filmmaker, and it really is. I mean, he obviously has the technical skills, but there is a vision that you just can't teach. That you just have something in your head, and you go, you know what? That's a really funny juxtaposition. David and the Sphinx. I gotta incorporate the Sphinx into his opening theme. I don't know how I'm gonna do that.
Yeah. The painting of colonial Australia as opposed to like a picture of the Sydney Opera House always catches me off guard and cracks me up.
ESG goes, he's an artiste. Yeah, he is. He's a Ron artiste. Bon artiste. ESG.
Well,
You're right.
I can take things a little bit further because during the week I've been seeing all these comments about David and it's been permeating my brain. I can't get my mind off you, David, and that beautiful voice. And take this, for example, the other day, I'm just trying to watch one of my favorite movies of all time, but I keep getting distracted.
Let me put it this way, Mr. Raymer. The 9000 series is the most reliable computer ever made. No 9000 computer has ever made a mistake or distorted.
I'm sorry, I'll make this quick. My parents are, they're not like academics or anything, but they're just they're so pragmatic. Their vocabulary was kind of intimidating to me as a child, so I had a lot to live up to, for sure. I think that, it's funny, my mother is someone who is sort of like the confessor in the family. Like, people trust my mother with secrets, and she is, as whoever said, she is comfort. Like, there's lots of drama in our extended family with siblings. Every year it's a different sort of slate of who's not talking to who because of some petty shit. And my mother is never involved in that.
Thank you for that, David.
Oh my God, is that so?
Oh my God.
That's Robert Smigel shit. That's so fucking good.
I want to play that at my next family's Christmas, by the way. That's hilarious.
That's so funny.
Gossiping about my family on the Deppening.
Oh my God. And just like, it takes you gotta like, take a beat. You go, oh shit, that's David coming from the console. And then I guess it's Bond doing the AI voice. Is that?
He slowed my voice down, is what it sounds like, yeah.
And you know where comfort comes from. That's what Holly Robinson called Dustin Gwen on the set of 21 Jump Street.
Hey, John and Sarah, it's Holly Robinson Pete. How you doing?
And you're giving your mom the same name. Your comfort.
Oh, thank you.
Guess who?
I gotta get an annual Holly Robinson cameo just so we can ask
Every
her
year.
her
That'll be
question.
yeah. It's God damn it! I had so many questions. So many. I think could you imagine a film with David doing the musical score, Bond as the filmmaker and director and producer, and just us as producers with ideas? It would be amazing.
I
The
want to do it
talent we
all.
have
Yeah.
would be amazing. That's how you beat the Hollywood system, David.
Where'd
This
you
is how
go,
you beat
Chubby?
Yeah. No, you just make you create consortiums of your friends and make your own stuff. Yeah, and it's more genuine to the audience. Definitely.
See, look, I got.
Wait a minute, Bond. Wait a minute.
Tamara could have just said that because she's on the show, but she wrote it.
Yes, of course.
You could have just said it. You can talk, sweetie.
Well,
Where's
no,
a picture?
I don't wanna
Why haven't you got a
interrupt you guys.
picture?
I
We love
tried putting a
pictures.
picture up and it wouldn't let
Where
me.
are you, Tam Fran?
It's
I
just
wanna
on the
see you.
right. It says edit name and headline. You can.
Guess who?
Oh, did it mute me? Okay. I tried for 15 minutes, Bond. It wouldn't let me
Oh
do it,
my
so I said, forget
goodness.
it. I said,
It's
forget it.
okay, but we love a picture. A picture tells, what is it, David? The picture tells us
1,000
story.
words.
There it is.
Picture's worth 1,000 words. Yeah.
To quote,
Hey, can I say something right quick, John?
Go ahead.
Can I say something right quick? Hey, David, man.
Yeah.
You know how many times I've been driving, going wherever I'm going, and I listen to you guys talk, and the words that you be saying, I be Googling it to get the definition.
God.
Hey, dude,
I love it.
Hey, I'm 50 years old, and I don't even hear I don't even know some of these words you're saying, man.
Oh,
Kudos
my
to you,
God.
brother.
Oh, well,
Thank
Kudos
you
to
for
you, bro.
And he's
love
got to
it.
be careful. He's got to be careful because he's driving the big rig, David.
I know,
and
yeah,
your voice could put him to sleep. And Chubby, have you ever
Totally.
almost fallen asleep on the road? Is that possible?
That's a great question.
If you guys got 2 seconds for a story, I can tell you one right quick.
Oh, we've
Absolutely.
got more than
Mike
that.
Walker
Love
surely does.
On the way back from Mardi Gras, I partied
Wow,
so
you
hard,
went
man.
you get dressed
I
up and
wanted
you
to
go to
talk to
Mardi
you
Gras.
about that.
Wow.
I wish I could show you guys pictures of all the beads that was on the side of my windows on my truck, man.
Yeah.
That was like covered, bro.
Oh,
And I was coming back, and
That's
I
because it
sort of
was going
dozed
to
off.
rain, wasn't it?
I dozed off in coming through Mississippi, man.
Oh
And
wow.
and I caught myself. You guys know. I don't know if they got them in Australia, Barn, but John, they got the zipper on the side of the road. When you hit it, it goes like wake you up.
Yes, it
Right.
does.
Yeah.
We have
I've
it.
run
Man.
into it.
I hit that, man, bro. I didn't know I was asleep,
Scary.
man. I just got home yesterday, man. I'm in Chubby Manor right now, so I'm home now, thank God. But yeah, I
Good.
fell asleep coming back home because I delivered 27
Pallets?
bars. No pallets, no pallets. I had to
I was
unload it
hoping
myself,
for
and I had
pallets.
a guard, a New Orleans police officer, walk with me so the people wouldn't try to grab the product off the hand truck.
Oh, is it that bad, huh?
They'll try to take that liquor.
The Guild of Thieves, right? On fucking Bourbon Street. That's a real. Remember, the superhero Gambit from the X-Men? He's a thief.
Oh yeah,
and
with
that's
the
what
cards.
he did. That's what he did. Yes, Chubby.
I
So
worry
he wouldn't
about you,
steal.
Chubby.
He's a pickpocket.
They need
man.
like for truck drivers, they need like a heart rate monitor, and when it goes too low, it sounds an alarm in the car, in the cabin or something as you're driving. So you'd wake up, you're almost falling asleep. You know what I mean? Like a wrist.
It rarely
thing.
it rarely happens, but it happened the other day, man. I was wore out. I ain't gonna lie to you. It paid good, but I drank. You could deliver to the bars. They like, hey man, have one.
Of course.
Hand grenades and like they gave me a case of Modelo. And right quick, let me show you what else they gave me, John. Hold on. I know you're a sneakerhead, right?
Yeah, I was.
Hold on.
I got this. Let's look at his
I got
room.
this.
Look at that. I got this.
I got this as a parting gift.
Oh wow, the ones.
Nice.
Those are nice.
What are
And
they,
they gave me
John?
this
Tell everyone.
They're the first Michael Air Jordans ever, 85, 86.
And they gave me this shirt. I don't know if you guys can read it. Can you read it?
Monday and Tuesday, even the calendar. That's great. I love knit shirts like that. I love that shit. It's such a great conversation piece. I wish everybody would wear those.
Yeah.
And one more thing, because me and Auto by Al talk about this all the time. No lot lizards. Number one. I don't know if you guys know what that is. I'll tell you what that is later, John.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Bond, I will be in Australia April the 15th to April 30th. they're gonna pay the $20K to send my truck over there. So
oh my God,
I will be there to tape that show. I'm going. I'm coming rather.
You gotta set this up. I know David's thinking that he's gotten a pass here, but the reason why Chubby went into all that, did anyone catch? And I'm still thinking about it. Consortium in that. And so that's what Chubby precipitated that whole thing. Chubby said he's 50, but he reads on a 47-year-old level, W. And you use the word consortium.
What does that mean?
Hey, seriously, man, I feel so stupid sometimes. I'm like, what the hell did he just say?
Everybody has their own nomenclature. Everybody has their own vocabulary. Like
Chubby.
Go ahead,
sir.
You know what I worry about you, Chubby? I worry about your good nature and people trying to take advantage of that when you're on the road. Like I know what they do. I watched the old episodes of Unsolved Mysteries. Like they fake a fake car crash or something. You're driving down the dark road. You get out and you run over and go, yo, what's up? Are you guys okay? And then guys come out with guns and they go, we're taking that truck. And we're going to cap you.
They'll try. Yep.
That's what I worry about you on the road, because you have to carry a weapon, don't you, in your car for that?
No.
Oh yeah, so he's got a glove box full of unregistered weapons. He's got mace. He's probably got that smelly fart gas. You know, it makes people believe you farted. All kinds of stuff. That's how he's protecting himself. So I don't have to worry. So he's got a shotgun. He scrubbed the serial number off it with a file, so nobody knows.
How do you know all this stuff, Bond?
Right, you're giving away secrets, Bond. Don't say anything else.
All right, I'm done.
If it makes you feel better, Chubby. So I did the same thing, but in like a Honda. So I'm driving back from the city on a week. This is when I did the karaoke with Dan the Song Parody Man, hosting the thing, Bond, on a Monday night in Manhattan. So drinking, and I'm just like, long day, slept 4 hours or something. And I'm in Nassau. I'm probably in like the Roslyn area, Nassau County. And I start dozing off on the LIE. And I start swerving, and I hit the same thing that and the sparks flying and everything woke me up. But I couldn't. And I had contact lenses on. So the contact lenses are drying up, which makes everything worse. When that shit, they make your sleep, they present a soporific 50 times what you should be. And so I did the Jim Carrey thing for the rest of the ride home, where I rolled the window down and just stuck my head out in whatever it was, 42 degrees, and let the wind hit me, because that's the only thing that was going to keep me up. Wow. I had to do it.
Yeah. Was that a Honda Civic?
Do you recall Mr. Depp ever telling you that he hoped that Amber Heard's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic?
Elaine Bredehoff.
That was a long way to go for a Honda Civic reference.
Feinchug thinks I should have my own cologne like fucking Sauvage.
Yeah.
Hey, Chubby, I wanted to tell you, in Mardi Gras, I spent 4 years in New Orleans. I don't know how I graduated. How was Mardi Gras for you?
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm still hungover. Really.
I figured. Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
Hey, Arm, do you come visit your family in Atlanta?
My nephew lives outside of Atlanta, so I really need to do that more. And not even that, just to visit like Killer Mike and all my black friends at the strip clubs and stuff, and get out there a little more.
Yeah, man, because
Dominic Wilkins.
If you do, right, I got a seat for you to play this.
Oh wow! What year?
My God!
What year is that?
Oh my God! There's three of them.
NBA Jam. Is that the one that Tisdale's in?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It is. Oh shit! Yeah. Now I have to go. I don't know anyone who has that.
Hey man, I'm glad I could do it this way. I don't have to sit in front of a computer. I can move around. That's what's up.
Oh my
God. Was that a guitar, Chubby? Did you have a guitar in the background there?
No, I'm sorry, Bon. I don't play no instruments, brother.
I thought I saw a guitar next to the.
I can't carry a tune if it was in a plastic bag, brother.
That's some white people shit, right? Right, Chubby?
Bon's trying to get people on his side for the guitar is good argument on the Deppening.
Oh, it is.
I want to show you guys something. I know people in the chat don't get mad at me, but I want to show you guys something. Look, check this out. This is
daytime there.
This is the pimp mobile. You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh my God, what is this gonna be? Look at wow.
That's great.
Look at he stole his own rims.
Yeah, the hubcaps, they're called, John, in
really?
Australia.
Hey,
Hubcaps are gone.
Read that, Arm.
Oh,
Oh my
Oh!
WTF. Wow.
You know what that means.
Yes, tell us.
I don't know what it means. Go back to it. I have no idea.
Go back
What
to
does that
it.
mean?
Go back to it, Chubby.
Oh
Tell us,
my,
Sam.
let me guess. Oh
oh.
my, the W, what does that mean?
Way.
On my way
FYB.
Away to.
Go ahead.
F.
Oh,
Oh, FUB.
F.
Boy.
No.
FY.
Buddy.
Yes, okay. On
Okay,
my way
On
to
my,
F.
gotcha.
on
On
my
my
way
way
to
to
F-
fuck
F-
your buddy.
No,
Your-
buddy.
B.I.
Your
Bond,
boyfriend.
License plate.
No, Bond. No.
Your bitch. There it is.
There you go.
There we
I didn't
go.
know if you
And this
were
is
allowed to
this
say.
is this is the Chubby Express right here.
Yeah, he's doxing
Oh,
himself. Look
Damn,
at that.
look at the rims on the tires.
Yeah, the
Nice.
hubcaps. There in Australia, we call them the hubcaps. What are the
Most-
hubcaps?
Those rims are called hubcaps in Australia. I got to get out there, man. I can't wait to
I'm
come,
pretty
man.
sure they are. Go and
Most-
show them to us. Sorry, John.
No. Most states have tinted window laws, except Chubby
Yeah,
has gotten around it.
that's limo. That's
Yeah,
limo
that's-
tint there.
He's the only one that. What is that? 5%?
Yeah, 5%. Yep. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
Tinted windows are the best. They make your car. Is your windshield tinted? Is your front windshield?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. You don't see that. This is a unicorn we're looking at here. He's got a white guy
Incognito.
jersey on and a tinted windshield.
He can say that. He can say that. We
Okay, I'm
can't.
sorry.
We
I know
can.
people in the chat probably like, get on with the show. I'm sorry,
No,
fellas,
no,
but I'm
no,
just
no,
I'm
no.
just
Please.
glad I
This
can do
is
it this
way
way.
better than
No.
this show's getting. This is much more interesting. Sorry,
Chubby,
John.
you
The
want-
topic of the
you
show
make
is
me
less
wanna
than
And the guy
show
was
off
like, "Hey
my
man, you
stuff.
want a
My
VJ?
God.
You want an effer? What do you want to do? You know what I mean?"
Hey,
He's talking to
that was the
himself.
question.
He's talking to
That
himself.
was the question.
No dirt Mets talk. Yes, Melvin. 4 showers a day, chewing ice is better than any medication. That's exactly
believe
right.
it.
The 4 showers a day. Thank you, Tam friend, to your own cause. Thank you. That's going to go to our
Damn
new
friend,
medication.
don't know.
Housing, football, commercials, arms. Hold on, just go through these here, and then we get on to the.
Hey, don't fast forward through the ones where they're praising me.
Okay, right here.
You're so quick through them.
Bond made me give. He was going to get me.
Not that one.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, there's a much better one, but I still appreciate that one. I'm just kidding, John.
Okay,
Don't
Bond,
go
you
through them.
only feature what your compliments are, and that's it. That's
No,
the only
I don't
thing you're
want.
gonna.
Oh, here we go. Should I double down on it and say, all right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. No, I'm kidding. You're the best. Chubby with the house. I'm blown away. Look at that. Look at the ceiling fan. I love a ceiling fan.
Oh
Anyone
shit,
who's watched...
man! My ceilings are high as freak, man. Look, see that? That's
yeah,
how
I
high
saw
my
it.
ceilings
That's
are.
like the second floor, isn't it? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
on
right
the-
there. See?
I think that's
I got a
awesome,
balcony.
and I want that.
You know who used to live
Yeah.
here? Kevin Willis.
Kevin Willis.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
I wish. I wish.
7-foot Kevin Willis. He retired at 42. He played in the NBA till I think he was 42.
Damn it,
He
man.
had like a fashion line. Yes, my nephew Chucky Tendrils. That's exactly right. He is a elementary school phys ed teacher. That's a great gig.
Damn.
That's a great gig. He was he coaches. Get this. He coaches girls football. There's a girls flag football division now in all of Georgia high school sports.
Chucky,
believe that?
My man. Nice.
He's from
Nice.
he's from a town called Bellport, Long Island, and it is the quintessential wrong side, right side of the tracks. You have over here, you have the Bloods and the Crips fighting it out, and then Isabella Rossellini and Charlie Rose are on the quote unquote right side of the tracks by the water. Isn't that crazy?
Didn't your
Same
cousin
town.
always see Charlie Rose like at a restaurant? Reading
Yes,
the
he was
paper?
working as a busboy. He was working as a busboy, and Charlie Rose would leave a New York Times threw up in its mouth, and all the papers would be flying. He wouldn't clean up after himself when he left. And you know how the New York Times is like an accordion. You unravel it, and the papers are everywhere, and he would just leave it there for him to clean up, and it would just fly all over the street and shit.
Jerk.
Yep. And then he got me too.
Somebody said the Deppening
Long Island.
Cribs.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Hey, man, I wasn't trying to be funny and everything, but I just wanted to, I never talked where I can walk around. So I was like, hey, I'm home. I did my little job down there in Mardi Gras, and I'm not trying to. Please, I'm very humble, but
Yeah,
I
it's
just,
a crib.
I
Crib.
just like hell.
Frank the
No,
Tank
you
Tracy's
weren't.
The Depp in his cribs.
Yep. Chuggy's
I loved it.
Bing Pimpin'
Thank
says
you, man.
Super. Sky, everybody loves it. Sky Spectre.
And he's got a
Galapagos.
spliff. He smokes marijuana. Show us a spliff. I haven't seen a
Spliff?
spliff. I can't smoke weed anymore because the depression.
Hey, Bond, up with hope, down with dope. That's my motto.
Wow, I like that. That'll be. I'll make that into a shorty, a 5-second
Yeah,
shorty
that's like
of
a
Chubby.
Jump
I mean,
Street.
Chubby, you're the only one who's willing to be on camera, so it's like, thank you for making the show somewhat visually
Hey,
interesting.
man. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I got y'all talk. Go ahead. I got one more person I want y'all to meet. Hold on. Go ahead. Y'all talk. I'm coming back.
Chubby embraces this so much. The reasons we don't go on camera, he will piss in front of the audience. He doesn't care. He will take out a Relly Martin P jar and pee into it without turning on, and that's why we don't. It's all about.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish.
Look at that smoke. Look at that smoke. I'm getting a contact high just looking at that.
That's a cigarette, dude.
Right.
I thought it was a blunt. Oh.
No. Hey, one more thing. This is it. This is
Okay,
Chloe. Say hi, Chloe. Say hi.
Oh, look at the face on that thing. Beautiful.
Say hi.
Oh, look at the soulful eyes. Look at the eyes.
Nice.
She has human eyes.
Oh.
Look at that.
Hey, Chubby, can Chloe look at the screen?
Oh.
Yeah, come here, Chloe. Come on, baby.
Can Chloe look at the screen?
Come on, look at the screen, Chloe.
Oh,
How he'll react to this. He was looking at.
Perfect.
He was looking at.
You saw her eyes?
Yeah.
You saw her eyes?
Yes, he was looking at her.
Go, Chloe. Go home.
What is one
Sorry, guys.
intimidating cat? It's okay.
He's
wow.
Chloe's afraid of Kathy Lee Gifford. She ran away like the wind.
I can't wait to do that Kathy Lee show.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
Yeah, look at Ida. She says that is a cute dog. Nick says my avatar now is my buddy. Chloe is adorable. How's you football? Between Chloe and Chauncey's daughter, I mean, this is a schmaltz fest here, right?
Yeah.
Man, this show is dope, bro. I got all my little truck driver friends. They want to hear this show. I told them about it. This is yo. Hey, ARM, John, David, Tam Fran, whoever you guys have on, Chauncey.
What about Bond?
And all the guests. No, I said Bond. I said Bond.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
It's so easy to play them.
Bond, you the best.
Being left
Bond,
out.
David, Dr. Sarah, John, Chauncey, me, whoever else you got on there. Like you got me and Tam Fran on here today. Crazy Robin, everybody.
Crazy Robin with a shout out.
DOPE, bro.
Crystalopolis says my bulldog Mix is named Chloe. I just lost her February. Sorry about that, Chris.
Man, come on, dude.
You definitely incited something there. She made it to 16. Dogs are better than people. Jeez, a lot of people say that. Wow. A lot of people say that.
Damn. Sorry, brother. Damn, Bond. What's up with the music?
Honestly,
is that Kenny Rogers through the years?
I'm not sure, David. David would know this. Is this some nice piece, David, that you've heard of? I'm sure he's going to say no.
No, it's like a library music, like sad
Yes,
piano freebie thing. Yeah.
It's when you're on hold. I think they use that on the phone.
Yes, Hooper. Michael Vick and Chubby participated in dogfighting in Atlanta. Yes, he's part of the whole ring. You got him. Yes.
David Hurd.
Yes. Chubby, take your dog and then run. That's a great question, Autobot. Can you take your dog with you on the road, says Autobot.
Yeah, but I don't stop too often. And, she had an accident one time. And let me just say that was a real shitty situation. So, no, if I'm going far, no, sir. No,
From what I know about Chloe, she wants to stop at every single Roy Rogers along the way. She lives for Cracker Barrel and Roy Rogers. And she wants to sue him like Chris Rock's mom, who's very much in this show.
Tamara, really? Okay. You got the picture up.
You finally noticed. You finally
noticed.
How long it took.
She was waiting, smiling, thinking, and no one was saying anything until I did.
How much you look like Robin?
Yes.
Please don't say that. Please don't say that.
Robin's a good-looking
Oh,
broad.
no.
Robin's very attractive. That's not an insult at all.
Robin at her peak, yes.
Yes,
Look at
Robin.
her hands.
Yeah,
Good
I agree with
hands. Look at
David.
her
At her peak, yeah.
fingers. Solid
Nice.
fingers.
How much, Bon? How much is that picture really this, like the black female version of this?
Guess who?
It's identical. Oh my god.
When you write a book,
Tamara,
Tamara, that can be your jacket cover photo. When
Yeah,
the author.
it is. It's
Yeah.
perfect,
Yes.
David. It is. With a
Yes.
foreword by David, of course.
Right,
How
of
could we
course.
not?
Tamara, do you have a song for us, or do you want to save it for another time?
Oh yeah, babe. Come on. You come on the
God.
show.
Yeah,
You got-
please,
and you
please,
said
please.
last time
Okay,
when
hold
we
on.
premiered your song, you said I could do better.
I gave her a few options. One of them was Fiona Apple, and she goes, "Why does shit got to be white?" I go, "It doesn't have to be white."
I did
Shots
not.
fired.
Isn't that racist?
I did not. I did
That's
not.
okay.
John.
She quotes Maya Angelou. That's all right.
John misquoting other people besides me is I appreciate it.
Since I have all gentlemen hosts with me, I'm the only female. I think I'm gonna sing this song by Jody Watley.
Oh yes.
Don't you?
By the
know
way,
it?
I hear she's the nicest like pop star ever. I've heard that she is as nice as Keanu Reeves is. I've heard great things about her.
She is so hot.
I saw her. I saw her documentary with her and Shalimar, and it was a few years old, and I just emailed her saying, "Hey, I loved it. It was great," and we had a back and forth for a while. She was so nice and awesome.
Yeah,
loved it, loved it, and she was beautiful. She was gorgeous. I'm not gay. I'm not gay, but I can still say that somebody is gorgeous. But okay.
Hey, you know
Nothing
how.
wrong with being gay.
Let's go.
Wait. Nothing wrong with being gay. Nothing wrong.
Come on, Tam Fram. Come on.
Okay.
John, this has turned into the Chubby and Tamara show.
I know.
This is
Sorry,
out of
guys.
control.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
All right, we're ready
sorry.
for you to sing, sweetheart.
Okay, thank you, sir. When I first laid my eyes upon you, I knew right then and there you were the one. Eyes so deep you sent me melting. And then you smiled as if to say, oh yeah. But then you seemed to change your mind. You looked away like you were oh so shy. Is the game you're playing hard to get? Won't you tell me? Want me? Don't you want me to touch you and to hold you tight? Don't you want me like I want you to kiss and love all through the night? Thank you very much.
Oh.
You should have joined in, John.
No, that's this is all. No. You're so owning that. There's no way I'm ruining that moment. I mean,
Good job.
Yeah, that was
Thank
fantastic.
you.
We got Hooper. Was that the Roy Rogers on William Floyd
Nice.
Parkway you worked at? Am I right about that? That was a really big landmark on Long Island. Shirley and Sunrise Highway. Yes, beautiful voice, says Tweedledee.
Is that by Green Acres Mall?
No, Green Acres Mall is Valley Stream.
Valley
That's
Stream,
way
yeah.
the hell away from it. That's like I can't believe you know both those places. How do you know Green Acres Mall? You're originally from the Bronx, right?
Yeah, I've delivered there.
Okay. That's actually
That's
very close
places
to
I ain't never
Queens.
been, bro.
Valley Stream is
Thank you,
very
guys.
Sky Spectre says applause.
Thank
Kudos
you.
to him, friend.
Yeah. Good choice too, by the way. Jody, that's a perfect choice. Perfect choice.
She's hot.
Yeah,
Yes, I agree.
Speaking of Fiona Apple, do we start with her versus Chris Rock? Oh my God, this is she's a little, but God damn it, she is a force of nature, and she's so a walking contradiction. And from 1997, Fiona Apple comes on the Stern Show, and she's oddly not uptight, but you think she would be. You know what? Let's start with Chris Rock No. I gotta do it in sequence. This one I actually have to do in sequence. So let's go to Fiona Apple versus Chris Rock. Where's my F?
Anything else, X?
Yes, Steve, don't come yet.
Perfect. Here we go. Fiona Apple, 1997, Howard Stern.
Assuming that he's going to try to make me have my supposed first lesbian experience right here on the show or something like that. I'm expecting to have people sitting on my lap, unsolicited, but.
Does that make you excited? I mean.
Yeah, can you tell?
She's 19 years old here.
Yeah, she looks
young. Hey, by the way, before I finish this, I'm gonna forget, and I've been meaning to. Shame on you, Academy Awards, for leaving out David's heterosexual hall pass, shell track, Michelle Trachtenberg. What on earth, David? What are and Shannen Doherty left out?
Wow, did they
really?
What are they doing?
So they could have pulled a clip from Heathers. I don't know why they wouldn't mention her.
I can't believe they left both of them out. What the hell is going on?
I have a theory. Because this just hit me today. Do you know who else got left out of the in memoriam?
Who's that?
Luke Perry.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Did he that year?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Ridiculous. He was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which had won all sorts of awards. How do you? That's deliberate when you leave him out of that. Here's my theory. The people producing that show obviously have an axe to grind with the 90210 people. Something happened. You don't deliberately leave those two out unless it's intentional. It's ridiculous. There has to be a big feud that goes back to the 90210 set that somebody on that show hates the 90210 people.
The people at Price Waterhouse.
That's right.
Price Waterhouse hate Aaron Spelling or something.
And what
hey, thank you, Autobot. Tony Todd left out too. That's one for the
I was just about to say that.
That's Candyman, right?
Candyman. Yeah.
I don't even know who
died?
that is, but
even more important, guys, he played the assistant warden on season 2 episode called "You Ought to Be in Prison" in 21 Jump Street. Even more important. And he got spit on, and he was in Platoon with Johnny Depp.
Wait, what about the Adam Sandler, that terrible bit with Conan near the end? That was garbage.
Conan did a decent job though. He was ballsy. He made some ballsy jokes. He made that Drake joke with Kendrick Lamar. That was pretty ballsy. For him, that was ballsy.
I think that I can see that Michelle Trachtenberg died too. They probably had the montage finish, so it's like a financial year. She'll roll over to next year maybe.
David,
no, they had Gene Hackman.
Yeah,
they had a whole Gene Hackman thing.
Oh, and how quick could you edit it in?
Right,
I was just going to say, David, it'd take 2 minutes to just throw in her picture. I'm very disappointed.
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
I can't.
That was a really, really, really sad. She's what, 38 or something?
Yeah, she had a liver transplant or something, and I think she died from complications or some. Yeah, in her apartment, she wasn't expecting it.
She was originally Howard's creepy Millie Bobby. But do you remember he used to sexualize her when she was underage?
I didn't remember that actually.
She was on Buffy, right? So she was underage on Buffy. Then Howard would do his creepy his Millie Bobby Brown thing on her. That was the original one, I remember.
Right.
Even around the Olsen twin times. I was gonna get that clip. I'll get it for next time. Candy Spelling tendrils. Just the name Candy Spelling makes me laugh so much. I can see Candy Spelling's penthouse from the office window. God damn it.
Tendrils Sara has to get together at some point. Tendrils, I assume, is in LA.
Oh, I love Tendrils. I know. Sarah, she knows so much about show business. Yeah. Sara has great gossip she knows a lot about Tori Spelling and the inheritance that she didn't get from Aaron and fucking Candy and that all. And Randy Spelling is a life coach in Oregon. Isn't that crazy?
Randy and Candy.
I know. I mean, Tori Spelling actually had a really good kind of attitude when she did the Stern show. She honestly, she rolled with shit. She was really cool. She's pretty cool. I don't have a problem with her at all. I thought she handled the show really well when she was on it. Gene Hackman died of a heart disease. His wife had rat piss.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Love the way you said that, John.
Right. Rat piss.
Well, I just listened to a Joan Rivers clip, David, and they said that she had rat injected into her fucking face.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I swear to God.
Right.
Jesus. All right, guys. Go ahead, David. You're about to say something.
No.
Thank you, tendrils.
Well, just about the Gene Hackman, that he died at 94, which makes sense. But like his wife died and his dog died. Like, was the cause of their death?
The dog apparently just hunger died of
Hauser something. She died of,
No,
but they say she
died of
died
the
a week earlier.
Virus.
Yeah. I know it's something
virus,
with an
which
H.
was getting really big in Arizona, and it just cripples you and just makes you feel very weak and fatigued. The dog died in. They had a appointment with the dog, and he had surgery, and he just happened to die in the kennel, and he had Alzheimer's apparently.
So this was all just like over the course of a couple days.
Yeah, about a week. Yes, sir.
About a week. Okay, got it.
Did anybody ever consider that this could be a Lex Luthor experiment gone wrong? Did anybody ever consider that? Easily. Alzheimer's. My wife died almost a week before Hackman did. Something ain't right. Oh, Jesus Christ. What?
This is depressing, man.
What?
Yeah, the wife died first.
Oh, I thought he meant his wife. Oh,
yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
The wife, no.
Autobot's wife is fine. She's
fine.
She's in Las Vegas at the moment.
She's a Decepticon, though, Bon. His wife.
I gotta get to Seattle. I want to meet Autobot Al. I gotta get up there to meet him. He's smart.
Knows so much about pop culture. It's crazy. So
I'm
much.
still waiting for this Los Angeles meeting. You said a long time ago, everybody who's near California was going to meet.
Oh, wow.
And
Really?
hang out.
You're the Robin Quivers of Culver City.
I mean, I was gonna meet up with who was the friend of Kathy Griffin who was on the other show. She was like an improv Groundlings person who was in our chat or in the Gunk chat.
Shaka Khan.
Shaka Khan, yeah.
Yes. I love her.
I think we're neighbors, actually.
Yeah.
Gotta meet up with her.
She took a fucking class with Dustin Gwen. She was in the same class as Dustin Gwen. Same acting class. Isn't that crazy? I think about it every day. How I deserve to be in that seat. Right. Tamara, I got this. Here's one last thing before we get to Fiona Apple. Tamara is part of this crazy thing people don't realize. Everybody knows the Luka Doncic, Anthony Davis trade.
Oh,
so
yes.
it's obviously LA and Dallas. Do you know that no one talks about like the other parts of the trade? Did you know what completed that trade was Tamara staying in Dallas? And that completed that. They would not solidify the trade unless Tamara agreed to stay in Dallas. She went from Culver.
Why are you talking to me about this?
And you see how Dallas is just falling apart.
I know.
The team is just falling apart.
Even though Mark Cuban doesn't own them anymore, I believe he orchestrated the entire thing because you and him are very close.
He is very pissed about the deal too. He's very pissed about.
I love Cubes.
Yeah.
Sarah says the MSNBC didn't tell ARM about the Hackman case. Oh no, actually, thank you for reminding me, Sarah. So I have two more additions to the half Asian. So we have Olivia Munn, right? We have Tara Patrick. We have what was the third one I had?
Jennifer Tilly. I don't know.
Jennifer Tilly is. I was about to add her to it, in fact. And Alex Wagner from MSNBC.
Oh, okay.
So there was another one I'm forgetting now. We had from the list last time. Oh God, it's not obvious that she's half. Oh God, it'll come to me. It'll come to me.
Okay.
All right, Fiona Apple. Thank you too, mascot Francesca
Fiorentini.
Fiorentini. Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you too, Master. Who has the same vocal cadence as Sarah Silverman.
We pay all these guys to laugh.
Oh, here comes Fiona Apple wearing the sexiest little outfit. That's what you should have. Oh.
Okay, remember she's 19, and Howard is 44. here.
Right.
That's not Fiona Apple.
She's really cute today.
That's what she should have worn on. Well, the whole band's coming in. Cool.
I think they think we're going to make a play now.
Hey, Fiona, sit down over there so I can rap to you, okay? Oh, I think she's pissed at me.
Good. I like an angry girl early in the morning.
She's always angry. You always look pissed.
Can you pause it for a second?
What are you so angry about?
I'm sorry. Howard and Gary are obsessed with the word rap. It's the only way they know how to.
In other words, and rap. She's
Right.
got Gary. They look. Gavi. It's a great idiosyncratic observation. I say this all the time. Gary loves to go. He try. And have you noticed too, Debbie, that he does it to impress Howard by saying the word rap because he wants to sound cool and he wants to sound above it all. So he says,
"Rap on her."
Oh yeah. She got this rap. Every time he comes in, he's got this rap to us. He says, "I could do the show if," and he says rap, and they say it in other words and rap to each other all the time. That's a great observation by you. Rap.
Weird little shorthand between the two of them. I hate it. Yeah.
Get it made. Sit down. I love the belly chain. Damn, you know how to dress. What was that outfit you were wearing on the MTV Awards? It was like an angry chick outfit.
That's not an angry chick.
Oh, please. Those
What are you talking about?
The Birkenstock sandals?
That was not about, oh, come on, that wasn't even Birkenstock. Do you know what that was about? Because
What?
I'm tired of short girls selling out by wearing huge spike heels.
Angry.
It was a statement.
Angry.
It
So
was
what about
not angry.
What about
I have to be angry to admit that I'm short.
Stop yelling.
What about some candies?
They're calling her angry and stuff, and it's you know what makes good radio? Anger.
Yeah.
You know what makes you know what the show thrives on? Pat Cooper and things like that. Anger is everything. It is great radio. If she came in there and sounded like fucking Greg Allman, the biggest fucking soporific ambient bore on the face of the earth, you think that would work?
But the reason they don't like her angry is because she's also attractive. Like Howard feels like that he still has power over Pat Cooper because he thinks he's more like he has more sexual currency than Pat does. So he's threatened by Fiona Apple having youth, having looks, and having the anger.
Fiona. That's a great point. Fiona Apple's look is exactly what teenage gay girl Howard is jealous of. He wants that. He wants to look like her in the worst way.
Right.
I think I'm trying to remember. I think she's Emily's age. No, I think Emily's older than she. I can't remember. I think Fiona now is. If she's 19, then right, it would make her 46 now.
What? This is 97.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's born in like 70, 78, 79, 78.
Yes.
Yeah, it would make her like 40. Yeah. So she's around Emily's, a little older than Emily.
47. Yeah, she's a great musician too. Great piano player, great
she is.
singer.
I forgot the piano.
She wasn't
You're right.
just like she wasn't a pop thing. She was like a try-hard Tori Amos who became very good.
Good comparison, Bon. Hey, do you like her piano, W?
Yeah, I'll
she
confess
plays
I
a hell
haven't
of-
heard much Fiona Apple. I actually know more like Tori Amos and Sarah McLachlan and Amy Mann. But
all three of them
Tori,
are great. All
David.
three of them are great.
yeah, Fiona's I'm sort of late to the party with. She at 19 though she has a very like earthy, world weary voice already. Like she does not sound 19. It's kind of crazy.
Housey Football says, "Yeah, I'm 45. I have a 24-year-old daughter. This should be like me hitting on her friends."
Right.
It really is when you put it in
Really,
civilian
man.
terms like that. It really is like it really is. You can only get away with this in celebrity circles. I'm telling you, if it put that in any plebeian household, and it would just not fly, even at that 21-year-old difference.
Right.
What?
You ever hear of candies? The shoes?
Yeah.
What about wearing those with that dress? That would have been cute.
The one that Jenny McCarthy.
Why is Howard talking extensive fashion? Where were we going? How is
Ralph
this
gave him
heterosexual-
these tips.
Yeah, that's what they
You
do.
know what
though.
it is? He's trying to sexualize her. He's
Yeah,
trying
but he's
to...
also gay. This is what Tamara. I know you're somewhat new to the show, but back then, all he and Ralph did was watch MTV together and do this.
I remember. I remember.
Oh,
This is
David.
like-
But
Jerry
I feel
has
like
something to say to you, David.
You play a hell of a piano.
I had to throw that in. Anytime piano comes up, David's going to cop that. All right.
What episode is that?
That's the one where George is dating the pianist and Jerry puts the
That's
Pez
right.
dispenser on Elaine's leg.
That's one of the best ever. That's another
been a
one,
while.
that era. Iconic.
Mary, you were saying, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes,
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
okay.
actually.
No, stop.
David's
You're
an-
fine. What I was going to say is, I know that you guys always say he's gay. ARM is the one that really turned it around for me, pointing out how gay he is. But he always has to sexualize women to show that he's not gay. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, ooh, look at that belly shirt. Why didn't you have a dress on? Why is your hair so short? It should be longer. It should be covering your breasts.
No heterosexual talks like that.
Yeah.
He's also trying to paint a picture of what she could look like to get the other men around him hard, because that's his move. Is he wants to see the other men around him around.
Agreed.
It's Camp Well Met. It's Camp Well Met all over again.
It's classic.
Good one, David.
Chubby's losing it right now. Look at that. He had to get up and walk away. He's losing it.
David's not going to compromise his gaydar for this, and not he's only going to do it with probable cause, and that's who you trust.
Yeah. No, I know what I'm
not
talking
mad.
about.
You are mad. I'm not
I'm
mad.
just having a discussion with you.
I'm completely not mad.
Come on, the
Stop
speech
being
was
so afraid.
First of all, it's MTV Awards.
Yeah.
This speech was a very big deal at the time, which the MTV Awards in general were a very big deal at the time. It was an event. It was a major event back. I remember it was the Thursday, the first week of September, right? Thursday night in the first week. And it was like, and to be like college age was a night you'd stay home and then drink all night and then go out after. It was a big event back then.
Goofy. It's a goof. The whole thing's a goof.
That's exactly why I said what I said. Because everybody that I should be thanking, I'm really sorry, but I have to use this time. See, Maya Angelou said that we as human beings at our best can only create opportunities.
Okay, keep this in mind. She quotes Maya Angelou here. So you think, oh, this is a girl who's down. She understands the struggle. She's in search of blackness. She's quoting Maya Angelou here, right? I mean, I didn't know who Maya Angelou was until Oprah and her to hip me to who Maya Angelou was.
Really?
And do you think Maya Angelou's overrated, Tamara?
Oh,
as a philosopher?
No, because there's so many that she pulled from herself. No, I don't think so.
You think she gets okay? I mean, I'd have to compare it to everybody. It's very arbitrary, right? What you find deep and what you find moving, and just because Oprah pushed her. Oprah also pushed, by the way, fucking Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil. So Oprah, that's two below us.
And
that's
like
a horrible
precedent.
Yep.
Who's that John Franz guy who was like a big controversy? Yeah.
Thank you, Oprah. That's like Biden pushing fucking Merrick Garland on us. Thank you. Thanks for nothing, Oprah, for Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil.
Garland.
Two pieces of
Classic
shit.
ARM.
I was gonna say
what?
Go ahead, Debbie. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. She has kind of the doll eyes of Amanda Peet too. I wonder if there's something that just like that. There's something about that face that just triggers Howard over the course of his life. You know, whether it's her, or Amanda Peet, or
Yep. He's just.
You got so heavy during the speech.
Well, we thought you were going to get heavy anyway.
Yeah,
I didn't get so heavy.
And admit the speech went awry. Are you happy with the speech? Oh, she's so mad at me.
I'm not mad at you.
Oh.
I'm not mad at you. I got into this job so that I could say whatever I wanted to say whenever I wanted to say it. You did the same thing, and I did that, and I'm proud of that.
But I'm not sure what you said.
Did you think the message got across?
Yeah, man, to some people it didn't, to some people it didn't.
Howard knows exactly what she said, even though he is a 45 IQ. He knows exactly what she said.
Exactly.
Yeah. I agree with what she said. It's melodramatic. She's too sanctimonious being 19. But I understand what she said. I agree with what she said. It's just like you want someone 38 saying it, not 19.
Right.
And
she's so serious.
What do you want me to do?
You'd be a tough chick to handle on a regular basis. I'd have to really loosen you up.
Well, what should I do? Should I sit here and giggle?
Well, Howard's at Great Expectations. If you have anything between your ears, he can't handle you. He can't deal with anyone who's independently thinking, or he needs Beth. He needs Beth. That's the answer. He needs Beth.
Yeah. He can't have anyone getting the splintered, cobweb-covered like windmills of his 69 IQ to move in any way, shape, or form.
It's so poetic.
Oh, splintered cobweb.
Very eloquent.
Thank you.
Very eloquent, my man.
Thank you.
Scoutfits, you really don't remember this interview? It was big back. It was it was pretty big back. They replayed it all the time too on the various on the each and audio wise. This is a big interview. She's been on twice, I think, in total.
No.
All within like a couple months of each other too. The first time she came on, remember that song "Sleep to Dream"? That was her first hit. That she did that, and then she did "Criminal."
No, don't giggle. All right, let me play the speech. All right.
Go ahead.
Even Chris Rock afterwards said you were Fiona X.
Yeah, Chris Rock needs.
Oh, here we go. So this is the woman who just quoted Maya Angelou, right? She's down with the struggle, and look at what comes out of her mouth after that.
Giggle.
No, don't giggle. All right, let me play the speech. All right.
Go ahead.
Even Chris Rock afterwards said you were Fiona X.
Yeah, Chris Rock needs to check himself because he was suffering up there and he grabbed for some kind of little anorexic joke, which I really don't appreciate. That I am angry about.
Anorexic joke?
Yeah, he said he was calling me Fiona X, which was okay. That's kind of funny.
All right.
But then he's like, oh, well, you have to excuse her because she hasn't eaten in a few days.
Because he did look a little hungry, he
Little
said.
Mr. Burnt Match himself.
Yeah, he looks kind of hungry, too. That's true. You're right.
Watch Jack. Look at how happy Jackie is at that comment. Look at him.
You think Jackie wrote that for her?
Jackie thinks he wrote it for her. Look at him. She called. I'll never forget this. I was half asleep. This is how I listened to the show back then. I was such a night person. I'd leave it on all night, and I was in and out. And I remember hearing this live. I'm like, did she just fucking call him a burnt match? It's worse than saying like the N-word or black bastard.
Nigger.
Like, yeah. I mean that.
Really.
Burnt match. She just quoted Maya Angelou. Does it get more walking contradiction than this, Billy Joe Armstrong? In the same 2 minutes, she quoted, has anyone in history ever done this? Quotes Maya Angelou and then calls Chris Rock a burnt match.
But you remember there was also controversy back then whether she was black or not. I don't know if you remember this.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
She sounds soulful when she sings.
Yeah, she's got some black in her. Yeah, she's got black in her.
If you listen to her, if you didn't know what she looked like, you would think she was black when she sang.
Correct.
That would do it. Look at Sophie B. Hawkins. Maybe that name. By the way, Sophie B. How black does that name sound? She couldn't be any whiter too. Sophie B. Hawkins. You guys know. Speaking of, you guys know Gordon Hayward, the basketball player. Has any name sound blacker? That he couldn't be any whiter with a blacker name. Gordon Hayward. And he looks like John Mulaney. What? Gordon Hayward. There's not any blacker name than Gordon Hayward.
Anorexic joke?
Yeah, he said he was calling me Fiona X, which was okay. That's kind of funny.
All right.
But then he's like, oh, well, you have to excuse her because she hasn't eaten in a few days.
Because he did look a little hungry.
Little Mr. Burnt Match himself.
Yeah, he looks kind of hungry, too. That's true. You're right.
Burnt match?
Robin, eating that up.
Yeah, Robin loves it. She's not gonna
eat it up.
You have no idea. You have no idea how much fun we'd have in the set. Chris Rock was being a little heavy on you, right? Because you got a nice body. I don't know what he's talking.
Granville Waiters, says King, the worst center in the history of the NBA. He was a Chicago Bulls center for like 11 games. He started for like 11 games in like the late 80s. He's the worst center I've ever seen in my life. He can't rebound, he can't block shots, and he can't play offense. He's literally
Granville
7 foot. Yeah, he's not even a burnt match.
He should have become a waiter like his name determines.
Can't you see, like, Doug Collins or Kevin Lockery saying that to him in the locker room, just going like, look, if you weren't 7 feet, you'd be a waiter. You suck.
You're going against nominative determinism. Yeah, you got to be a waiter.
Nominative determinism.
Come on, man. You see this? This is what I'm talking about. You see, David?
It's like when a guy is named. It's like when a guy is named Jeeves. Like he's determined to be a butler.
You have to be. You have to be a butler. You have to be. That's so funny. Nominative determinism.
Yep.
Come on, man. I gotta Google that.
That's a real thing.
Say that in the locker room to Orlando Woolridge.
Talking about. I like that you look thin and anorexic. I like it.
I don't look anorexic anymore.
Yes, you do. It's fine.
This is what Janeane Garofalo is talking about, David.
Yeah.
This is what she's talking about.
There's nothing wrong with looking anorexic. That's healthy.
Yeah, right.
People are jealous of your body.
Okay, I just have to say something. You and I know that the whole thing is a goof because we're on the inside and we can see it and we know that it's
what is a goof?
Silly. The whole MTV thing.
Yes, of course it's a goof.
MTV awards. But like you have to admit that there are people at home that are sitting there and they're watching me and they're comparing themselves to me.
Of course.
ESG, that is so brilliant. That was in the back of my head. You know, Emily Stern must love. She is everything Emily Stern wishes she was.
You are the dream I never knew I had.
You need to make a video going from Fiona Apple's like ultimate diva, amazing show off moment right into Emily doing that. That would be.
We got to do more with Emily. I agree. We got to do much more with Emily. Maya's and Sara. Here we go.
How come you guys
I have to be excused for being serious sometimes. I have to take that seriously.
Yeah, well, I didn't understand the point of your speech. Let me play the speech. Because
No, don't play the speech
Yes,
because I was
please.
all stifled up and I didn't say it right.
It's funny. Come on, let me play it. Please.
Okay.
Please.
Fine.
How does Howard allowed to play, the whole copyright thing? He works for CBS, which owns MTV's under the same corporate umbrella at K-Rock.
So it just promotes their product.
Yeah,
so,
it's right. If you notice, some of those DJs would also be VJs at MTV that they had working at K-Rock.
Let me say this, okay? I'm going to continue even if you interrupt me, so just you might as well be quiet.
All right, I'll be quiet.
When I see this E, I see the interstitials E going to it. It takes me back to my fucking ne'er-do-well reality bites, Generation X, drunken 2:30 in the morning, 20-somethings watching this every night. You just hear music. It's just like this. That riff takes me right back to like 1997. Just, oh man, 2:30 in the morning watching this.
Maya Angelou.
Video game on pause, by the way, to the side of it.
Yeah, mid 90s, like made for TV rock music in the bumpers, right?
Said that we as human beings at our best can only create opportunities. And I'm going to use this opportunity the way that I want to use it.
Crystalopolis says Fiona's ethnicity. Get this. English, Irish, Swiss, German, not black. But
so she's white.
Yeah, well,
she got a little black in there.
But listening to her sing, you thought she was black. It was like before. And the name could sound black. Fiona Apple is not something a black woman would name their kid. That's not unlike, right? That is not ridiculous that a black parents would name their kid Fiona Apple.
ARM, look at my name. Most people don't know I'm black until they see me. Look at my name. Yeah. Tamara Francois. No one knows I'm black.
Who's the hottie?
Until they see me.
Hey.
Yeah.
I love the subheading, drug dealer.
Yes, it's so good.
That's the best I've ever seen. I love you.
That's cool. Drug dealer.
Yeah, whenever I get my medication, I act like it's an actual drug deal for like heroin or something. And I grab the paper bag and I look left to right.
Let me play the speech. Because
No, don't play the speech
Yes,
because I was
please.
all stifled up and I didn't say it right.
It's funny. Come on, let me play it. Please.
Okay.
Please.
Fine.
Are you going to get angry if I play it? Or are you going to mellow out?
No, I'm not going to get angry. They're playing it all over the country.
All right, let me play it. Okay. Are they really?
Well, they're playing it on
it's
MTV
replaying every
night.
4 seconds
All
on
right, because
MTV.
you got two.
Fiona, why don't you get him back to play Howard's lawsuit, crying with the Les Moonves thing at CBS?
Yeah, right.
He loves replays of that.
Serious with it.
We're gonna get to a theme later on about celebrities, Joan Rivers obviously being one of them, and Howard, of celebrities who have no sense of humor about themselves, can dish it out but can't take it. There's a list.
Totally.
Billy Crystal's on it, Bill Maher, Dennis Miller, Howard, Joan Rivers. They can dish it out, but boy, can't they take it when it comes back at them.
It's frivolous. It's a frivolous event.
Yeah, well, this is what I am.
All right. Well, you got to loosen up. You're too young to be this serious. You're too young to be reading Maya Angelou books. You read that when you're like 50 and you got no life. Okay?
Yeah.
And Gary, get Fiona a donut.
Yeah, I should be.
Wow.
Man.
That's when I knew.
I knew we were in trouble right there. All right, shh. Take it easy. All right?
I didn't prepare a speech, and I'm sorry, but I'm glad that I didn't because I'm not going to do this like everybody else does it.
Can I defend her anorexia for 1 second?
Yeah.
She's 19. 19-year-old girls are thin like that for no reason at all, just metabolism, whatever. It's not a big deal. She's like a zillion 19-year-old girls walking around a mall that look just like that. It's not that big a deal. It really, it's so stupid. She got like attention for that.
It's different than like Christina Ricci still being that skinny at like 48, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
she is. That's what she looks like now. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm like, please, please, please don't make the wrong statement.
I mean, everybody else. I mean, everybody else isn't cool.
I can't believe you just said wrong statement on this show. How many white statements are made on this show?
It's like when
Good for you, Fiona. Hit back.
Good, yeah.
I can't believe came out on the Academy Awards and said hello to the world, and then started carrying on about somebody's nomination.
Spike Lee should be nominated.
It just rang wrong. It didn't carry the message that she wanted it to carry, and that's what would make it wrong.
Oh, right. You're supposed to waste all this airtime like talking and spewing off names that the people at home are never going to remember.
All right, so you had a
Look at her. She's really kind of like that's a sharp 19-year-old. I can't talk like that at 19.
She's good, man.
Yeah,
she's
different
good.
kind of wise ass. She's precocious.
Yeah.
Hey, I think that's the best Robin ever look right there. Oh, I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do. I agree. This is definitely a peak. I agree. 97-ish. Christopoulos is the theory that people are psychologically predisposed to pursue occupations or interests that resemble or evoke their names in some way.
Yeah.
So that's what David's. That's phenomenal, Chris. You looked that up.
Nice.
Use the time. How ridiculous is it? If somebody there are so many people.
Can I hear the rest of the speech?
Go ahead.
Right,
Give another speech.
I'm not going to do this like everybody else does it. Because everybody that I should be thanking, I'm really sorry, but I have to use this time. See, Maya Angelou said that we as human beings at our best can only create opportunities.
I'm going to use this time to say that Maya Angelou said that everybody should like and subscribe right now as we pause
donate to the pirate ship
and donos. Thank you, Chubby. That's what Maya Angelou said. Dono to the pirate ship and like and subscribe right now.
Hey, question right quick. Question right quick, John. How much y'all need, man?
No. You.
Oh God.
Come on, Dr. Sarah.
Sarah, what does the pirate ship need, Sarah? If you're listening.
That's right. I'm dropping it right now.
Oh, you don't have to.
God. The person I know who even reads Maya Angelou.
Not anymore.
You and Oprah.
Yeah, you and Oprah. Does Maya Angelou know what she's talking about?
I think so.
All right, I don't know. I wouldn't read that. That's too.
I was a douche.
Dude, there's no karate or anything in it.
It's okay.
I couldn't understand it. Okay, I admit it.
No, there's no male nudity in it, is what you're saying.
Yeah, right. There's no teenagers swapping dates.
I'm not good with poetry. I don't even think.
What was that, David?
There's no teenagers swapping dates, so of course it wouldn't be.
No twinks.
It's rhyme.
You ever see is it Tracy Morgan's impression of Maya Angelou? Or is it somebody else? Is it? I think it's Tracy Morgan. Is it Tracy Morgan?
It
It
is.
Okay, it's really good. It's funny.
Quite frankly,
I don't get them.
I'm very superficial, so don't go by me.
Okay. So what I want to say is, everybody out there that's watching, everybody that's watching this world is bullshit. And you shouldn't model your life. Wait a second. You shouldn't model your life about what you think that we think is cool and what we're wearing and what we're saying and everything. Go with yourself. Go with yourself.
You see, I agree with that. You know, if you that's like a speech at the end of a high school movie. You know, like you're at an assembly or something, and one of the students gets up there and she has like a makeover change and then does that.
Right.
I mean, it's coming from a 19-year-old, so you're like, really, I mean, she actually uses the high school, that Hollywood's high school with money later in this, and in a couple minutes. And I had never heard that back then. I know it now, but I don't remember hearing that in 97.
Right.
High school with money.
She thinks she's Julia Stiles in 10 Things I Hate About You, just like giving it to her.
Oh my God.
You people love Julia Stiles movies.
I do love
you
Julia
really
Stiles,
do.
yeah.
I hate the fact that you enter like the. Okay, this is the way that I see it, and let me say this. Okay, I'm going to continue even if you interrupt me. So just you might as well be quiet.
All right, I'll be quiet.
I
go with myself every night.
I see Hollywood as.
I do. So you can't say I'm not one of those people.
Listen to her. You took her advice.
Go ahead.
Okay, I happen to see like Hollywood as high school.
Oh, here it is. So Christopoulos says her birth name is actually Fiona McAfee Maggart. Wow.
Oh.
God, super Irish.
That's
right?
awkward.
Irish? And you're
How unfortunate.
That's a great fake internet name, guys. If you're looking for like a fake name on a message board or something, Fiona McAfee Maggart.
Maggot.
You could like invert it or something. No one would know. No one would have any idea that's her.
Oh, look at this, John. Frank, John, do you remember this speech? Do you,
Yeah,
Can you hit a mark right now?
Do I know Kevin Bacon's Footloose speech? I don't know it verbatim. I could, look it up. I'm not gonna. I can't. I don't know.
Give
verbatim.
it a whirl. Oh, okay.
I'm not giving.
I thought you
I'm
might.
not one of those
You know.
Listen to her. You took her advice.
Go ahead.
Okay. I happen to see like Hollywood as high school.
Okay.
I think that Hollywood is just a bunch of people that were made fun of in high school that are now trying to like kind of relive that and be in the cool senior clique
I
only
understand
on
that.
worldwide level.
Right.
So
Everyone sees that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not profound.
It's obvious.
I mean,
I'm not
everyone
trying to
sees
be
it. No,
profound.
I'm just telling you, everybody sees through that.
everybody sees everything that I'm saying, but not everybody says it. The thing is that everybody, you know what?
Forget it.
I did forget it because you interrupt me so much.
Try to get philosophical on this show. I mean,
Yeah.
and this is Howard talking about TM now, and he's trying to be this like this is who the guy really is with the 85 IQ.
I'm going to be a little controversial and say I actually kind of agree with Howard. That is kind of an obvious, like, that's a low-hanging fruit critique of Hollywood and actors and everything. But what I think is funny is Howard doesn't realize that he's bound for that that disposition himself.
Oh, he hits every one of the criteria for that.
Right.
He is the very definition of, he is. You have no idea. Nobody strives to be accepted by that high school jock lunch table more than Howard does. Right. I mean, in every way, shape, and form. He actually goes to that during Chris Rock too. He does the whole thing about I walked into Nobu and there's Gwyneth Paltrow and Ben Affleck sitting at the table, and Chris Rock's the only one that said hi to me. That is a complete analogous to high school. That is a high school lunch table at Nobu. Is it?
She's
not?
being too precocious right now. She needs to pull it right back. Like I guess she's just too young to get it.
Well, I think it's the thing of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tamara.
Sorry, David. Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Good.
That's okay,
No,
guys.
I was gonna say,
Somebody bloody talk.
Isn't this her peak time when she's getting all these accolades for these songs and she's dating that
David Blaine
magician David Blaine? So she is that popular girl.
Yeah.
Even though she's trying to say, well, no, this is how Hollywood is, but she is that it girl of the time.
In all fairness, nobody knew who David Blaine was at the time.
Yeah.
In those years.
No, but that's a really good point because she probably feels like guilty about being the popular girl, so she has to work against it in order to seem like she's still in touch with the people. Like, don't worry, everyone. I haven't let this go to my head. I still see that this is high school with money, and I got.
But she's only a year out of high school, so she actually can really, get back into those shoes pretty easily. It's tough, David. You're a precocious kid. Yes. It's tough. You want to be. It's tough for a precocious kid to be accepted. You don't want to come off sanctimonious, and people. Sometimes it's off-putting to adults when they hear a kid too smart, like how dare you speak on another level, or how dare you not talk like a kid. It's a weird. Do you have to dumb yourself down because?
I also think this is kind of. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Bob.
No, you go, and then I think Chubby's got something to. I want to hear Chubby's thoughts, but you go first, David.
Okay, I just want to say, I think generally 19, 20, 21-year-olds, they want to act older than they actually are because they feel insecure about not having life experience. So that's why you hear so many 20-year-olds who just came back from Europe saying like, oh, the Eiffel Tower's not that special. And you hear all these facts about it. That it's overrated. Right, exactly.
Chubby, do you want to weigh in on this?
This is my first time seeing this.
Same here.
I'm drunk right now off this.
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask you that earlier. Do you have a drinking problem? Because you were bringing out some bottles.
Not
You're
at
very
all.
proud of these bottles too.
I'm home, bro.
There is no drinking problem on this show. There is,
and Arm's my drinking coach. So if I had a problem, he'll tell me.
That's right. I'm just jealous because I can't drink. That's
is the constitution of Kevin Willis, mind you. It's not just
the bottles to the alcoholics who are watching. Were the bottles that Chubby was showing earlier very expensive alcohol? I don't know.
This is new.
There was one that said XXL. Is that a peach flavor? That's interesting.
This is new. Yeah,
that's from P Diddy's freak parties, by the way. That
But
bottle.
you got
This is Nicki Minaj's drink.
Really?
Oh, I didn't
What's
know
it
she
called?
had. Wow.
XXL.
Oh, okay. Does it do
So-
well?
Oh man, bro, I'm loaded.
Yeah?
That's why I'm being quiet. I know I was talking in the first hour of the show, so I'm trying to be quiet and just go ahead.
No,
and,
I wanted you to
proof
just
is it?
weigh in on this stuff because this is heavy.
I never seen this, man. This is
Neither have
very
I.
interesting. Very
I-
interesting.
I have my problems with Bill Maher a lot. I go back and him and I have a love-hate thing like crazy. I hate him currently for what he said about my Nubian princess Jasmine Crockett last night, who's going to probably light him up in the next few days, I guarantee it. But he did this. He said this funny thing, which he goes, and I'm on Twitter, and people say to me all the time, Bill, why don't you weigh in on this? I'm not going to weigh in, okay? I have my show. I weigh in here, okay? So when you
That's a
said
good
weigh
Bill
in
Maher.
immediately, that
Yeah, right.
weigh in. Okay, back to Fiona. This is a little more than I'm going to go Chris Rock.
I
don't know
Here's
why
the deal.
that's
You're 19 years old, right?
Yeah.
You got to lighten up. Just have some fun. Just go up there.
have fun.
No, you don't.
Billie
Just go
Eilish.
up there and have fun.
She is, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
You're taking it too seriously. I can see you're
Nobody
upset.
sit up for a lecture that
Yeah.
night.
You
Is that what you're
cannot
saying?
see that I'm a.
Hey, Rick the electrician, how dare you? I'm skinny fat. I am the how do I put this? I am the Ivan Putski of skinny fat.
Oh wow.
Johnny Depp and I have mastered skinny fat. No matter what I do, no matter how many stomach crunches I do, no matter how many miles I run, I will always be skinny fat. I don't know what it is.
Listen, the thing about this is that back then I remember thinking she was very skinny, emaciated sort of, but not compared to today, not compared to Ariana Grande in the movie recently.
wow.
That's
Yeah.
She looks
this,
sick.
she's
Yeah.
but back then I thought this was skinny. Things have changed. Like skinny's got real skinny now.
But
Can
she
you imagine?
looks good right there.
Yeah,
she
she
does.
does.
Great.
Very fit. Yeah,
Could you
very
imagine
healthy.
Dan Schneider jerking it to the outtakes of Ariana Grande? In that, honestly, David and I talk about this all the time, and my
Yeah.
cousin will attest to this. He used to have them doing shoots till 11 o'clock at night for no reason. He would do 15 unnecessary takes of the girls. This is ridiculous. And the first take was the best one. And they'd be there all night. And I told my cousin, I'm like, you know why he's doing this, right? He wants to jerk off to the footage.
Yeah.
He's getting. That's the only reason you would do that, and he wants to look like a fucking workaholic. Ariana Grande, I was telling my nephew, is an action figure of a pop star. Is what she looks like. She's
Yeah.
literally 4'8". She can't even be 5 feet.
Yeah.
But boy, can she sing.
Chris,
Jesus
you
Christ.
make a good point. I do agree. Yeah, I'm not in AA, no, but I'm
Barnes is looking out
jealous
for me,
because
bro.
I can't. I'm jealous because I can't drink. It's true. It really sucks. It makes you sort of angry, especially
Sorry, Barnes.
with people. No, not on this. In public with people, it's really hard.
How many years
'Cause
have
you-
you been sober?
I'm not counting, but it's something like six.
6.
I don't know
Wait
why
a
they
minute.
Hey,
count.
at least you're not
Wait.
Jim Norton. At least you had some fun. You drank in your
Oh,
20s. You drank in your
trust
30s.
me.
Some of these guys who would sober in the early 20s, I don't want to
All
hear
I'm
it. You didn't even try.
seeing-
You didn't even try. F
I know
you, don't
all
wanna
I'm
hear it.
seeing is advertisements and stuff on the news about too much drinking and leading to all kinds of
Yeah.
awful
tough.
conditions. So I'm kind of relieved because I was like Artie and I was always scared about my liver and everything. I was paranoid, and now I'm not. But I'll just get something else, some other disease. That's what's going to
Are you
happen.
Right.
Are you a recovering alcoholic, Bond?
Yeah, I had a tumultuous time. I had to go to
Oh,
rehab for like
bro.
5 weeks in 2018.
I'm sorry, man.
so-
Let me put this away, man.
No,
I'm sorry,
I was
dude.
joking. Oh,
No,
I
leave
was
it out. Leave it out.
joking.
Leave
No,
it
no,
out,
no, no, I
Chubby.
would
I'm
nev-
drinking tequila.
That's not-
Leave it out.
that-
Leave it
I
out.
don't I don't even dream of drinking. It's not like that. I was just joking.
I'm
Please
sorry, bro. I
remain
didn't want to
calm.
trigger
no,
you, man.
No, I wasn't doing it for that. I
Hey,
was-
Bond,
Okay.
I just thought of an idea. Alcohol on the Stern Show. There's a lot of things we could do with this, but one of my favorite interviews Howard ever did, it's a compliment to Howard, is he had Richard Lewis on, who wrote a book about being an alcoholic, and he called him a champagne drunk. And so they drilled him the whole time. They're just like, Richard, you don't have a drinking problem. Howard literally said this: you're just a Jew who drinks a little more than other Jews. So his big bottom was he fell asleep at a movie premiere after too much champagne. That was his big bottom compared to yours. And so that was
Melvin. You're so right. I'm gonna have to make a shorty. Bond ruins the show. I'll make a shorty of that. Certainly, I didn't even mean to bring the mood down. It wasn't supposed to be like that.
Well, we have Fiona Apple to bring the mood up.
Upset. Do you know why I get so upset? Because I'm not upset, and everything that, like, I don't know. I'm sorry for my face. I'm sorry for my voice. It makes me sound like I'm upset, and I'm.
Your face is gorgeous. Don't be sorry for that.
Oh man, I mean, like it.
Don't be sorry for your voice. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. He's such a creep. You're not her peer. You're fucking 45 and she's 19. You're not on her level. You're not her peer. You're not in high school. You're not 20. Look at him. He's such a creep. Yeah, we should have been Howard at 19 getting rejected and canned ravioli.
You know what I'm saying? You're a piece of ass. Don't be sorry about that.
Oh.
Don't be sorry you're a piece of ass.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with
Yeah, this is just like David. Fiona's probably raised in a household of intelligent people, actually enjoyed communicating with each other. God forbid. Where David was raised in a house of critically intelligent people.
Hey, I agree with that, bro.
Yeah. It's got to come from somewhere. It's for a kid to just become cerebral on their own is not easy to do. You have to be pushed in some other direction. David, you're a smart cat. I owe you. Thanks for changing
that. Don't apologize for that. Be proud of that.
I'm not apologizing for that. I'm saying that I'm very easily misinterpreted. I'm not angry. I'm fine. That was fun for me getting.
You should have written out the speech. That's what you should have done.
That's what I said.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? I wrote something down. It didn't make sense to you, but it made sense to
You should have Jackie write the speech for you. You should have Ratso Sloman write the speech for you.
She's 19. She
I know.
probably didn't even think she was gonna win.
Yep.
She was just
Judith
like,
Regan
let me just
write
go
the
up
speech.
there and say something.
Oh yeah, she didn't think she was going to win.
No.
That was crazy. But I can't remember. We saw that tiny little clip there of what she said. Did she say a bunch of other stuff that was I can't remember. Did she talk for like a couple of minutes?
No, it wasn't that big a deal. You know what? If she was too polished and too rehearsed, we'd hate that too. We'd hate that more.
Of course.
Right? So which is it? Which is it?
I love it when they don't turn up. I think that's the coolest maneuver. Like Eminem won one and he just didn't turn up. He was nominated for Academy Award or whatever. Academy Award. But he didn't even turn up.
He was, though.
God damn it. Yeah, as if you'd want to go. That's a scary thing.
You should combine Eminem and Fiona Apple's real names into one long, like Marshall Mathers, Maggots, McAfee, right?
For some reason, I was really proud of myself that I knew Snoop Dogg's name was Calvin Brodus for like years and years. I just couldn't stop saying that. And MC Hammer's name is God. What is his name again?
Something.
Shit.
Very
like
boring.
Chauncey or something, right? Stanley
Burrell.
That's
Stanley Burrell, yep.
I don't care if it made sense to everybody.
Well, who are you talking to?
You got to communicate. Yeah, that's right.
There was people out there that understood me. The people that I was talking to understood. I promise you that.
Really?
Okay.
Love your
The
fans.
rest of us were sort of laughing.
You should see how these lesbians love you. Jesus Christ. I didn't mention you were coming on. They went.
Is she not like who's bigger than Lilith Fair, her or Sarah
The
McLachlan?
Indigo Girls.
Isn't she just like
Oh, Sarah's the queen.
Indigo Girls? They're Sarah now. Dr. Sarah, Gen X's ultimate try-hard poser. Whoa! Could you imagine Sarah and fucking Fiona Apple having it out on the internet? Like a message board fight, flame war?
Wild. We got over like 1,000 calls from lesbians who wanted to come watch you perform.
Yeah, I'd like to see the lesbians you brought in here.
Why? What do you mean?
Because I heard you
I never
say,
even saw them either. We just got them over the phone.
how'd you get them though?
We just said, hey, any lesbians want to come see Fiona perform?
Yeah, this is Howard's. One of the bits they would do back then is it had somebody on and they would say, hey, Fiona, they're in a pitch meeting, hey, Fiona Apple's kind of got this weird kind of bisexual vibe. Let's just bring in a bunch of lesbians and they'll just fucking fawn over while she's here. And they would do that all the time. And they would find some theme of the guests they would have and they would get off on Marilyn Manson, right? They would just bring in emo people and
Boy George, they brought in a ton of gay men to like maybe I think that was for a game that was like I guess the penis size game that Howard wanted to play, but he did it through Boy George's body.
Frank the Tank actually did this in a courtroom. This is very rant. He said this very thing. He says, I cannot stand, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I cannot stand the pretentious garbage that comes out of the self-righteous kid's mouth. Go experience some life first, I say. I did, my counsel did, my client did, then come back and then you lecture us.
Perfection.
Come on down.
Okay.
Is that cool?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, they love you.
I just like to see what kind of lesbians you brought out, because I'm expecting like little Playboy femme lesbians.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Villataro is a great point. Howard's not just a starfucker; he's a lazy starfucker. He can't even get off Zoom to kiss ass.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
a great point. Yep.
That's very true.
Life is so hard, says Sarah. Fight the power. I'll be over here whining.
Well, you know, you got to kind of show the whole spectrum.
Really?
Hey, Dr. Sara, at least Fiona writes her own fucking lyrics. At least she plays the instruments. At least she can sing. At least she does. She has talent. At least she has all those things, right? There's much worse people that have made it in music. Even David doesn't have a problem with that. Sarah knows that for a fact.
When you go up there and say the whole world is BS, they don't understand you mean the MTV world. They think you mean like, hey, this is all BS. And they're like, hey, wait a second, man. What do you mean it's BS?
Man. Let's go to Chris Rock. So Chris Rock comes on a couple months later, and this is kind of early in he'd been on the show, I think, 3 times at this point, and they ask him about this. He just hosted I thought he did a great job. He always does. He's one of the best hosts in the history of award shows, in my opinion. And Chris Rock comes on, and oh man, where is it? I'm sorry. I always do this stupid thing where I have to wander through the folder looking for Sam Simon. That's for David's obsessed with Sam Simon. It's Janeane Garofalo. Howard bitches about Imus. Hell no. Joe Piscopo. Gilda Radner. Chris Rock. Okay, 6. Here we go. Chris Rock, 1997. Remember Colt 40 Feinberg was like a Chris Rock impersonator, and he came in all white guy.
Chris Rock is here. He's one of my favorite comedians. Also, I had a contest. Colt 40 Feinberg is here. He is the hottest black comic. Also, he wanted to meet Chris Rock.
How could there be 2 hot black comics?
Well, Chris is the most established hot comic. There he is. Colt 40 Feinberg.
Oh my God.
There he is, Chris Rock. Chris, how are you? Good to see you.
Oh my God.
Colt, you won the chance to meet Chris Rock.
Chris is walking all the way around the other end.
Like a rabbit, man.
He's avoiding Colt 40 Feinberg.
Man, you the greatest. You the man. You are the man.
Colt 40 Feinberg, you have been a struggling comedian for how long?
Oh, man, too long.
And Chris Rock is your favorite comedian?
He the man.
He is the man.
Mr. Rock, you're the greatest. It's a pleasure to meet you. To make your acquaintance.
Do a little Colt 45.
Chris Rock has the ultimate mentality coming on the show, and I say this to anybody if you were to coach someone in doing the Stern Show, attack.
Yeah, all right.
If I could have, I'm obviously not a celebrity. I knew they were going on. I would sit there and coach it, and I would arm them to the teeth with Marcy Turk comments, with Allison comments to shut him down. Chris Rock is one of the only guys who comes with the perfect, and he definitely gets himself in the mindset to do this. He attacks, he hits back, he doesn't take shit, and he throws haymakers at him.
Did you see that when he walked in, those drapes, they look like sheets.
Yep.
And then he just walked by, you could see like a water fountain that you fill water cups with just to the right of the guy. Like, who would arrange that in there?
I know.
It's so crap. It all just looks like it's going to fall apart.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
So I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
The
sweetie.
Colt 45 comic, did he do any other impressions? Oh, sorry.
Not that I know of. I don't know of him after the show. I don't think anybody. I don't know of what his history was beyond the show and Chris Rock. I really don't.
He joined Madonna and Vanessa Paradis in a Gap Tooth band.
And Michael Strahan.
And Michael Strahan, yeah.
Bond, quit jumping on Chubby's neck because he had a few.
I addressed that one earlier.
Oh, you did it earlier.
I'll just add one more thing to that. I do have things that I can like enjoy. Like when I go to my doctor, I get like temazepam and what's the other one, John?
That's good stuff right there, John.
Valium. I get like Valium. So I like falling asleep is awesome. That's like my drinking. Like I have one of them and then I fall asleep and I'm like, everything's cool, man. You know, so it's,
Tamara, what are the antidepressants now that are being retired that are not working out there? Give me some that are just not doing it. They're not working. They've been either eliminated altogether. Can a doctor prescribe Lexapro? Not a general physician, not a psychiatrist.
Yes, they can prescribe Lexapro. Lexapro, Celexa, Prozac, Paxil, Zoloft. Those are the more popular ones because they don't interact with many drugs like some of the older antidepressants. So you're going to see a lot of those. Out of that class, the ones I really don't see is Luvox or fluoxamine. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Fluoxamine could be a great female rapper or pop star. Fluoxamine, right?
Yeah.
Where
and
did
they call
they
her
get
flu.
this from?
Her fans would be the flus or whatever.
Now, I will say this, trazodone, right? Trazodone is a popular sleeping drug. That used to be an antidepressant, but as time went on, they saw that it did better as a sleeping pill versus an antidepressant. Old school doctors will give trazodone to people if they think, you know, they don't want them to, you know, get on some of the newer ones, and it's going to react fast. It's going to take longer with the Prozacs and the other ones. They usually say within 3 weeks, that's when you'll feel the effect of the drug, while trazodone, you'll usually feel it right away.
I love it. I heard Paxil. Do you like that, Sarah? I heard Paxil takes away your sex. You don't want to tear that ass up. That it takes away your sex drive. Is that true?
Now, all of the antidepressants as a side effect do that. Okay, let me just say that all of them tend to do that.
I heard
some
Paxil
of
was the
them,
worst, though. I heard that was the worst.
That was brilliant.
That is
classic arm, classic.
Yes, that is one. That is one of the worst. Yes, sir. That is one.
And
of the worst.
as my black friends say, I am dead ass about that.
Oh,
your Gen Z friends taught you that? Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, shit.
David is disgusted in the background right now.
I say that as an old millennial. Yeah.
Yeah, he's appalled by this behavior.
But my thing, and I hear a lot of talk about the antidepressants, and I try not to say too much. I will say this to you guys. If you do want to switch over, make sure you let your doctor know, or if you're changing to a new doctor, that you are on an antidepressant, because if you get off of it really quickly, it will take you down such a road where you feel like a drug addict off of drugs. You know what I mean? You feel the side effects of it.
Turkey.
So make sure you let them know so they can transition you into the new medication you want to take. Or even
what if you let
you're
you know, or if we just let you know.
Yes, that's fine. That is okay.
Well, I had one where I had a time when I forgot to get my my prescription had run out, and I had to go like a day without antidepressants. And you're right. It's like you've got this huge pillow over your head and you're dizzy and you're shaking.
Yeah.
And then like I just went to the doctor without an appointment and went in, and I was like, I was talking like slowly. I was like, I've run out. Feel really sick. And she was like, oh my God. And then they went in to the doctor. Like I had to sit there for like half an hour, and they gave me a prescription. I was like walking to the pharmacy just going, oh, thank God. And the moment I took them, like 20 minutes later, I just felt normal again. Like the withdrawal, and a lot of people do it, Tamara, when they go, they don't wean themselves off. They don't break the tablets in half or anything. And they stay for like 3 or 4 days just going, ugh, it's so stupid.
And when I used to work retail, I used to tell my technicians, if they are out of refills, give them a few tablets, because I would hate for them to go through the withdrawal symptoms. Yeah. I hate that.
It kills you. It feels like you're draining your life force. It's amazing. It must be, imagine what a real withdrawal like heroin must be like.
Correct.
It must be 10 times worse. It's horrible.
But I will say this too, and then I'm getting off of my stoop. The number one question for men would be, hey, come here, let me talk to you on the side. Hey, am I still gonna be able to perform? Am I still gonna be able to? That was the number one for men. And then the number two was, if I can't perform, can you slide me some Viagra or Cialis or something like that so I can, you know?
Tan Fran dropping bombs. Damn.
Name names, Tan Fran.
That's what it said to my.
And I used to see celebrities when I worked in New Orleans. I used to see celebrity names of who got who, but I won't say anything.
Wow. Yeah, that was the yes. Yeah, we name names here. We don't believe in confidentiality.
Chubby, I got a question for you. A quick one. Sorry, sir. John. On the road, do you start contemplating life and things? Do you get down on your own, just driving and thinking about life? Sometimes you just start going, God, I feel really crappy. I've got. It's like you're locked in.
I'm gonna tell you when that happened, Bond. That happens when I'm driving through a town and I'm trying to find a radio station and I can't find shit to listen to, but a country station, and it's some shit about the wife left them or the dog died or you know what I'm saying, some shit like that. I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing out here? And I'm somewhere in like Topeka, Kansas. There ain't no black people out here, but me. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing?
Like a loneliness. Yeah.
I call bullshit on all the country music that does it. I think it's country music blackface, as it were, right? These people never get divorced, right? They're married for 50 years, and yet every song is about divorce and broken. I think it's bullshit. I think nothing happens. I think there's no divorces. I think there is no tragedy, and they just spit out the same cliches over and over again in country music.
But it sells, though, John. It sells.
I know.
It's depressing, man.
Tamara, I said to my actual general physician, I said, I just was trying to do it like, secretively or clandestinely. I'm just like, okay, if I take this effects will I still be able to tear that ass up? And then I didn't even try.
And what was the response?
He goes, well, I don't know your sex drive. You'll have to let me know on that. We'll see. Everybody's different. Everybody's got a different body chemistry. We'll see what happens. They try to like,
Oh. I thought you were going to say, he said everyone's got a different body count.
He goes,
but John, all you have to say to him is, hey, can you just write me one out anyway, just in case? It does.
Dr. Calabro?
So I don't have to make another appointment.
I call him Dr. Feelgood.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a good one right here. Who am I, limp noodle over here?
Hey, Bond, do you get that sound drop on that Dennis Miller impression by Chubby Pickle?
I'm sorry, fellas. I'm lit. I'm lit right now. Y'all got to excuse me. That's why I'm being quiet. I'm lit.
You know a black guy's drunk when he does a Dennis Miller impression. That's crossing the line. I've never seen a black guy do a Dennis Miller impression. As D.L. Hewley said, Dennis Miller is kryptonite to black people. That's
on a second call, 40 Feinberg. Chris, do me a favor. This guy is your biggest fan.
Wow. I was wondering what happened to Barry Sobel.
Barry Sobel. You guys know who Barry Sobel is? He's one of the original Wigger comedian. He was on the Jump Street episode, Bon. Were you on it with David? Don't Stretch the Rainbow.
I've heard you talk about it, but
Penhall was contemplating doing stand-up. Barry Sobel was the MC at the comedy club they had.
And you did like stereotypical racist jokes, right?
Yes. Asians are very good drivers. Black people are very quiet in movie theaters. That's Barry Sobel. Right. He was on 227. Isn't that crazy?
What?
Yes.
227.
He was on 227.
Oh, shit. I gotta look that up too.
Sing it, Tamara. Sing the 227 theme song.
Oh shit, I can do that. There's no place like home.
Like home.
Where your family's alone. You can never be gone. I'm fucking drunk. Let me shut up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tam Fred. Take it from there, baby. Take it from there.
Keep going, Marla Gibbs.
Marla Gibbs. Florence.
Chris, this guy is your biggest fan.
Okay.
He wants a chance to do.
By the way, Regina King. What a major star she is now, though.
Love her.
She's so sexy.
Very sexy.
Didn't we cast Regina King as playing in the Tamara Francois story? As playing Tamara Francois.
Oh, I would love it. I would love it.
She's had a great career. She's a really good career. It's crazy.
Do a little material for you. Maybe you'll discover him. Would that be all right?
Sure.
I seen this movie the other day called The Rock. You seen this film?
Okay.
No, you ain't seen it?
Go ahead. Yeah, we've seen the film.
Listen to the title. It's false advertising. It sounds like it's going to be about crack cocaine.
Right.
There's about some white folks gonna take over prison.
Right.
That don't make no sense.
Right.
White folks already own all the prisons.
You say,
Okay.
he's struggling. Now what? You saying he's not funny?
So he's like Mr. Leonard.
What are you talking about?
He's not trying to be funny. He's just kind of lampooning a typical, like, you know, I love making fun of white people. I can't get enough of it, even in this context.
What do you mean he's like Mr. Leonard? He's funny.
You're the inspiration for everything I do.
Okay.
You're the funniest man in America.
Wow.
How are you, Chris?
Like the white cop.
That's kind of a Chris Rock joke, because Chris Rock has a joke about Stallone. How is Rocky a white heavyweight champion of the world? That's really kind of the same tone as that.
Yeah.
From Sanford and Son.
Well, come on, he's working on his
Updated
material.
version.
Come on, give me some other material.
I'm just working it out, you know.
Colt 40 Feinberg, do some more material.
See,
40 Feinberg.
Go ahead.
Saw this thing called The Usual Suspects.
Right.
Okay.
Sound like it's got to have some brothers in it.
Right.
They got a police lineup in this film with all white folks in it.
Really?
Honky, please. You know that's a fictitious ass movie making right there. In real life, everyone in that room would have been a
Honky,
brother.
please.
What do you think? No good?
Honky.
You don't what? Honky is not.
Honky just never stuck.
Yes, everyone. Jim Norton claims to be sober since age 17. Get him on Twitter and just shame him for that. Nobody's buying it. Nobody feels sorry for you. He's now, what is he, 57? 40 years sober? You're not supposed to be a good drinker at 17, right? That's when you take your lumps. Nobody's feeling sorry for you. Oh my God. Is there anything histrionic horseshit more than Jim Norton's sobriety? It is the worst. He is an insult to everyone sober, everyone in AA.
It's just not an acceptable word.
This never worked.
Really? You don't like? So you don't like Colt 40 Feinberg? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you know, Colt 40 Feinberg needs some time.
He does. All right, Colt 40 Feinberg, you listen to Chris Rock and see if you can't learn something.
I will listen and defer to you.
All right, absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to jump to 6 minutes, and Chris Rock talks about Fiona Apple right about here.
Isn't it weird to be sort of accepted by Oprah? All of a sudden, you're becoming like this
It's weird to
huge.
be accepted by you.
Yeah, it's true too. Becoming a huge celebrity. You
Then
know what I
again,
mean?
it could change at any moment. I've seen you turn on people.
Chris Rock is so right. Howard can turn. He has absolutely no allegiance to anything at all. He is not your friend. You cannot trust him. He can turn on you in a matter of, like, he'd leave the studio and tomorrow Howard's making N-word jokes to him the very next day.
Yeah, well, I mean, the checkerboard of his and Bill Maher's relationship, for example, you know, just like
it's fascinating. Actually,
one
it really
year he
is.
hates him, 1 year he doesn't. Then they make up. Then they fight again. Then they make up, and yeah, it's crazy.
We should do a USA Today bar graph of Bill Maher and Howard's relationship.
Yes,
we really should.
That's a good idea.
This is the year of Chris Rock. You're winning Emmys.
I was glad you won that Emmy too. You deserved it.
Yes,
Yeah.
your host.
God, Steve Benningfield, that's so funny. Because I remember I used to watch Me Too, VH1, and they would show Criminal, and I'd be half drunk off. He's so right. It'd be like 3 o'clock in the morning on a Friday night, Saturday night, and Fiona Apple's Criminal would come on, and you were this close to rubbing one out, but you just quite didn't. The video is like too short. Like, I'm thinking about maybe. She looks good on that too. And
Yeah,
there's
the blood
this,
couldn't quite leave the brain to
it's
get
just
under
like,
cock. Right?
just not enough. And then you see David Blaine, and it all goes away. And he makes it disappear.
that-
Makes boners disappear.
I think that
Hey,
video clip it had them cutting to other people.
There's an
or
unedited
something.
version, Vaughn, that Howard claims he has. There
That'd
is
be
a
hard to
director's
rub
cut.
one out to because it's cutting to other people.
Yeah.
So you'd be go back to. I've got to time it so I can get 10 seconds of Fiona.
Remind me to talk about Gat Girl at the end of this show.
We will because
Okay.
it's very
Speaking of rubbing
special.
one out.
Howard has the unedited version to show to Deborah Stern's husband.
Colin Christie.
Beautiful.
Very nice.
David.
Hosting shows. You're writing books.
Hey man, it's just, you know, it's a bad marketing comedy right now. They brought me back.
So you hosted the MTV Awards.
Yes, I did that.
And Fiona Apple was insulted that you called her Fiona X. Now I had the same reaction you did.
He made a joke about anorexia.
Yeah, I'm
a little.
Listen to this. So they drop the burnt match thing on Chris Rock here. Listen, this is really crazy.
Joke about anorexia.
Yeah,
I'm a little guy, and if I say you're little, you're real little.
I got to tell you something. I had the same reaction you did, that Fiona's speech was really angry. I was glad you said something. So then she came on my program, and she called you a burnt match?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard.
What was it? Wait, I'll play that for you.
I was listening that morning.
Yo, you were?
Yes.
Why didn't you?
Howard goes, no, I have to play it again. I have to play it again. I know you heard it, but I have to play it again. I have to play it again.
I have to watch you react to it.
I have
It's
to
not
watch
good
your
enough
reaction.
that I know you know what you're
That's
saying.
exactly what you should say to her.
Hey, is it me or dude? Chris Rock got some big fucking teeth like Gary.
He might have had something
right
done to his. I think. Am I crazy, guys? And this is for Tamara, I guess. And obviously, Chubby, you can weigh. No homo. You can weigh in on this too.
Can I weigh in?
Has Chris Rock become a better looking guy in his 50s than he was when he was younger?
Well, isn't
because he really looked like Pookie from New Jack City there, bro. Oy vey.
By the way, New Jack City, that you brought up. Thank you for bringing that up. I love that movie. I saw it with my cousin in the theater twice.
Classic.
Guess who directed New Jack City?
Who? Mario Van Peebles, right?
Mario Van Peebles. Mario Van Peebles also directed 5 episodes of 21 Jump Street. Now,
really,
it came out the year Jump Street ended. We say all the time on our 21 ARM Street podcast on our Patreon and 90210 hashtag Scott Scanlon.
Give us
and
your money.
Armfeld, that New Jack City could have been a 21 Jump Street movie. Like, it could have ended, and then Hansen goes and does New Jack City because it's got the same rhythms with Van Peebles directing it. They're undercover cops in the drugs of New York. That easily could have been what 21 Jump Street evolved into, and that's how you close out the series.
Wow.
What's the difference?
Deep.
What's the difference? Ice-T and fucking Judd Nelson are undercover narcs.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Why
I
can't
never
that?
thought about
I can't. They should. Everyone should listen to me.
Yeah, why didn't you
I didn't have the number.
So back to Chris Rock. So anyway, he also looks ridiculously young. You know, he's 60.
Oh, is he?
Really?
He's 60.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's gotten work done though. He's gotten plastic surgery.
Does he admit to having work done?
No, but you can
Probably
see
not.
it.
Tamara knows
take care
a
of
lot
my
about
kids.
Hollywood. Tamara, like tendrils, knows a lot about Hollywood. It's not just because you lived in Culver City. Like, you really follow this shit. You know white people. You know Adam Ant. How did you know who fucking Adam Ant was?
I don't know. I looked at that picture and it just came out to me. I just was like, there's no way that was Billy Crystal.
You ever hear the term "that is some white people shit"?
Yes, I say it all the time.
You
yes.
knowing Adam Ant is some white people shit. I thought it was Billy Crystal, and I looked it up, and you were right. How isn't that crazy? You knew who Adam Ant was. You don't even know.
No. Sorry, chat. I don't know who the fuck is Adam Ant.
He's an old pop. He's a pop rock star from the early '80s, and he literally has like 1 or 2 hits. That's it. And fucking Tamara knew what he looked like.
That's 1999, and I've got a recent one. He's aged. Well, this one looks a bit weird. This one looks very weird.
He always was funny looking, man.
Teeth. His mouth and his teeth look.
Big old chiclets.
What about?
Yes.
So what's him in modern day?
Yeah, I've got that coming now. Here's this.
Here's Chris Rock in modern day.
I shouldn't say his mouth, his jawline. Yeah.
Wow.
So he's
cut
aged,
that mustache,
he's aged
bro.
really well. Yeah,
He looks good, but
2023.
he got some work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he got some work.
Mm-hmm.
Does that look 60 to you?
Nope.
Nah.
Is that the
you know
Will
he got
Smith?
his teeth. You know, Arm. You know he got his teeth done because he don't have a gap right there.
Yes. Yep. Good call. It doesn't look.
Damn,
His
those
gap,
shits is big.
His gap is fine. It's character. I don't think it looks any better. If here it looks like forced, I don't think it looks better here. His teeth. I don't think
agree.
it looks any better.
What do you think, David?
He needs to check himself because he was suffering up there and he grabbed for some kind of little anorexic joke, which I really don't appreciate. That I am angry about.
Anorexic joke?
Yeah, he said he was calling me Fiona X, which was okay. That's kind of funny.
All right.
But then he's like, oh, well, you have to excuse her because she hasn't eaten in a few days.
Because he did look a little hungry, he
Little
said.
Mr. Burnt Match himself.
Yeah, he looks kind of hungry, too. That's true. You're right.
Burnt Match.
Isn't that kind of racist?
That's kind of racist. But she doesn't know any better.
She's
dumb.
She's 19.
You know, boyfriend's going to make me disappear or something.
She's kind of cute, though, right? You didn't mean it like in a harsh way.
I didn't mean it in a harsh way.
Right. You're there to make a couple of jokes.
That's my job, is to diss her.
Right. And she
to
did
diss
seem...
her, Spice Girls, whoever's on the show.
Now, I thought it took some balls that you got up and you started making fun of the Spice Girls to their face, but they're so stupid, they're actually sitting there laughing.
They're laughing that they just like attention.
Yeah.
You know?
It doesn't matter. If you mention them, they're happy.
Yeah.
Now,
Chris Rock should be calling out Robin for not hitting back on Burnt Match. Chris Rock should say, Robin, what are you doing there? You're laughing, you're loving it. What are you doing there?
Robin was laughing harder than anybody.
Yeah.
Because Howard said, yeah, he looks a little bit hungry too. Why Chris Rock didn't say nothing to Howard?
Right. Why is that okay?
You know?
Yep.
Yeah, come
That's
on.
like,
dude.
I say this about Howard all the time. Even with the Stuttering John, AJ Benta thing, Chubby, right? Stuttering John calls in as a fake caller, and this is a stupid joke about his show getting canceled on the E! channel. AJ runs back and slaps John. Howard did it. Howard put John through. They orchestrated the call. He knew it was happening. He put the call through, and AJ goes slaps John. Howard did it.
Should have slapped Howard. You should have slapped him. Yeah, exactly. Man, I wish when I met him that day at the Diddy party, I should have bit his nose off.
That's a great. That is great. That's one of the best celebrity gossip I've had. That's talking about getting into the getting by the velvet rope. I mean, you don't hear that shit ever. That really deserves way more traction than it has. Your story about 2014 P. Diddy freak party in the summer, white party. There's David Blaine and Fiona Apple.
It's a good.
They dated. Yeah, right. I didn't know they dated. Wow.
Vampirized both of them.
Yeah,
they're together.
Yeah, right.
I think
they were together about 2 years, something like that.
Man.
Something like that.
How a couple.
David Blaine with the olive green colored contacts. That's a
yeah. That's.
I'll give you guys a choice. How about again? I found this is a happy accident. It's not really Saturday Night Live anything versus Howard, but it's Big Black, who I love. He calls in, and I found this on my way to looking for a Janeane Garofalo clip. Great Janeane Garofalo clip. Big Black calls in and calls Beth Hellboy from the message boards, aka
I've never heard this.
What's your gear? Where do you find this stuff, bro?
It's a ferret.
You're the best, bro.
Yeah, I actually downloaded the entire year of 2004 to find this. So this was missing from the collection. This is January. You don't think Howard worked like this is one of these rare times you worked in July. So it's the last week of July, and these shows are missing from the main stash. And I had to go download a different version of 2004 just to get this show, just to get this fucking show. Ron Perlman is who Beth is being compared to here, but
Big Black, you're on the air.
Yo, what's up, my brother?
Our friend Boff is a huge fan of Big Black, and we want to get him on the show so bad. Why can't Chubby be the new Big Black? Really?
Hey, why not?
There's a lot of similarities. Wow. Same height, right? You're 6'5", baby. Yeah.
How come you didn't mention the fact that your sweetie, your honey's going to be on TV tonight?
Oh, is she? Because she didn't ask me to, and she wasn't looking for promotion.
Well, she left it to Big Black.
The biggest black of all.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? Big Black calls in. John, Gary, Will, or whatever say to him, hey, we're going to act like Beth isn't looking for promotion. You're going to call in and you're going to promote that Beth's going on Kilborn tonight. And you're going to make it like she doesn't do it herself and to make her look modest, like she's not an attention whore. And this is completely staged. How much you want to bet?
Oh, I completely
I agree.
believe that. Yeah.
Yep.
That's how the show works. Tonecott says in the Saturday morning cartoon Hammerman, he was Stanley Burrell until he got put on his magic shoes and danced in Far Crime. I was Captain Caveman, Tonecott. Remember that? I was thinking about him the other day in this fucking cave. I'm not on the show anymore, says Sara. You're not allowed to discuss me. Consider this a cease and desist. My lawyer, F. Lee Bailey, will put out the paperwork. Yeah, right, Sara. I dare you.
He died.
See you in court.
Didn't he die?
Okay,
Yes.
you're
Come
right.
on,
I
Sara.
did know that.
Tell
I'm
me how much
lying.
money you guys need, man, so I can donate. Come on.
Yes, Sara. You got to bring up the numbers.
Come on. Put it up there. I don't give a fuck if it's 500. Put it up there, goddammit.
I don't think she knows. From what I
Local Bird. Ice Cube's name, O'Shea Jackson. Thank you, Local Bird. I knew that too. His son's acting all the time now. This fucking Nepo baby.
Don't think I have to say it again, but I will.
I gotta watch the NWA movie, Sara. I gotta watch the NWA movie again. Howard can't even see. That's what I didn't realize. That I thought that Robert Palmer originally sang I didn't mean to turn you on, but it's actually, who is it, Tamara? I didn't mean to turn you on.
God.
It's
the black female. I forgot. I've been drinking. Sorry, that's gonna be a drop for Bob.
All about not when I did. I didn't mean to turn you on.
Was that Vanity 6?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
No, I'm sorry.
Why? Feel guilty because I won't get. Guilty because I won't get. That's it. That's it. Sherelle. Right.
Sherelle.
I thought Robert Palmer was the first one to do it.
No.
So they play that in the NWA roller rink, the Sherelle version, and that's how I knew that she did. I didn't know that she did a version of that. That's better. Hers is better. It was like a roller rink song.
But you knew that she was going to be on tonight.
You knew. Of course I know.
You knew. Oh, you want to keep it?
Why do you think I was pleasuring myself? No, she did. I said to her, "Do you want me to mention that on the air?" And she said no. So I didn't. But
I don't believe a word he says about anything anymore. Now that we know what we know. Yes, Villataro. Yes, Howard is so creepy now when he does a young girl interview. It is even creepier than then. It is just, he should not be allowed to speak to anybody under the age of 35 anymore. Actually, I say 40. I agree. I actually say 40.
that's why I'm alone. That's why I was pleasuring myself this morning. If you heard my exciting story about 4:30 this morning, I was watching porn.
Yeah, I heard about it.
And I relieved my tension that way.
Do you like black porn, Big Black?
Oh, that's the best, man.
See? It's this thing.
I thought Big Black would say that.
I don't like black porn.
I'm shocked.
Of course not.
One thing that's interesting about Beth is when I saw her in person at Vegas, I said, man, she's very hot, man. She's like a 9, man, to me.
A 9 to you?
Yeah.
What's a 10 to you, Big Black?
A 10? I don't know. I haven't seen too many 10s.
He's a very tough critic.
Uh-huh.
But one thing that's funny, though, I read on your bulletin board, one thing that's kind of true is that she looks kind of like the guy from Hellboy.
What?
He goes from that to that.
All right, Big Black. Good job, bro.
That to that.
She looks.
I'll give you a 10. I'll give you a 10. She's not like a household name, but she's an actress. Jessica Lucas.
Huh.
Look her up. Jessica Lucas. That's a 10 to me in terms of show business. I mean, there's 10s all over the place, but in terms of actresses, she's, again, not a huge popular name, but she's been in some stuff. Her name is Jessica. It's Canadian too, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's always better.
Very cute. Yeah.
Kind of like the guy from Hellboy. Oh, I haven't seen too many 10s.
He's a very tough critic.
Uh-huh.
But one thing that's funny, though, I read on your bulletin board, one thing that's kind of true is that she looks kind of like the guy from Hellboy.
Oh my God! I tell you what, I don't even know, I'm not even going on my own bulletin board anymore.
Guys, we got to do a show about the Howard Stern bulletin board when he was forced to look at message boards because he was trying to monetize it. Have you ever seen a multi-millionaire not be able to uphold a fucking message board? Mutt, who was an electrician apprentice, had a unbelievably good message board on Stern Fan Network.
Right.
And they had how many people working on this message board, David?
Oh God. I mean, well, what I think is hilarious is Mutt was able to persevere with that message board even when Sal was terrorizing his daughter.
Yes.
You know, like
and he's acting like, and he was so late to the game. It was, I mean, just so thin that he had like Jeff Schick and 5 other like it was fucking Elon Musk's Doge crew. That's like what he had on this message board. and it was horrendous. It shut down this motherfucker's making, like, he's on the verge of making $100 million a year. He's at this point, he's making 40. He's worried about bandwidth.
Right.
Bandwidth. He's making $40 million a year. He's worried about bandwidth.
He's telling Tom Chiusano, like, in 2004,
I mean,
like,
it was that to me is a great kind of saga for us to do.
Yeah.
What was that? Was that Bond playing a clip?
No, that was me talking.
Okay.
Oh, I was just saying, he
wanted Chiusano to pay for it. He wanted Chiusano to pay for it.
Right.
Cheapo, El Cheapo.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and also probably to get like the designers of Encarta Encyclopedia 98 to that's the latest technology that he knows about.
We gotta do something on the message. It really is. Like, I was reading something about Chauncey the other day, that Chauncey went on there and gave away the ending to fucking The Village by M. Night Shyamalan.
Right.
That Howard had gotten a screener to it and it hadn't come out yet. So Chauncey started a whole thread and he gave away the ending to The Village. And Howard went crazy on him because he got a screener for it. Like, that's the shit that was going on. Like 3 o'clock in the morning, he's doing this. And it lasted for just a couple of weeks. He was so thin-skinned.
Right. The Stern Show has had a lot of issues with screeners throughout its history. I feel like I've heard multiple sagas of people, like Ralph gets a screener and he gives it to Gary, and then, it's all over the place.
Because Howard's too lazy to protect it. He doesn't know how to destroy. He needs an assistant to destroy it for him because he can't do it himself. But he won't give it to his assistant, and he's too late. He put H Stern on the bottom right with that Super 8 shit. Remember that?
Right.
Because of the negativity about Beth and the negativity about me, I tell you, it's too emotional on there. I'm taking a few days off from it. I can't take it.
Well,
I can't even go on. I can't even go on and see a nice comment about it. I thought it'd be a place for me to commune with my fans and say, hey, what you think of today's show?
Little Depphead, the next Deppening while you're here is going to be Johnny versus the Oscars. So I'm going to go over the movies he got nominated for and didn't win. And you wonder, like, he claims he's like, the business is, he just could care less about the ongoings of this, but it is crazy now. Him at going on 62 in June has no Oscar to his name, and some real talentless one-trick ponies have Oscars now. That fucking, what's his name? God damn it. I can't think of his goddamn name. It looks like Howard, huge nose, skinny.
Adrian Brody?
Adrian Brody has 2 Oscars and Depp has 0. And Depp's got to be 30 times more talented than he is.
Yeah.
And I will put Whitey Bulger against anything Adrian Brody's ever done. It destroys it.
Yeah.
It's so Depp and then all the people that he's ever worked with that have won, like Martin Landau and stuff, and kind of things that deserved it never got recognized, like Black Mass and Whitey Bulger. I think that's a good show.
Adrian Brody, who was in The Village, by the way.
Oh, right. Shit. Good connection, David.
Yeah.
Show, what? Hey, man, what do you think of what's
going on in the world?
What are you guys watching on TV?
Yeah. Have you heard of this or that?
Anybody getting laid? No.
These people are like from hell.
Yeah, they're like Beth sucks, you suck. Artie sucks, Robin sucks. I'm like, holy mackerel. Is there anybody on here who enjoys us? I'm sitting there. I'm having 27 meetings a day to keep this bulletin board running.
Why? 40 million $40 million a year. I don't know if I believe that, but let's say he has 13 meetings a day. Why? What do you think? Mutt has 27 meetings a day on Stern Fan Network, and it's got 5 times the bandwidth and success? And why would you have about what? It's a message board.
Because it makes Howard look important if enough people are. I mean, it's a whole. I mean, hence the 70 employees on the current show.
Yes,
it just makes it look like it's a more.
It's true.
Involved organization than it actually is.
That's why he was always exhausted, because he had meetings. I always have a meeting. I have 50 meetings in one day. Yeah.
That's a good point. It's almost like he hires all these, like, peanut foam packing people in his company just to have an excuse to not see his family. Like, no, I have 70 people I got to meet with. I can't see you.
That's a great point. That's another great excuse to avoid your wife and kids. That's a great point.
Yeah.
By the way, John, another Depp Adrian Brody similarity. They both worked with Roman Polanski post Scandal.
I saw Chris Rock commented on Roman Polanski in, I don't know if it's the last video or the next one, from 2006, about how it basically said that Mike Tyson, he compared Mike Tyson to Polanski, that they're both how Tyson would never get out of the country. He would be arrested immediately. That he wouldn't even have the opportunity to leave the country like Polanski did.
Couldn't have gotten the tip off like Roman Polanski did. Yeah.
Good connection, David.
Someone can bash me.
And these were the people waiting in line to get in as soon as the doors opened, the people who hate us.
And then last night I went on, I tried to answer a few questions, and the thing was running real slow. So I called Jim from Dream Tank, and he goes, let me check into what's going on. He says,
Jim from Dream Tank. There are retail workers who have their own message boards. That doesn't meet with Jim from Dream Tank. Jim from Dream Tank.
Look, we got the NASA astronauts on this message board working on it, so we're doing our best,
Bond,
folks.
Can you pull up a picture of the old Howard Stern bulletin board? Because there's a couple of them hanging around. I think it's like the basic homepage, and show you how cheap looking it was. And that's like 04, 05 when people were doing good shit with message boards. It looks like GeoCities meets Commodore 64.
well, it was a couple of things. There was such heavy use last night, because now they're up to letting like 2,000 people in at the time, and that's running smooth. He said, but while we were on, there was some dude trying to.
Who exaggerates their stats more? Trump at a rally or Howard with users and listeners of his show? Who exaggerates their stats more?
Yeah,
it's close.
Probably.
I go with Howard too.
Didn't Tim
back into the system?
What's that?
Sorry, didn't Tim Sabian give you the real numbers at some point on one of the?
He said the peak listenership was 600,000 people of Sirius.
Jesus. Okay.
While Howard's exaggerating 6 times. Yeah, that's what he says. And again, how come all the other shows know their statistics full on, and Howard will tell you when it sucks, you're not going to know anything. And all of a sudden, we don't know we have no idea what our numbers are because they suck. And you're getting all the money, and the company is completely hemorrhaging talented radio people because you take all the money and half the building and work 1/3 of the year.
There's unboxing YouTube channels that have over 1 million subscribers that don't make as much as Howard does.
It's true. Insane. A He-Man action figure unboxing gets more views than the Stern Show does in a week.
Right. So true.
Sara unboxing a fucking Cyclone from He-Man.
Hey, hey, John, stop for a second.
Yep.
I'm gonna get off for a second. I'm gonna get off because I can't donate through this. So I'm gonna get off for a second.
Oh,
did he mute himself? Okay, Chubby.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Somebody's hacking?
So I guess when they hack,
Oh, thank you, Autobot. I didn't know that fluoxetine is actually Prozac. It didn't work. It didn't work for me either.
It slows everything down somehow because I guess it has to protect it. So I don't even know the reason why.
It's almost like it has to divert attention to keeping the hacker out.
Yeah, so I was just like, wow. I mean, geez, we're under attack. People are crazy. People are nuts. So I don't know. I'm gonna chill out a little couple of days.
Does anybody here remember the bulletin boards besides me? So that's when Hellboy started. That was like I had said it and I didn't get it from that. It just came to me as well. So there's like-minded people calling Beth Ron Perlman from fucking Hellboy. Isn't that crazy? God. Tamara's 100% right. My last script was Boospar. I'm off it now, and not on any meds. I drink Valerian tea if I can't. What is the deal with Valerian tea? Is that holistic?
Yeah, Valerian is something that's over the counter.
Okay.
For sleep. Yeah, just like chamomile. You can find it in the capsule, tablet, or like Chris's case, a tea.
And what about Boost bars? Are white people shit too?
It's Buspar or Buspirone. Yes, it is an
Buspirone.
antidepressant. Yeah, Buspar is the brand name. Buspirone is the generic name. Yes.
Okay. I don't even know that one.
But that again, that's one of the older ones. A lot of doctors like to prescribe the newer ones instead of the older anti-anxiety, antidepressant medications.
Wouldn't that be a good name of a terrorist? Valerian Buspar? You put the two together.
It's a planet somewhere.
Yeah, two planets. That's right, David. All right, the next one. Let's go to David. Let me see here. You want to go to Janeane Garofalo?
Sure.
So Janeane Garofalo, who's never done the Howard Stern show, she's adjacent to the Howard Stern show. She's really good friends with Ben Stiller. They did a sketch show. She was on Saturday Night Live in 94, 95 and hated it so much so that she stayed on the phone with me for an hour and 15 minutes as I called her. I drunk dialed her on the show, and she spoke to me for an hour and 15 minutes, and we gossiped about show business, and it was great. And it's if you hit the right notes with her, she'll talk to you forever. And I was complimenting her, and we jumped around, talked about Depp for about 15 minutes, I drunk dialed her at SNL, and it was a great time. I just remembered that a few days ago. And I knew how miserable she was by reading that Saturday Night Dead article.
Right.
Comedy is dead, or whatever it was. And here is Ben Stiller talking about Janeane Garofalo. This is Ben Stiller's first time ever on the show, is actually 2000. I thought he'd been on the show before that. He comes on, he's like 5'5" or something. And
I assume promoting Meet the Parents that came out that year.
No, he was promoting, remember Keeping the Faith? He played a rabbi, and Ed Norton played a priest. Yes. Stuttering John went to that premiere, by the way, and did some interviews with people you've never, like Salma Hayek is on that and stuff. And Chris Rock, Ben Stiller, Keeping, there he is.
Oh.
Broad.
But he's had other brides.
Get out of here. All right, why don't we bring in Ben Stiller?
Maybe Ben.
Chubby Pickle, what the hell is this?
Oh,
Look at this guy. I feel like I'm on Bourbon Street. This is what he was gonna spend on. Jesus Christ, Chubby.
You gotta make him a permanent host now. Just make him a permanent host. Good Lord.
Honestly.
I think Kevin Willis is his roommate. I think he is Kevin Willis. Jesus. Chubby, I don't know what to say. God damn it, I'm sweating.
Making the rest of us as co-hosts look bad.
Oh my God, damn it.
I just donated 20.
I know, I'm falling behind.
This is like a Johnny.
I know, hang on.
This is
no,
like a Johnny Depp
it's your
tip.
time. No, it's your time. No. Your time is your donation.
Good God. And thank you, Tweedledee. For Christ's sake, we need to see more of Tweedledee in here. I wonder if Tweedledee's had other names, if Tweedledee's newer to the show. Thank you, Chubby. You are the menchiest of mensch. This is what didn't go to Bourbon Street and New Orleans, how we got out of there. This is what not. Chubby is blotto, says Chris Loftus. Or as Artie Lang would say, what's Artie's adjective for drunk again? It's ossified.
Ossified, right. Yeah.
Ben knows.
Ben Stiller probably knows. He slept with a lot of good broads. He had Callista Flockhart.
And Jean Triplehorn. They were engaged.
You remember Jean Triplehorn? I forgot about that. Were they married?
Yes.
Look at Casey trailing Ben Stiller.
He had Janeane Garofalo.
These 90s names, right, guys? Jean Triplehorn and Garofalo.
Yeah.
And when he had her, she gained 70 pounds. Oh, hey.
Howard immediately, he's walking in the studio, and Howard immediately goes to wait with Janeane Garofalo. Like, he hadn't even walked in. He's already trying to fat shame her, and still hasn't even sat down.
Ben, all right.
He's still in
Big
his
star.
PJs.
He's still in his jammies. How are you, man?
I'm okay.
Wow, I've seen you in a lot of movies. How are you, Ben?
I'm good.
Thank you for coming in, and,
Who are you? No.
Me too, Autobot. She's my type, too. We'll get into that later. Hotter than Beth. Couldn't agree more. More.
No.
Where are you?
There's Robin over there.
Hi, Rob. Hey, Howard.
Yes.
You know, Ben's got a cool thing that he does that I like. He doesn't show it with people. None at all.
Yeah, that's the cool move. You're like the anti.
Howard doesn't show up with people either. Field Team Sex, 5 publicists, Woody Allen's publicist. He's just like Howard, a regular guy.
Usually you don't even know those people, and then all of a sudden,
now that you're
best
Meet him at the door.
You have to spend time with them before you have to go in front of.
Does anybody know this? I'm sure David. David's kind of an SNL nerd. Does anyone know that Ben Stiller was actually an SNL cast member for a quarter of his season? In, I believe, 1989 or 90?
Yeah, I kind of remember that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Do you know how he got on? Do you remember the story behind that?
I assume he's a Nepo baby.
He's a Nepo baby. That helps, of course. But you know what? He submitted a film where he parodied Tom Cruise in The Color of Money and did a bowling movie. Man, he's obsessed with Tom Cruise, Ben Stiller.
Okay.
It was funny. And I think they actually showed it on SNL, and he played Eddie Munster briefly in a sketch they did. I think he literally was on for like 3 or 4 episodes and then hated it and quit and did his own thing. And good for him. His Ben Stiller show on Fox was way superior to it was Janeane Garofalo was on it. So I remember this. So I called SNL and they go, who are you that you wanted to speak to Janeane? I said, I'm Steve Zahn from Reality Bites. Like they would have no idea what he sounds like. They would have no idea what he would. Oh, that's who would even know that name. So that's the name I used to get by the.
You could have also said like Peter Berg or something. You know,
I could have said that, but I said Steve Zahn, and I got by the pages by saying
a lot of people.
So you decided early on in your career that you would not have an entourage.
Ridiculous requests and things that are. I mean, Janeane Garofalo.
Yes,
she has no publicist.
None. And look what happened. She gets a lot of bad publicity.
Yeah, but she doesn't care. She's really the anti everything.
She's anti being famous.
She's totally anti. Yeah,
really.
But yet, I think she also enjoys a lot of it too.
You went out with her.
We kind of went out. Just for like a.
You gave her anal?
Oh.
Yeah. No.
Wow.
No, we never
That's
got
what
that
ended
far.
the relationship. She wouldn't go.
You went out with her for a week. No.
Howard's knee jerk. You give her anal? You give her anal? And you know who wrote that, right? So they knew Jackie's. Anytime you hear Jackie cackle, he wrote it.
Just like
you gave her anal?
Oh.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
You did not.
No, we never
That's
got
what
that
ended
far.
the relationship. She wouldn't go.
You went out with her for a week. Now I read you went out with her.
Out, really.
I read that you were her boyfriend and that she gained 70 pounds while going out with you.
In a week?
Yeah, but in a week.
You must
what
be
does
a
that
bad
mean?
boyfriend.
That means that she really wanted to repulse you in some way or repel you.
No, we never even slept together.
As far as I'm concerned, the whole world owes Janeane Garofalo an apology for her being right about 9/11 and Iraq. She was the only one that had the balls to the unmitigated courage and balls to stand up against this rah-rah 9/11 fucking armchair warrior Fox and Friends bullshit America fuck yeah as per South Park. And she was right. Nobody apologized to her. You invaded the wrong country. She knew it all along. Her, Depp, the Dixie Chicks, all of them are right. And you owe all of them an apology because they got so tortured for that and smeared.
Yeah, this is that era. Or right before this era, I guess. Yeah. John, Chubby Pickle says he's back in the waiting room.
Oh, I think I put him back in. Okay. There you go. Sorry, Chubby.
There it is.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, Chubby.
I'm just saying, man. I just had to take a leak. I didn't want to piss on the phone, you know.
Chubby comes back. Chubby comes back and he goes, "Oh, Ben Stiller will come back when Tracy Morgan's on." Hey, Mary Jean. How could Garofalo be anybody's type is beyond me. I'm telling you, she's funny as fuck, Mary Jean. David showed me, sent me a link, and I'd seen this stand-up special when it came out. She did a stand-up special in, what is it, 95, David?
95, her
A+.
HBO half hour.
Maybe the funniest female stand-up I've ever seen in this special.
And I found I found a 97-hour-long stand-up she did on YouTube, and she's even cuter in that one. Like that was.
She
like
really is. She really is. She really is. And
a good cook that she would gain 70 pounds?
No, I'm not.
You never slept with Janine. I can't see. You get a lot of good-looking girls. I can't imagine that you would. You know, no offense to Janine.
He's one of those guys who has the persona that he likes regular girls, but he's still going for
you're going for models and stuff. You have to get. You want to be a better man. You don't want to go for models. You want to go for a regular girl, but you can't seem to bring yourself.
He tries to keep that a secret.
Oh, you are getting married.
Yeah.
Who are you marrying?
Oh, you should
I'm
see
marrying
this
Christine
girl.
Taylor.
Isn't she blonde and
Christine Taylor?
That's
I never
right.
heard.
Ain't a weird thing, guys. You know this. I know you keep up with white people gossip, Tamara. I know you do. I give Ben Stiller a lot of credit. They separated, and they were like on the one, and he got back together with her and saved it. That does not happen in Hollywood. That does not happen. And now they're together again. I saw him at a basketball game 2 months ago. So that's a rare thing.
Christine Taylor is so good in the Brady Bunch movies.
Perfect.
I know that's
Perfect.
I know that's kind of a reductive thing.
Those movies are brilliant.
Great.
That's Betty Thomas, right?
Yeah, she's
brilliant,
the first one.
brilliant. The guy who played Greg Brady, his name was Christopher Daniel Barnes. He did the voice of Spider-Man in the '90s animated series.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's good too. Yeah, I swear to God.
Heard of her.
And young.
Right.
What movie has she been in?
She was in the Brady Bunch movies. She played Marsha
She
Brady.
played Marsha Brady.
It really is. Those movies, if you haven't seen the Brady Bunch movies, don't dismiss it as this thing. They did such a good job.
It's so good. It's
a clever job of weaving those storylines together.
Very
funny. It's so good. It doesn't get enough credit. It's so fucking good.
Shelley Long as Florence Henderson is brilliant too. Like,
yes,
you forget it's her. Yeah.
Christine Taylor should have won a fucking Oscar for it. She's that good as Maureen McCormick.
I agree.
She was in The Wedding Singer.
And you're gonna marry? You just can't enjoy her for a while and then move on?
It's so right. It's so perfect.
Oh, we'll see.
We'll see, because you've been engaged before.
I was engaged for a little while.
How long do you generally stay engaged for?
Last time was about 5 years.
Really? So what do you do?
See.
You like the idea of being engaged?
I think once you get engaged, you have to decide you're going to get married. Set a date right away.
Have you set a date?
Yes.
When am I going to the wedding?
It's soon.
Is it a
Very
celebrity
soon.
wedding? Will there be celebrities there?
No, it's a very small wedding. It's like a family wedding.
But you are friends with celebrities, I imagine.
I have some, yeah.
Who will be there that is very famous?
Howard's not. He really wants to. He really wants. Can I go to this wedding? That's what he thinks he might get an invite. If he drops names like Tom Cruise, Howard will go. That's what he's hoping to hear.
Yep. Share with us.
There aren't really that many famous people coming.
Well, tell us.
Well, there are some. Your parents are famous.
My
I know
parents,
that. I used to watch your parents every time on the Ed Sullivan Show. I was a big fan of your parents.
Yeah, they're going to be there.
They're going to be there. So that's exciting in itself.
I think they're the biggest.
At least your parents will be appearing.
My parents are going to be the biggest names there.
Right. And do you think Janeane Garofalo will eat most of the cake? If she sees you, she seems to eat when she's around. Who will be there? Jim Carrey. You directed him in a movie, right?
Yes.
Jim Carrey will be there?
No, Jim's not coming.
He will not be there.
No. The Cable Guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I hated that movie.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, is it me, or is when Fred drops that fart sound? That is the funniest, the funniest thing, man. When he drops that wet one.
Yeah,
it is, man. When he drops that, I don't care what he's doing or whatever they talking about. When he drops that is the funniest damn sound.
But you know what the problem though is, Chubby? If
yes, sir.
Janeane Garofalo did that to him, he wouldn't be able to take it for 2 seconds. He's the most
Fred will walk
thin piece of shit ever. You talk about not being able to take it. He is maybe worse than everybody we brought up before. Yeah, he's the worst.
Do you remember the E show where the actor came in to kiss Fred's wife and Fred like walked out?
Of course.
And they put like sentimental music on the end credits as he was like walking down the street and everything.
That was a big E show at the time. Here is.
Can you imagine that? Wow.
Here is Norm Macdonald talking about Janeane Garofalo at Saturday Night Live and her being miserable and what he did to her. He basically threw her under the bus he would go through the office and drop articles on the fellow cast members of Janeane Garofalo talking shit about the show while she was in Studio 8H with everybody else.
Wow.
Yeah. There was a girl who had some sort of. Do you know about this girl? She's mad at you. She was on the Greg Fitzsimmons show. Did you hear anything about?
Oh, this is Laura Kightlinger. If everyone knows her, she's a female comedian. She's actually married to Jack Black, right?
Yeah.
Is they still married? And she was on SNL like a featured cast member, not really for that same shitty season, 94, 95. And she hates Norm Macdonald and is not afraid to say it.
About this?
I know Greg Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, Greg does a show for us, and Greg was interviewing some girl, and she was going off.
I know who it is.
What's the girl's name?
Me and Norm have worked with her before. That's why he's going to laugh when I say the name. Laura Kightlinger.
Yeah, this is crazy. I remember this. I was talking to David about this. Laura Kightlinger hosted a thing on Comedy Central that promoted dirty work called canned ham. And Artie and Norm were on. I remember watching this like 2 PM on like a Tuesday, and like when Dirty Work came out, I'm like, what the fuck? And Artie and Norm were playing basketball on like a pull-out hoop and a rollout, and Laura Kightlinger hosted it, and she hates Norm's guts. It's so bizarre.
Hates your guts.
Did you know she hates you? Oh my God! Do you want to hear the clip? Sure. All right. Wait, hold on. Wait, I was going to take a phone call for you, but. I got to play this for you.
I think I know her. She's a writer?
She's a stand-up.
Yeah, stand-up and a writer.
Where is that clip? I don't even know.
Gary Page 2, first column in yellow.
When Dirty Work came out, Comedy Central had a show called Canned Ham. It promoted movies, and me and Norm did it.
She hosted.
And she was the host. And she seemed,
right?
But she seemed fine.
You have no problem with her.
She was on SNL, too.
Hey, listen to the comment on this, if you will.
By the way, can I interrupt your old friend, Norm Macdonald? Did you guys write together on...
He's not a friend of mine.
Roseanne, right? Well, I was just using it loosely.
Now, you had a reaction
boy,
just now to Norm Macdonald.
Mm-hmm.
Not a friend, not a fan.
Greg Fitzsimmons' show, it was on midnights on Monday night. Midnight Pacific time. 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, no, Eastern time. 9 o'clock Pacific time. And he got a lot of like people that the Stern Show would use. He would get like Andy Dick to make anti-Semitic remarks and this. And they would constantly. He had Joe Rogan on like 3 times, and Rogan wouldn't do the Stern Show, and so he had Rogan explain what Rogan's really weird when he tries to talk about why he hadn't done the Stern Show. He hasn't done the Stern Show in 20 years. Yeah, and it's a bunch of stuff, and that's a whole other show, but. So he gets a lot of, at that time, he got a lot of dirt for them to chew on.
You worked with him, though.
Mm-hmm. At Saturday Night Live.
Roseanne.
No, I missed him at Roseanne. Well, I came in.
At Crystalopolis, it's amazing. Janeane Garofalo had a short stint on The Sopranos, playing herself, I think, right? Because that was when Christopher wanted to go be a producer. She was also in Copland. You talk about like chemistry and weird pairings. I talked about like Ice-T and Belzer. Janeane Garofalo is Stallone's partner in Copland. Does it get any more opposite than that? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. She really hit a gold mine in the 90s.
She's a great career. She's in so much shit.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
He was supposed to be.
She was almost like the gold standard of what you want to be as a female comedian. Like an actress you take seriously. She's a very good actress, and she's funny as shit when she does stand. Like you couldn't have hit. That's what you're aiming for entirely as a female comedian. That's everything.
A regular on an HBO show.
My guide through SNL, and it turned out that he is a shit stirrer.
He's just busy pissing in a bucket in front of people.
Well, no, he loves to pit people against each other. He used to find articles where somebody said, one thing, and then he'd stand in the doorway and laugh. Like he'd find an article where, Janeane said something about Adam and, just create all this havoc. So it's funny that you said that.
Yeah, Janeane, Janeane Garofalo hates Adam Sandler movies more than Howard did at the time. And she's right. They're horrible. And she has every right to say so. Now, I mean, she's in some shitty movies too, but it doesn't mean that she can't say that in other movies. Adam Sandler has complete dominion over the movie he's in. My cousin, I just talked to my cousin about this. I asked him about, he had a meeting with Happy Madison Productions, and he said to me, he goes, they have no interest in quality. They have no interest in anything that's remotely cerebral. They want the lowest brow middle school bullshit. And if you try to pitch anything thoughtful or creative, they will shit on you and show you the door.
It's an Adam Sandler movie is unadulterated Adam Sandler. It's not like Three Amigos where it's like a little bit of Steve Martin, a little bit of Martin Short, and
he has every creative say so and what goes on screen.
Exactly.
And so he is to blame for everything you see. You can't blame the studio. You can't blame the direction. Everything is exactly right. His stamp is on everything.
Yeah.
He's probably one of the few people I really.
How I hate saying cringe. I'm so sick of saying cringe. Those stories you hear about Sandler now, where he goes, oh, he's such a workaholic. He oversees the takes, and they do 10 things. He's got to get it and that's the finished product. He's a perfectionist. You're gonna use the word perfectionist on his pieces of shit, and that's what he comes out with. Could you imagine being persnickety about a movie and fucking Waterboy is your finished product, or Little Nicky is your finished product?
It's like the Howard used the photo of him from behind at his 60th birthday show on Comes Again, where it looks like he's toiling over the mixing board.
Tortured, right.
Tortured artist, right.
There's nothing worse than yes, Air America Tonecott. That was Janeane Garofalo had a show with one of my favorite people in the political media, Sam Cedar, and that was on in the afternoon. He's on a show called The Majority Report.
Was Mark
and
Maron,
they had Mark Maron was
well?
the morning show. Mark Maron was the
that's
show I
right.
went to when I didn't listen. When if something happened with Howard, like maybe I couldn't get the signal or something, I listened to him, and he was on. His partner was Mark Riley, who's a black guy, and they had a morning show. I listened to that. Al Franken had a show.
Air America.
Air America.
Yeah.
And Rachel Maddow had a show. I want to say, did it follow Garofalo or was it before it? It might have been like that midday thing. There's a great documentary on that network that the kind of rise and fall of it, how it went away.
Yeah. Norm is someone who really sticks out.
Well,
to you.
because it was such a kind of a vulnerable time, being like, because it was the first time I'd ever done live TV and stuff, and he really, and for all of us, really kind of made it difficult.
Wow, I've never heard that about. Everyone loves Norm Macdonald.
I barely remember.
He's pretty beloved. Howard's right. You don't hear people just going off on him like she is traumatized. That sounds like she had a horrible time. And he was kind of a made man at that point, and they crutched on whether you love Norm or not. He was counted on to carry that show and couldn't. So it's him, Sandler, Spade, and Farley, and they were such one-trick ponies. You're coming off Dana Carvey and Phil Hartman, and then you throw it to these guys, and it was a disaster.
I also think people were afraid of Norm because he is so talented that he's always going to make you look bad.
You can't read him. You can't read him because you don't know if he's in shtick mode or not, and
and he may punch you out if you're Ian Maxtone Graham. So it's he's
that story.
Like a hockey hooligan.
That story, it's famous that he was smoking in the writer's room, and Ian Maxtone Graham had a water pistol, and he shot Norm with the water pistol while he was smoking, and Norm got up and just punched him in the face, knocked him out in the SNL writer's room. Norm was like a hockey goon in his days before being a comedian.
I heard Anna Gasteyer on the Fly on the Wall podcast say that she saw Norm kick over a vending machine because it wouldn't release the candy that he paid for or something. Yeah, I
don't know that.
He was a physical. I think he was kind of or at the time was maybe kind of a rough and tumble physical guy.
Yeah, it was like a rugged Canadian hockey goon, and you come with. Christopoulos says, I'd hit Garofalo like Joe DiMaggio, then have an intelligent conversation about film in the morning in the bed. That's so Delopoulos.
Laura from the show, except for her hit characters, obviously.
I'd ever
sticks a shot out of here.
Done live TV and stuff, and he really, and for all of us, really kind of made it difficult.
Wow, I've never heard that about. Everyone loves Norm Macdonald.
I had a greenbacks. I miss Air America so much. If I hit big with the medication that I just created with Tamara, I'm going to start my own Air America again. I'm going to bring it back, and I'm going to try to get the old band back together. They're all onto different things. I'm going to try to get Garofalo back. I'm going to try to do it.
I barely remember Laura from the show, except for her hit characters, obviously.
I don't even know who she is.
But she's very talented. She makes Morweena Banks look.
Oh, by the way, Rick, I agree with that. Stallone, I think it's the best acting he's ever done is Copland. In fact, it sounds like, Copland is just playing a cop. What's the big deal? No, he plays like a cop who's deaf, and he's just sort of like
Freddie.
He's sort of Freddie is exactly. Thank you, Chubby. And he's kind of given up. And the premise of the movie is the entire North Jersey town is cops live there who work in the city, and they do whatever they want. And he's the sheriff. He's the dopey sheriff who looks the other way, and he gets shit on. And it's really good. I've seen that movie probably 30 times. And Janeane Garofalo plays his partner, and they kind of drive around. They have a very easy job, and she basically sees how corrupt the town is, and she's just like, I'm out of here. I can't stand this place anymore. And she just has kind of a very believable midlife crisis. Like I don't want to do this anymore. I'm out of here. Which really really parallels her real, mentality about quiet quitting.
She's very talented.
She makes more Weena Banks look like Gilda Radner. But I do remember that specific thing she's talking about, because Janeane used to go to the press and badmouth the show.
Janeane Garofalo.
Janeane Garofalo used to badmouth the show. Shows on the press. So I'd go, hey.
So did you, Norm, in fucking Rolling Stone, right? David? The whole article was about him shitting on the other cast members. That's all. Norm did it all the time. Every time he went on here.
But he thinks that Janeane is unfunny, I'm sure. I mean, in this appearance right here, he goes on to basically say women aren't funny, you know, and like,
which is bullshit. Be
reductive.
Bullshit.
He's pointing to comedians, you know. I mean, there's many examples of unfunny female comedians. There's many examples of funny.
Here's a funny broad, Dr. Sara. Right? I mean, who's going to debate that? Speaking of funny females, I want to give a shout out to, and the SNL 50th butchered so many different. Thank you. Yes, Chubby. You see that?
Yes.
Melissa Villaseñor. You ever see her? She's got to be the best female impressionist I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. And she was an afterthought on the. They didn't even. She's so fucking good.
And she kind of got overshadowed by Chloe Fineman, who does
why?
Like Drew Barrymore and stuff. Like her impressions are like everybody does those impressions, you know.
That's right. So Melissa Villaseñor, she does like impressions you've never heard before that nobody has the balls to try and makes them her own. She's so fucking good. I think she's the best female impressionist in the history of that show.
I agree.
Seriously, yeah. I'm not even.
She does a Kristen Wiig impression that's like, spooky. It's spooky. Yeah.
I would say to her, if you could stay on the show forever, you're never going to get fired. They have a guaranteed perfect impressionist. Why would you ever let her go? They fired her. That's how stupid Lauren Mike. That's how agenda-ridden and diseased his stupid brain is.
Because Chloe Fineman is the Pete Davidson of the females.
Yeah, what are they doing? Yeah. Oh, totally.
What the fuck is this? Like Janeane saying your shit and stuff like that.
And what's wrong
with creating conflict?
I think you probably upset you. I mean, you are a cast member.
That's me creating conflict.
That's Janeane creating conflict.
Also, Adam was a friend of yours.
And Adam was my friend.
Right.
Listen, I didn't hang around with the ladies on the show, for God's sake. You know, in the first place.
You didn't? Well, you're going to get off them.
Yeah, I mean,
isn't it weird?
They're alleged comedy. Although I like Tina Fey. You know,
you had a look of surprise.
Another great female impressionist. This is for the blacks. Sashir Zameta. Remember her? Sashir Zameta?
Yes.
She was fantastic, and they fired her like in a couple of years. What are you doing?
Yeah. Or Deborah Wilson on Mad TV doing
Oprah. She was like Deborah.
She was excellent.
She was the next Deborah Wilson, guys. She was just she had that thing. They're so stupid. This is how comedy isn't like sports where it's merit based.
Right.
Hey, Arm, why is Norm standing? I'm sorry, bro. Why is Norm standing up? Why is he not sitting down?
Because there's an energy. No. You know what happens on this show? It's early in the morning, and these people are night people, and you want to have kind of an energy. And a lot of times, if you're sitting down, you feel kind of sleepy and soporific, and you don't feel like you're performing. So a lot of times comedians will get in there and they'll stand up because it gives them an energy to pace around, and they think clearer and faster when you're standing up for some. I think I do too.
Shit, I gotta try that. Let me stand up now.
It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. People, you just feel on when you're walking around in that setting, and you don't want to be caught. You know, you don't want to be thought of as boring on this show.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
That's why they do it. That's just like a. Okay, Mon, put it back.
Okay.
Sorry about that, bro.
That's all right.
You know, Norm was supposed to be my guide through Saturday Night Live. Did anyone inform?
Okay, I believe Laura Kightlinger. You know, that's a mentor, right? Any job has a mentor. You bring them in. They're nervous. This is my first day. What do I do? Where do I go? That's not disbelievable. You have a mentor, right? I believe her. That's what he was tapped to do that.
And I'm sure Lauren likes that sort of hierarchy. Like, he wants to think he's the general of this military. So I believe that is a role that Norm was assigned, but Norm is such a rebel that he's not going to take Lauren's positioning of him serious. Yeah, he's not going to take it seriously.
Right. He's already at that point too. Like, I'm trying to remember the point in the show, but he was in with that it's a jock lunch table, right? So he's in with those guys,
right?
You know, Farley and Sandler and Spade and stuff, and they're all kind of in that bully mode because they got bullied by Dennis Miller, you know, early on. So now they're going to return the favor. And Dennis Miller didn't get bullied by anybody. He's just a fucking bully.
You were her guy?
No.
There was no such mentoring program at Saturday Night Live, was it?
No, she came in directly after me.
Tendrils, how do you remember that story? That is an amazing memory you have. I can't believe, I don't even remember telling that. I had a girlfriend who was like emotional when Fred was shit on during the whole thing with the play, and they did the Bruce Banner. You know, at the end of the Hulk, where he goes, and he's walking away with the knapsack and stuff. That's what it was like. Fred was walking down like 5th Avenue or 6th Avenue or 57th Street, and then my girlfriend at the time was like, "Oh my God, I feel so sorry for him." I can't believe you remember that, Tendrils. I don't even remember telling that story. Jesus Christ.
So I wouldn't be her
mentor.
Yeah, I'm not going to guide any lady through comedy. That would take me. First of all, I'd have to figure out how a lady could do comedy.
If anybody, Andrew Jenkins is talking about. There's the Rolling Stone. There was a lot of back and forth. It was like he's doing update and he's on his own island, and the other cast members are like new and they're improv people. Will Ferrell being one of them, and they were sort of having like a back and forth through the media. It was a weird time. It was like a bifurcated. Is that the word? Cast.
Yeah, and you can, when you watch that 95 to 2000, you know, cast with Molly Shannon and Sherry O'Terry and Chris Kattan and you see the division. You see how uncomfortable they are with each other.
I mean, a lot of these people knew each other from improv. So like Chris Parnell and Will Ferrell were in improv together, and obviously Kattan and Will Ferrell were, you know, friends too. And so they come from that improv background. He comes from a stand-up background, and they break off into little factions, you know, like, and they don't respect the other person's comedy. And
well, and whenever characters would come on to update, you can see Norm just hating it because they're doing bits and he just wants to do straight up setup.
This is my time. Right.
He's right. Yeah.
And how that works is, I guess, during, you know, the pitch sessions, they say, "Oh, I got a character. I'm going to have it on update." And Norm's probably just sitting there going, "Nah, it's okay. That's okay." I can't see him unless it's a friend of his, you know, advocating for it or facilitating an update segment that he's not right.
Yeah, because he has to interact with them in the universe of their character, and he doesn't want to do that because he thinks it's dopey. You know, and
that's right.
He's right, but it's also like that's
the show's beneath him, but he's on it.
Right,
the show's beneath him, and then, you know, it's a weird thing. Like, he's too cool for school for the show, but the show is why you know who he is. But he took the job. Then don't take the job in the first place. It's like, you know what he is? He's so influenced by Letterman. I was thinking about this today.
Yeah.
Norm heavily influenced by Letterman. And my thing, you watch Letterman, right? And his thing is, he acts so tortured. I don't want to be here. Oh my God. Somebody's putting a gun to his fucking Indiana head and saying, do this job to the tune of $40 million a year. You took the job. It's your show. No one's forcing you to do this. And he's looking at the audience like he's pained and someone's putting a gun to his head to do this. And he's too cool to do it. Then don't do it. Then don't take the job. Then stay on. Go away. Just be a producer for.
And say what you will about Leno.
That's what Norm gives out at the same time.
Right. He wants to do the anti SNL update. I'm sure because he was off the heels of like Kevin Nealon, right? So
Kevin Nealon, Kevin Nealon was the update anchor before he was, yes.
Right. And that Mark Maron interview I sent you, John, Norm talks about how he didn't want to do it with a partner because he thought, you know, like he was comparing it to Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin, and it was like, that was shit, that was unfunny. And, you know, I'm sure it wasn't. I like Norm's style of it, but it's sort of like you're coming into an established show that's been on the air for 20 years.
David cut out, or did I cut out?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Okay,
guys, is David cutting out or me?
I think it's.
Well, it'll be you, Johnny.
Both
of you.
Hey, Bond, there you go. Good. I thought she was going.
I'm rather. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm so whatever. I'm just saying, Norm, like, he's coming into a show that's been established for 20 years and he wants to, tear it down and do it his own way. And it's like, you can do that, but you got to concede a little bit to the fact that we do have characters on Update. That's just something that happens on the segment.
Right. We've been doing it. Dennis Miller did it with Dana Carvey over and over again. You got to do it too. Right. Everyone's done it. You got to do it too.
And then I'd have to.
There was no
easy, Jerry Lewis.
There was no Big Brother mentoring program in place that Lauren put in place so that you could mentor a lot of the young ladies.
That's
Andrew Jenkins has got another great point here.
Yeah.
Does it seem like Norm is way bigger posthumously than he was when he?
I have a theory because I'm a huge Norm fan, but I also hate Norm's fans because all they do is populate. All they do is populate the comment section of a Norm video with Norm jokes. So they just regurgitate his jokes, and it's sort of like an inside, like if you know Norm, then you know this joke kind of thing. And it's like, I think that I think they like the fact that he told nobody that he was sick because that's like the ultimate joke on all his friends.
He's punking his friends and audience.
They see their inner, I want to punk the world the way I think Norm Macdonald punks the world. And I think that's why they're more fans of him than his comedy, which is hilarious. I love Norm, but
I got to be honest about we should be honest about his career. Yeah. Okay. He hasn't done anything successful since he left SNL. I mean, he had, I think, 5 canceled sitcoms that didn't even go a season.
Yeah,
Comedy Central gave him one niche show after the next, all failed, didn't go a season after. So he doesn't really work in anything outside of this.
Right.
I'm begging you, tell me one thing that was successful he's done after the show. And I mean successful that it went multiple seasons. Nothing.
Yeah. Nothing. And I think his fans would come back at you and say well, he only loves stand up and
that's not true. He hates it. That's not true.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
He doesn't want to be there all the time. I've had stories of people walking out of his show because of his apathy on stage. Just an utter insouciance of not wanting to be there. Yeah. And it showed, and people walked out on him because he didn't give a shit. The I don't give a shit doesn't work when you're paying $200 to see someone do stand-up.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
As niche as he is and as unique as he is, you got to have a product and you got to bring it. You can't just go up there and roll your eyes and walk out and act like you don't want to be there. You got to, and he's just not successful in the many, 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 many projects he's been given.
I always said Norm Macdonald is the trolls comedian. He's not even a comedian's comedian. He's a trolls comedian because that is not telling his entire community of comedians that he was sick and just dying on them with no provocation. They love that. They love how, antisocial that is and how I'm mad, so I got to stick it to everybody around me. And he did it in such a clever, funny way. And there's nobody like Norm. And yeah, it's an interesting fan base for sure.
So guys, I have a question. So did he have a lot of money and that's why he just didn't care?
I don't,
you know what I mean? Or
he's a huge gambling addict.
He went bankrupt twice, I think, from gambling. Yeah. So so I think
I don't know what, Tamara, I don't know what he'd be so wealthy from. He'd never had anything hit. I don't know what he'd be wealthy. You know what I mean? I don't understand what he's wealthy from.
I think he lived in an apartment townhouse thing in Playa Vista. Actually,
he didn't drive apparently either.
Right.
So he lived under minimal means. His life was all about gambling and stuff, and he doesn't have the 15 cars and the whole thing. So maybe he's just not. He just squandered it on gambling.
Right. Exactly.
Andrew Jenkins says Rogan wouldn't do the show because they ambushed with the girl that he impregnated her news. That's right. That's one of the reasons, Jenkins. The other one was Howard accused him of plagiarism. And Rogan thinks he fancies himself the comedy police, right? With fucking Carlos Mencia, right? And Dennis Leary. And so Howard came on and accused Rogan of started to show off with it, of stealing bits for Fear Factor.
Yeah.
And so Rogan won't bring that up because it would bring attention to it. the last thing Rogan wants is to bring attention to being a thief, because that's his brand. You know, calling out Carlos Mencia.
It's crazy.
You weren't buddied up with her?
Isn't it funny?
What?
You weren't buddied up with her?
Isn't it funny? Like, I find Norm to be a very a great, pleasant man. And really, isn't it funny?
And usually, worried about, how people feel about him and whether he's offended anybody.
Really, Robin?
Yeah.
No, I remember that one thing because because Sandler was my buddy. And
That was sort of a famous thing, too, and there were other people who were way pissed off at that.
Yeah.
Well, you make a very good point. You're saying, wait a second, Janeane Garofalo goes around bad-mouthing the cast.
Yeah.
At Tonkat, thank you for bringing up that name, Judd Apatow, and Garofalo is good friends with, obviously, both of us. Judd Apatow was a writer on the Ben Stiller show. He's been involved in everything, like the Larry Sanders show, and even before being a filmmaker. And David and I was saying that Janeane Garofalo should have. Would there be no better documentary than just something called Garofalo? And you talk about what happened to her in show business and where she is now, and her attitudes and how she was. And I think that would be fantastic. And she's with two very mainstream filmmakers that could do it. In Stiller and Apatow.
Well, and all the people she came up with are like, even Better Call Saul. What's his name? Bob
Odenkirk.
Oh, Bob Odenkirk. Like, I mean, huge big deal.
Yeah, he's really turned in a great career at this point.
Yeah.
Again, she's influenced so many young comedians. Like Tina Fey, and they all look to her as well. That's why I got into comedy. So a lot of like Generation X look to her as a kind of a comedy muse.
Right.
And I'm the one creating conflict.
Yeah, by reading the newspaper.
First of all, that's a Janeane Garofalo move. Like, she's someone who will say, studio movies are bullshit, and, it's hacky and stupid. I'm above that. And then be in every shit studio movie.
Right.
And, like, insult Uma Thurman for, like, being in them as well.
Tendril says, Sony Pictures actually built Adam Sandler an entire apartment on the Sony lot. If you wandered near the guards, they would turn you back. Good God.
Yeah, he's
guaranteed.
A good guy.
Well,
So you're working on a new Adam Sandler movie, right?
No.
You're not?
I thought you were in the
I'm in it. Yeah, I thought it was working.
Oh, you're not doing any work.
No, that is I'm working.
It's not work?
No, we're going to. I thought you meant NABSA. I can misconfuse.
No.
Yeah, do the Sandler movie.
Yeah. Now, what is this going to be? I hope that they use you properly.
Listen, I did.
Yeah, that's funny, Sky Spectre. Norm destroys vending machines so Artie can eat out of them.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So Norm knocks them over and all the candy comes out, and then Artie takes all the candy.
Yeah.
Billy Madison 15 years ago. I did so well, they're asking me back. Remember that one?
What is the movie going to be?
Remember that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where are you going to play? Where are you?
That's funny. 15 years later, they're asking me back. I'm waiting for Billy. So this is, let's see. Let's go to the Janeane Garofalo Joan Rivers feud, which is very interesting. Joan Rivers.
Who has the pet bird?
Right.
That's got to be. Who's got the parrot? Parakeet.
It's got to be the Chubmeister,
Is
right?
it the Chubmeister?
You got a bird there, big boy?
Chubby, you're like Dr. Doolittle with the fucking animals crawling out of it. Look at that.
I think is this camera frozen?
Is he frozen?
Yeah, we're frozen. We'll just let him chillax, as they say.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
Okay, Janeane Garofalo versus Joe. This is Janeane versus Artie and Howard. I'm trying to remember what this is from. This is. I got so much here. Janeane Garofalo, stand up. Hold on a second.
Here, let's just while you get
What?
that ready.
Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. You think this shit comes easily? You think ARM spends hours and hours and hours and hours ferreting because he loves it? You think David learns the theme song to Cheers live on the air for his health? And what about the Sara man? She doesn't want to come on the show anymore, but everybody still loves her. Give her your money. What about Australia? You think it's cheap to broadcast from Australia? It costs hundreds of dollars an hour. Give us your money.
That's genuinely scary, that voice.
Yeah.
That'd be like a great, like Dark Side from DC Comics. That's a great voice. That's excellent.
So Chubby, you're back.
This is, I know Chubby's only back because we're playing
Is
Janeane
he
Garofalo
asleep?
stand up. He could be.
Oh my
Chubby?
God, everybody.
It is
This is not a
9:15.
bit. Wait,
This
John,
is-
we've got to put him up on the screen if he's fallen asleep. Wait.
No, he's awake. I don't know if he can
You
hear
alright,
us.
Chubb? I think
Chubb's
you fell
feeling
asleep
good
for a
right
little
now.
bit.
He's feeling good right
Yeah.
now. He's feeling good.
He disappeared. All right, okay. John, I think we lost. Oh, there it is. There's your.
What's happening?
What are we doing? Put that back, motherfucker!
I am.
Yeah, I
am.
hate high
everything went
fashion.
weird,
I hate-
John. All right.
We
Do you want to
reward
intro this, John? Sorry.
people for being genetic freaks.
Okay, so this stand-up special is Janeane Garofalo takes shots at Joan Rivers and the fashion police, and I love this.
Hate
bit.
it.
I agree with every word of this. I have a rant like this
Yeah.
all the time. I hate the fashion industry. Like, the only thing I care about is baseball hats, sports jerseys, and that's it. It is the most meaningless, vapid, stupid ass thing to be involved in. It is absolutely mercurial, meaningless. It is mindless bullshit, and she's absolutely right about what she says here. And we're
Yeah.
expecting her to.
Hate
I'll let her-
supermodels as celebrity. I hate the fact that we reward people for being genetic freaks. I really do. I think it's awful. What to do? I just think it's abominable that, okay, we have, the crisis of confidence that hits 13, 14-year-old girls when they go through, it's just a crime, reviving Ophelia.
I didn't realize that, Tone Cut, that it was Apatow that got her the job on the Larry Sanders. She was the booker on the Larry Sanders show.
Yeah.
So she did, like, the pre-interviews, and she's great on it. Boy, that show has got so much talent coming
We
out
should
of it.
we should maybe start doing that on Patreon, Larry Sanders.
I agree.
Yeah.
Bon, what did you think of the Gary Sandling show? Bon, he's muted himself.
Read it. It's a good book. 14 million eating disorders in this country. It makes me sick. It makes me sick the way women are the victims of lookism, and that high fashion just feeds into coveting and vanity and all that is evil. And I hate them. I will not back down on this. I don't care how unlikable it makes me seem to you. I hate it. I hate models in general. And oh, when even female journalists will say, Cindy Crawford, one of the bigger models, fuck you! Fuck you! Shut up! I hate, you're lying, and shut up! And when there is statistics, when they 5, 10, 120, fuck you. I hate you, and stop making me feel bad about the way.
So good.
This is my favorite type of stand-up. The stream of, like, it's not a joke thing. It's just humorous, angry ranting. Like, this is so good. This is so
Stream of
A+.
consciousness.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
I look about myself, stop at TV and stop at movies, and until as women we all say no, we're not going to starve ourselves, nothing's going to change. So we're all.
You talk about hating men, Debbie.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I think she might even say I hate men during
I'll
this.
say no, we're
She
not going to
does.
starve ourselves, nothing's going to change. So we're on worst enemies a lot of the times, but I still blame men. But
Men!
We got to pull
We
that.
gotta do. Ready? All together, guys. I hate men. I hate men. I hate men. I hate men. Yes, Sky Spectre. Annabella Sciorra. I love me some Annabella. She's 65? Boy, she's 65 or
She's a
something.
beauty. She
Right?
is a beauty. Yeah.
She looks so effing good on The Sopranos when she played the used car dealer and that Tony had an affair with. Gumad, as they say.
because seriously, I am such an eyesore when I land at LAX that, I mean, here I'm fine, but they can kiss my fat ass, I swear to God. And I won't lose the weight. I promise you this in my career. I promise you, because that would be a sellout. But I'm lazy too, yes, but I'm very noble as well.
God damn it.
But I hate E-Fashion File so much. And they have these runway shows, and then they have a commentator going, return to glamour this season. A pretty face is your best asset this season. As opposed to last season, when ugly girls had a free ride all the way through. When back fat was all the rage. And by the way, I did star in the movie Back Fat, directed by Ron Howard. But then Billy Baldwin signed on. They changed. They put fire in or something. But I used to be the star of the movie Back Fat. And
so Joan Rivers, that's obviously, and she hates, Joan Rivers is everything Garofalo would be against. She's vapid, she's shallow, she's into all the wrong things, she is an elitist, she has absolutely no sense of humor about herself. You can't tease her about anything or she freaks out. I'm not saying she's not a pioneer or good at what she does, but she is, again, there's the anti, so you can see why she has a very hateable thing to her too sometimes. It's certainly not for everybody. And so Joan comes on the show in '99 and immediately goes into this, and they had a little bit of a feud going. Joan Rivers also is feuding with Chelsea Handler.
Yes.
It's as if Joan has to, you can't be a female, she has to give you her blessing or you're not allowed to pursue this. You can't.
Because she had it done to her by Johnny Carson. It's like she didn't get, she got punished for not getting Johnny Carson's blessing to do her Fox late night show. So now she's kicking down because the abuse kicked down.
That's right. And she refuses to, she will continually kiss his ass. Right? She won't even say a choice word about Carson. Right? She kisses his ass even in the face of that when she should be just needing to please him and needing to keep that. Again, they, you know, it's the whole thing about, he's not afraid to have guest hosts, and Howard makes a crack. Who is the least afraid to have guest hosts? Howard. Who's ever sat in for him? He's the only radio guy that doesn't have, the show just stops. There's nobody filling in. Every sports radio show says it's live radio. You're supposed to have a fill-in host.
And I've never understood that. I've never understood why. I understand, but I just don't get it.
And he is utterly threatened by anybody that does it.
When anyone,
I'm friend of the show.
Sorry, Debbie.
Oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just was gonna say that just shows how weak he is. You know, that you can't even handle somebody else who may or may not be funnier than you to just come in and just continue running the show.
He's so insecure that if you get a modicum of praise, he looks at it as a threat. He's so bitter and so threatened by it. Tamara, he shut down his entire Howard 101 because back office radio got a But basically, people were saying, "Oh, it's better than the Stern Show," which it was. He had the wrap-up show neutered because they were getting compliments, and they had to turn into a Howard. That's the whole point of the Pelican Brief.
Also, like, you talk about Howard being mad at Johnny Carson for acting like he's the king of show business, demanding Joan Rivers ask permission to. Howard would get mad at Gilbert if he went on Man Cow. Not even do his own show, but go on another show. Like, so it's total hypocrisy. Yeah.
Mark Maron was told he couldn't do the Stern Show if he did Opie and Anthony, and Opie let that out on Twitter. He actually revealed the memorandum that went around. Right. He said, we can't have Mark Maron on because Howard said we can't have him on in this, not the same day, the same week, the same month. That's how petty he is. He's way worse than any of these people. Any story you've ever heard about Carson, Howard's way worse.
Definitely. Thank you, Chris.
Norm is only worth $2.5 million when he dies. So ARM is right. Yeah, I don't understand him and money. It does no reason for him to have been wealthy. There's nothing he did that was successful.
And Norm is I hope I didn't come off as Norm hating. He's one of my favorite comedians of all time. But
you're allowed to say, I go back and forth, like look at me and Depp, right? I'm not afraid to rip him a new one when it's warranted.
I just think his fan base is a little there's certain fans in his fan base.
Yeah,
It's the same with the Howard
he's
fan base,
sacrosanct. He can't do no wrong. I know. I all the time with Norm fans.
Norm has his own Deptford wives. Let's just put it that
Yes.
way. You know?
No, yeah, it's a cult. It's an absolute cult. It's like MAGA people. It's
Right.
the same thing. He can do no wrong. There's nothing there's no bad spot. When he bombs, they won't admit it. When he does a shitty show, they won't admit it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Bill Hicks is the ultimate. Yes, Tonecut. Bill Hicks is the ultimate posthumous celebrity. Nobody really noticed him when he was alive, but now his legend grows. And also Mitch Hedberg too.
Yeah,
Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah.
God damn it! I'm like those two, especially Tonecut.
Who is the comedian who died of an overdose that was like in the 2000s? Greg Giraldo.
Greg Giraldo was very good. He started he was a very good roaster. He's very likable. I thought he had a really good charisma about him. Very self-deprecating. I did too. Yeah. Very smart guy. He was a lawyer and he quit to be a comedian.
Yeah.
He was an established lawyer and he quit. He's
That's right.
He's
Know her back from the NBC days? When she used to host the Tonight Show. I know her from back then.
Yeah, I was just thinking the other day, they don't have substitute guests. Jay won't leave.
Right. Jay's afraid. Letterman too.
Yeah, Tonecut, that's true. Like, okay, he's about to go in the Letterman thing.
Yeah.
I just want to comment on what Tonecut says. Yes, she's in the vein of David Cross, Bob Odenkirk, Zach Galifianakis, kind of alternative comedians who don't come up with. They're like the anti-Seinfeld generation, in a way.
Right.
Like we talk about how hacky when you put Seinfeld with Paul Reiser and Larry Miller and these guys, all their material you could switch bits, or you could switch sets, and you wouldn't know the difference. The same rhythms, the same cadence.
Right. It is interesting that they cast Janeane as like Jerry's girlfriend in the season 7 finale, where she's supposed to be like the female Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great catch by you, and she's nothing like him.
Nothing like him. Yeah.
Yep.
Substitute guest, Jay won't leave.
Right. Jay's afraid. Letterman too, all insecure.
Letterman and Leno are insecure. Listen to who's saying this. Listen to this, guys. This is 99. We just said.
Jay's afraid. Letterman too, all insecure. And now looking very fabulous. Joan Rivers and her, I don't know, associate producer. What's your title now, Dorothy? Manager?
And lover.
And lover.
And she also slept with her sister, as did I. What was that all about?
Was there ever a time, you know that?
Oh, we were just...
A little rain.
It's rain. Yeah, even down in Florida.
A little
rain.
Yeah, Red Rooster. We talked about that before. Janeane kind of pushing up against a fictitious war, erroneous war, invading Iraq when nobody else would in 2003, and all the armchair warriors and Fox News badge bunnies and the rah-rah Bush administration, and she was right and deserved an apology from everybody, and the Dixie Chicks and Depp, in fact.
Yeah.
Joan, you're very safe in your apartment.
My dear, I just came out without a raincoat. Do I look wet?
No.
I came right from the apartment building into...
Joan Rivers might be in the Howard category of unrelatable people, of you have absolutely nothing to grab onto. She couldn't be more elitist, out of touch, unrelatable, and that she thinks that's her brand. I don't give a shit. I don't like that brand.
Right.
Have you ever seen her documentary? She has.
Yes,
a
it was good. It was really good.
Years ago, it was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was very honest look. Howard would never do that. They let the camera in an apartment and showed her at her most vulnerable state. It was very good. I think it's my favorite thing she's ever done. That documentary.
The opening of that documentary is her like close-ups of her face without makeup before.
Yeah,
before
that was very courageous of her to do that.
Can you imagine if Howard did that, but his version is before Tony puts on the wig?
The wig.
It's the same thing though, right? It's just your obsession with vanity, and you're showing you at your most tortured state. And what you go through, it's the same thing. Full transparency.
It's also Joan's plastic surgery is her combating aging, as is Howard's wig is combating aging. It's the same thing. It is.
There's not a waking minute that Howard doesn't think about how do I defy. Father Time is undefeated, except when it comes to me and my parents. Exactly. And I say this all the time. Beth is right now looking at Howard, going, "Motherfucker." Howard's parents are like 100 years old. He's gonna live till he's 100. I thought I'd get rid of him by 75. Something would happen.
Right.
She's like, she could die before he does.
It's so
I
true.
believe she
At this
will.
rate.
Because the way
yeah.
she eats nothing but sugar.
Yeah,
Sugar
and
and
Doritos. And
Yeah.
Doritos. Yep. Dorito-rexic, I call it.
The limo. Everyone should go that way.
That's
From the
right.
limo here. I'm not wet.
Right.
Everyone take a limo.
There you go.
Sky Spectre. Artie was in Mystery Men with
Yeah.
Janeane Garofalo, who had a starring role in that. Ben Stiller was the star. And he calls her a cunt in stand-up, very, caveman.
Yeah.
And I think Artie's a really nice guy. And I don't think I have no evidence he's ever treated anyone badly ever, anywhere, ever. So she probably did. She probably hates Howard and doesn't like what Artie is and wasn't having it. He's probably right. She probably was really nasty to him, but maybe deserved to be.
Also, can you roll it back a little? It's interesting. Joan is
Hey,
just
roll
like
this,
how...
pal. Roll this.
I'm telling you how to run your show. Listen.
That's a good. Go ahead,
No,
sir.
but Joan is like Howard in that she's like bragging about how it's raining outside and I didn't even get wet because I took a limo here. Like Howard has to take a limo from Millennium Towers across the street to be
Across the
interviewed
street
on
from Lincoln
Right.
Center. Yes. He
They're the
lives
same
across the
person.
street from across the street, like you're borrowing sugar from ABC. Like across the street. Like it's not adjacent to it, is directly across the street. And then Lincoln Center is directly diagonal or adjacent to him. So and he needs a limo to go to ABC across the street. A limo. Remember the story about Corey Feldman and Dennis Miller with the trailer, and he needed to walk 10 feet?
Yes.
Limo here. I'm not wet.
Right.
Everyone take a limo.
There you go. All right, let's get right down to it, Joan. You're here because, of course, you have stuff to promote. You always have a big grab bag of things to promote. But there's a bunch of things we want to ask you
Well,
about.
the first thing is I read an article the other day that said Joan goes to her plastic surgeon every 2 years.
That is correct. She always said that.
This is just I want to give you a little taste of her plastic surgery obsession. By the way, the picture on the right to Garofalo is Joan Rivers in Spaceballs.
Spaceballs. Yeah.
Do you remember she was in Spaceballs? She played I forgot about it. I saw that picture. I'm like, holy shit. And so I just put it together with Janeane.
Gets a consultation to see what she needs to do. And they were writing in the tabloids that Joan is addicted to plastic surgery.
She is.
And she's going to turn into the next Catwoman. Like,
I only hope.
And as a matter of fact, you look like you've been recently pulled back.
No, I went to visit him and he said to me, "We don't dare this time."
Really?
Tone Cockles, who built the E Channel, Howard or Joan Rivers? I say Brooke Burke did Tone Cot. Howard did a thing with Brooke Burke. If you remember that, he was shitty to her on the show, and she got the music. Like, that was the worst interview I've ever done, and he got really nasty. And Chauncey's involved in that. It's a really good little saga.
It's enough. You've done enough. Have you done enough? Do you think you've done enough? How are your eyes?
Gloria
last time I
Trillo,
saw
that's
you had
right,
shot
Chris.
rat poison into your eyes.
Yes, I have.
In order to make them look more youthful.
Yes.
And are they still tearing? Are they still
No,
giving
they
you a
look
problem?
good. The only trouble is I'm growing a tail.
So she's put in rat poison in her face. This is 1999. So this is 25 years ago. 25 years ago. Jones, what is Joan now?
Wow.
She's supposed to be like 90, 80, late 80s, if she were alive.
She died at 81 in 2014, so she'd be 92 this year, I think.
Okay.
Wow.
Good
So,
math.
Joan, so recently you do a television show for something called the E Network.
Yes, it's a very small network. You probably never
heard of it. So you do a show, and on it you made fun of the comedian Janeane Garofalo.
Stop.
Why? Why not?
Because this is 3 years old.
Who cares?
And she has nothing else to talk about. Has nothing.
She has been attacking you, hasn't she?
Because she's obviously has the dullest life in America.
Well,
it's 5 years.
I love Joan Rivers getting attacked. I love it. Because all she does on that fucking Fashion Police is she thinks no one's ever going to hit back. I love her getting attacked.
Yeah.
I love it. I fucking love it.
And the Villa Troll in her voice sounds like Howard going off on Wendy
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
My goodness.
Yes. Good
Okay.
comparison.
Wow.
Tam Brown.
You actually talk about other people's Dorothy.
I think I said everybody was in dinner jacket and long dress, and this girl came dressed.
She's self-deprecating, Red Rooster, on her own terms, like Howard with the small penis bullshit. If somebody else does it, she cannot take it shit, especially if it hits hard to the truth. She is so thin-skinned. She makes little cracks about herself, and it's the most like sort of vapid and it's materialistic and elitist. It's her doing it. But when someone else does it, she can't take it for a second. Am I right, David?
I remember when Artie was writing jokes for Robin to do her roast, to do Joan Rivers' roast, and he mentioned that Joan requested that the comedians not make fun of Melissa. Like, she's very sensitive about and
Nipple
Melissa
baby.
is a public figure who is talentless, who sort of puts herself out there. You're going to be judged, you're going to.
Meanwhile, Howard did it to her every time she came in. What was back at the Brinks truck over Joan's corpse, so Melissa gets the money. Why is that all right?
Right, exactly.
That's the worst thing you could say. That she wants her mom to die, and all the Edgar jokes and shit. What's the worst than that? Why can he say it?
You can. Howard was the worst after her husband committed suicide. Excuse me. I have to watch the rules here, but you can find clips from the early 90s where he just is laughing at Joan, like crying during a daytime Emmy acceptance speech, and
dead husband jokes about Edgar and shit.
He went on her daytime show and made fun of it to her face. You can find that clip.
Cults of personality are rampant, Red Rooster. The only one I know more thin-skinned than Joan Rivers, Dennis Miller, Bill Maher, and Howard is John Koncak. You remember when he signed that $6 million deal in like 1989 or 90 and averaged 4 points a game for Atlanta? And people were like, how did this guy get this money? And Shaquille O'Neal's dad took him to courtside to watch the Nets and the Hawks. And he said, Shaq, that guy makes $4 million a year. Now I want you to get out there and whoop his white ass. And that's what happened.
That's like a slob.
Here's what she said. Let's read it. Let you react to this.
You know what we're doing? We're making this girl a star.
They kept showing me. Well, she is a star. They kept,
hey,
she's in a lot of movies.
Lining up.
They kept showing.
Whose career would you rather have? Janeane Garofalo's or Joan Rivers?
Janine.
But Bond, have you ever seen her filmography? She is in everything.
Oh, she was.
It's
huge
not even
here.
close. Yep.
She was huge.
Oh, is she big in Australia?
Yeah. Oh, when Reality Bites came out, everyone, and we had an Australian comedian who became really famous, and she ripped Janine's whole act. The sarcasm.
Yeah, everybody feels. She's so influential. She's so influential on that next generation. You're so right. I know you said that you didn't like Reality Bites. I got to say this. I'm not defending it in terms of you're allowed to like what you like. It's a very American movie. And I think that it portrays like the Generation X slacker generation. It's very American. So I don't think if you're not American, you're going to like, it's not meant, I think, for a foreign audience. I just don't think it is.
I hadn't seen it since it came out, and since you'd mentioned it a few times. I only watched 20 minutes of it the other day, and I was like, that intro where they're on the roof of the building, that gave me vertigo.
Yep.
Seriously. I felt like someone could just fall off, and that freaked me out.
The soundtrack was bigger than the movie in a way, like Lisa Loeb's Stay.
Oh, God. Lisa Loeb was huge here because of that. I mean, that was choice, and we were talking about that with Singles, the movie.
Yeah.
Those
very
two
similar.
films are very similar. The big soundtrack time then.
Yeah.
Paul
So
Westerberg.
excuse me. You guys all picked Janine over Joan. Is it because of the talent?
Yes.
Of the money?
Yes.
Yes.
Because Joan had more money.
Not money.
Right?
Money's not going to do it. No, not money.
Okay.
Joan's a huckster.
Oh, if you're talking about success, Joan, of course, is the biggest.
Okay.
She's my mum knows Joan Rivers. If you mention my mum, she'd just go into the whole rant. Oh, Joan! Oh my God!
Joan's an avaricious.
And she wouldn't.
Joan's an avaricious stockbroker, Hollywood stockbroker.
Yeah.
She's obsessed with all things money and glamour. I don't give a shit about any of that. I don't give a fuck.
QVC.
I would way rather have Janeane Garofalo's career in terms of film, in terms of everything else she's done. I don't even flinch saying that. I do not give a shit about the money.
Howard made fun of Joan doing QVC in the early 90s too.
Yes.
You know? I mean, he came
Yes.
after her a lot, you know.
Oh, but before so Bon, do it really quick. So Paul Westerberg was kind of the godfather of alternative music. He's from Minnesota, and for a lot of those bands, like a lot of the Seattle scene, he really was he really is a guy who
I
never
didn't even
sold
know.
out.
I remember when I got that soundtrack when the movie came out, and I was like, "Who is that guy?" I thought it reminded me of like Tom Petty type guy. It's like, why is he on there? But
He's an amazing
weird-
songwriter. He's sort of the godfather of alternative music, and he's from Minnesota, and he never really sold out. And the closest he did to selling out is that. And I guess Cameron Crowe really needed him for the soundtrack, and he, dyslexic heart and all that stuff. And he is very worshipped amongst like musicians that came after him. My cousin's a huge Paul Westerberg. That's his like favorite celebrity. And I kind of learned him through my cousin. And he's a brilliant songwriter, and he just you don't hear from him much anymore. It's interesting to see like what his money would be, like a Paul Westerberg and touring and stuff, because he's never really again, like even you don't know who he is, and you're a huge music fan. I can't believe you don't know who he is.
Oh my God, Tone Cot. No, she was not bigger than Yahoo Serious. And then I got another one, and this is obscure. Chris Lilly. No, that disappeared. Where did it go? Chris
Thank
Lilly,
you.
yes. We did Chris Lilly. I'm surprised you've heard of him, Sky Spectre.
Oh, does all the different
yes.
I forget what school show, like after school high school show he had, right? The sketch show.
That's right. That's him back 10 or so years ago. That's surprised me that anyone had heard of him overseas. There you go.
Yeah. Tone Cott says Jim Downey, Norm's Weekend Update writer, blasted Janeane in the Live from New York. Yeah, that's a great book. I gotta read that again. I got Al Franken in here versus Scott DePace. I don't know if we'll get to it this show. Xavier's mugshot. Thank you. Here's $5 to stop with the lib licking. Yes, I give libalingus or conolibus Xavier's mugshot. I love liberal conolingus. Thank you, Xavier. Brooke Burke was awesome in 2003. Botox is, in fact, rat poison, says Herbert Arnold.
Yeah.
That is, isn't it, Tamara?
Sara is going off, John.
What is she talking about? Arm knows what he heard on Stern, so he gets to judge every aspect of Joan Rivers' career. If she appeared on Rachel Maddow, he'd love her. Yes, Sarah, I would. I would love her if she appeared on Lawrence O'Donnell and Rachel Maddow and Joy. I would love her. No, she is vapid. She is the most thin-skinned. She's very witty. She's very fast. She's a great pioneer as a female stand-up, but I don't like the fashion police part of her. It is the antithesis of what I purport to be in every way, shape, and form.
She writes, "You never grew up." That doesn't get more
That's
harsh
a compliment.
than that, does it?
Yeah, that's a compliment.
Really? Well, she's saying you're like a big kid, though.
Yes,
That's kind of insulting.
It's a compliment.
You see it that way, isn't it?
Sarah collects He-Man figures, and I never grew up. She has the entire New Eternia line. She just got Cyclone and Zodiac.
But ARM, He-Man was the cartoon back in the day. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I love He-Man, but I'm
Why
saying
don't you take your picture down, Tamara? What's going on? What's the deal?
I did not. I didn't.
Oh, okay.
StreamYard's being weird today.
Backstage to the podium. Obviously, we're watching tape of the Emmys or something like that.
And you kept rerunning her little segment.
Right, and Joan and her sidekicks were laughing and pointing. They would even replay it in slow motion. At first, I was laughing.
Sarah, you're far more like Janeane Garofalo with the Daria voice and the sarcasm.
Oh,
you're
yes.
far more like Janeane Garofalo.
Now you mention it.
You
I
are
didn't
nothing
even
like
think
Joan
of
Rivers.
Daria. Love Daria.
You know what? Sarah loves everything old. She loves like B. Arthur and shit. So she loves these buzzards from the fucking 70s and 60s and stuff. And they can do no wrong. These
This
fucking
is true.
battle axe buzzards.
He
She loves
said
all of them.
buzzards. Oh my God.
If someone is clever enough, I disagree. You know, even though I disagree with them, I can find humor in it.
What a big person she is.
But this went on for 20
I
minutes
think
or
she's
so.
a comedy great.
And then one of them, and then one of them called me a pig.
Oh, probably me. I hope it was.
I just burst into tears because this wasn't funny anymore.
Let me tell you, the show is 30 minutes.
Go ahead.
You think we would spend 20 minutes on someone I don't know?
No. But I do believe you would call her a pig.
Oh, probably.
All right. What Joan and Melissa Rivers do on that channel is...
Oh, thank you, Tonecott. Great way to tie this in. The replacements are actually banned from SNL for cursing on the air. Their only opportunity to make it big, and they got drunk as hell on SNL. Isn't SNL fancy itself punk rock in a way at 11:30 on Saturday night? Shouldn't they be proud of that? Why? I mean, it depends like who you are. Didn't God, who else is banned? Dice, Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah.
And Adrian Brody. Wasn't Adrian Brody banned for going off the cue card?
They put it in the cancellation in memoriam they did on the 50th. I forget what he said exactly, but
I gotta tap into that more. I gotta figure out why it doesn't get brought up a lot. But the replacements thing, I didn't really know that. If I did it, I forgot it.
Yeah.
Was that Tonecott? Was that like during the Dana Carvey Hartman years, or was it before that? Or did they? It must have been like in the late 80s, right?
An abomination.
Yes.
The things they say about people are ugly. The way they pick people apart is ugly. How lucky do they think they are that people don't do it back to them? Given what both...
Sarah, I got an idea. How about Joan comes on, even in the state she's in now? She comes on the Rachel Maddow show, and they scissor for the entire... After Rachel's monologue, they scissor for the next 35 minutes.
But these women have to work with, if you know what I mean.
Well, you know, they did it in People magazine, and they raved about you too. Yes.
No, Red Rooster, you know what it is? As far as libtards go, I think it's more rebellious to just own that, to say nobody owns it. Yes, I'm liberal. I'm very left. I believe in a rising tide lifts all boats. I want everybody to have a chance. I like the underdog. I think Republicans are just pure evil at this point. It's just every way. Sociopathic, greedy motherfuckers. I own it. I don't pretend to be down the middle. I'm left. I'll always be left. I'm a New York person from a family of teachers with adopted Vietnamese and I'm not going to even pretend I'm down the middle, even remotely right. Not even going to pretend. At least I own it. At least I fucking own it.
How do you respond to this? How do you respond to this?
But I'm an angry liberal. That's the best part. I'm like the white Jasmine Crockett if I were in Congress. I would come at them guns ablazing. You'd have to fucking kick me out with security.
Yes.
I would let. First of all, when she's my peer, then I'll deal with her.
Right.
I don't like someone who I don't know who they are, who is not. I hate to sound this pushy. You know, honey, get a life.
Right.
Get up to a place where people really know what you're talking about, and don't take that. We don't even know what you're talking about, and make it that we would spend 20 minutes on someone who we don't know who you are. I don't know.
So she features her in the Fashion Police to get shit on and claiming to not know who she is while she's running the show as deciding who gets on. Now she doesn't know who she is. After having her on 5 times, and then goes on to say they have a mutual friend in Kathy Griffin who's right in the middle of these two.
Right.
Kathy Griffin literally is the middle ground between these two.
Yeah,
and
she kind of is. That's
right.
True.
You think there's no legitimacy? No. Dorothy, there's no legitimacy to the fact that this is hurtful to people when you make fun of them?
Excuse me?
All right. I'm asking you. I'm interviewing you.
But this is the same woman who made Fiona Apple cry.
Who?
Janeane Garofalo.
Oh!
He got on Fiona Apple's case.
Isn't this crazy how you could tie all this in together? Like, I didn't realize the Fiona Apple, I guess...
For being thin.
I see.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a girl.
You got to remember, too, this is coming from Robin, so take that with a grain of salt. I
want to know what that story is. Yeah.
Yes.
Who is a comedian? All we said was she looks like a pig the way she's dressed, and I stand behind it.
You do.
A sweatsuit at a major.
Take him from that microphone, Dorothy. I don't want to miss a word of your.
Let me tell you, if the ladies' room attendant comes dressed in a long dress, you've been to those things, the cameraman has to stand there at 150-degree heat.
Go ahead.
What did Howard wear to the Blockbuster Awards, Joan? What did Howard wear to the Cannes Film Festival? Why aren't you shitting on him the whole time on the E! Channel?
His ass cheeks hanging out at the MTV Awards.
Right.
Yeah.
Fart man.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
Why are we not going after Howard? Here he is right in front of your face. Right in front of your rat poison face. Hi, Bizanna. Welcome, Bizanna. Welcome to the Lotus Notes family, and we hope you come back. We know you love Janeane Garofalo, and here she is for you.
A black tie, and this girl is the only one that comes in, and my job, Howard, is to report who wears what.
You comment.
I comment and said she looks like a pig.
Right.
I didn't even know who she was. I even said she looks like a pig.
You are.
There has never been a point in Joan Rivers' life where she's more attractive than Janeane Garofalo. Not one point, in my opinion. And it's very arbitrary or whatever. But I would just, this is why she gets shit on. You can't do it enough if you're Garofalo. Yeah. I was Upchuck from look at Tonecott knows the actual characters in Daria. Yes. Hey, did you watch Daria, David?
Oh, I've seen every episode probably 12 times. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. Yeah.
You said that, like 21 Jump Street, like 90210, that taking the music out of Daria destroyed the entire experience.
It did, and I would love if Boff can get the series with the music.
I will ask him. You certainly deserve it. I will totally. If he can, he will get it for you. Without it, I believe he can.
Yeah,
because I have the 902. Hey, by the way, I love Canada. I have the 90210. They have the full series, and the Canadian version restored all the music. Canada. Yes.
Can I get Daria as well? Thank you.
Yes, definitely. Boff, have you heard that? Daria on the house. This one's on the house.
I will pay for it. I
definitely. Tamara and I will go on it.
Oh my God, I love that. Oh, I loved her.
The music rights. And I say this about Jump Street all the time. And you know how many albums those artists sold because their music was featured on the show? And I believe Daria had the same thing, right, David?
Yeah.
And now they can't use it. Bullshit.
Right. I can't tell you how many playlists full of songs I got on iTunes when I was in high school because of Daria, and broadcast on MTV.
And they cashed the checks and now they can't use it. I mean, by the way, if this is about money, which it always is, how much is the artist losing by letting Daria use their fucking music? Are you losing one red goddamn cent? Give me a song. Give me a song that was on Daria. Give me just a popular.
Oh God,
just one.
It's been. That's how long it's been. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Sophie B. Hawkins.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Sophie B. Hawkins losing $1 because Daria used her music in the DVDs or whatever in the digital? $1. How does that affect her bottom line? How does it affect it? Please explain it to me.
There's an Oasis song that was at the end of an episode that I loved.
It's about their mom dying?
No. It's Sailing Down a River Alone. I forget what that song is.
Keep going.
Sing more.
Way back home. That one. Yeah. I forget what it's called, but yeah.
I like Live Forever. That's my favorite Oasis song.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a great song.
Can I ask you a question? You are elegantly dressed.
I hope.
And your nails are beautiful. I've never seen such nails.
I'll be selling this on QVC this weekend.
You're selling nails?
You're selling nails.
I'm selling nail polish.
All right, so you've been vindicated, is what you're saying.
I hate nail polish as much as I hate fashion, by the way. I couldn't be more repelled by that phrase. I'm now, my skin's crawling.
Now,
but I know, I resent.
Elvis Costello got banned, Christopoulos? Really? What did he do? What is with them? They are so stupid. I would love to sit in a room with those assholes. Is it Lorne Michaels' decision, and he's blaming the network for doing it, by the way, as Howard told Norm when he got fired?
Yeah.
Which is definitely what happened.
There's nothing better than corporate punk rock comedy,
Jesus. And Howard paid it. I don't need to be. I resent someone that just said like a remark. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you do what, 4 hours a day?
I do 5.
5 hours a day, and you mention like a minute about somebody, and for 5 years you're picking it up, and it suddenly becomes you did a whole show on someone,
right?
And you made them cry, boo-hoo.
She wasn't a big enough star to even warrant an entire book.
Well, Joan is one of the biggest stars in the world. That is true.
No, I don't mean that. I just mean get over it.
Get over it already.
And
move
we
on
have
with
a
your
mutual friend named Kathy Griffith, who I love so much. And
Yeah.
Oh, I love
we should learn a lesson.
Andrew Jenkins, as you butchered Kathy Griffin. How do you butcher Kathy Griffin's name of all? Andrew, I hung out with B. Arthur's son, and he was wow. That's Sara wants to hear everything you know.
I think B. Arthur and her husband adopted 2 kids. I think they, because one of her sons is in a Golden Girls episode in the 7th season. So he plays like a fireman or something.
Yes.
Look at Tam Fran. She knows that.
I love Golden Girls too. I love Golden Girls too. I have the DVDs right here.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Chris Rock. He comes on the show to promote, I want to say, I didn't put this whole thing. I think it was one of his movies, and he kind of hits back on Howard. Or do you want to hear David Spade blowing off Chris Farley's funeral?
I've never heard that, so I'd love.
Okay,
not either. Yeah.
This is 1998. David Spade comes on the show for the first time since Chris Farley unalived himself, and mysteriously, much like Howard and Gary's father, David Spade blows off Chris Farley's funeral because, of course, it's all about him. What do you want? I got something after this.
Okay.
Who also believes oral sex isn't cheating. Howard Stern. All right, you want to find out about David Spade or not?
All these pictures in my collage here are actually from his funeral. So there was paparazzi in Wisconsin, and they took all these. There's Lorne Michaels brooding away from the hearse, and here's the shots. Yeah.
Probably should just address this. This is Sara. I want to wish all of you the best. Some of the hosts already know, but this is my last night on the channel. I will miss you all. I just wanted to say goodbye before the show ended. John, what the fuck?
I'll believe when I see it. She likes to go away and come back. I'll believe when I see it.
She's never done this before. She's never said that.
She'll be back.
That just made my heart. Everybody in the chat's losing their mind. What's going on?
I don't know. She'll be back. She'll be back.
So Sara, you're not going to be cheerleading in the shows for a while. Is that what you're saying? Are you going to be recording stuff with very young David here?
Yeah. Of course, we're going to do Armfeld this week.
She's just making it very dramatic.
Exit, yes. Dramatic.
Yeah.
Sarah's a whining Republican bond. Just chill out.
I feel like I just got worried. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it was like it's like Jasmine Crockett versus Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress or something.
I don't know what that means.
You want to know why he never showed up at?
I was shocked when I read the list of celebrities at the funeral, and
Sara is very ride or die. She will be back. She's if she says she's stepping away. My wishful thinking is I don't believe it. She'll be back.
This is a good way to say goodbye to Sara.
I have never voted for a Democrat. But this year, I am proudly casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris.
There we go. So that was Sara last year.
She'll do it when she gets here.
I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone. But your dishonor will remain.
Thank you, Sara.
And look, she's just added this. No exit was keep on pretending you know the reason. Okay, I wasn't, and I don't think anyone else was. But this is great for John because now each show will go for 8 hours.
There's
John's like, yes.
Yeah.
I have to rein him in now.
Is that a Lisa Loeb lyric? Sara, know this exit, but you keep pretending you don't know the reason, but you're so scared to lose. You say, stay. I only hear what I want to.
His name was not there.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of shocked. I'm looking for my
I thought he'd be giving a eulogy or something.
Uh-oh, there he is. What a handsome man David Spade is. Really? He's gotten better looking. Well, my theory on why you were not at the funeral.
Oh, we starting? Okay.
All right, never mind my theory.
There's no warm up with this.
I have to wear these, I guess I do, to hear Robin.
That's right. Yeah, you have to wear those to hear Robin.
Okay. Robin's gonna yell at me.
I'm not going to yell. Why would I yell at you?
I hope you yell.
At the funeral here, if I could just, some of the luminaries, yes, Chris Rock, bottom left. Obviously, we see Lorne Michaels up there. You bottom right is like Tom Arnold, Adam Sandler, Rob Schneider, obviously Farley's brothers. I think Bob Saget's there. So all these people, but David Spade doesn't go. Kevin Nealon's there. David Spade doesn't go.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre.
Is that funeral music?
How are you, David? Good to see you. I'm a big fan of David Spade. Funny guy.
You know, that new show you're on is really good.
I've never seen it.
Jackie, don't pretend I'm not here. Look at him looking away. All right, there he is. Hey, buddy.
Doesn't like you.
Jackie, don't you give up on me.
No.
David.
Yes.
You have a new television show? I have not seen this show. What is it called?
I forget
Just
the
Shoot
name
Me.
of it. What?
Hi, Robin.
Hi there. What's the name of it?
It just comes out with Just Shoot Me, by the way. So this is like the first year
Shittiest show. That show was crap.
This is like must see TV kind of years with those one shitty sitcom after the next. Very
Shoot Me?
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, isn't that sort of an odd title? Just Shoot Me?
It's a real.
What is that about?
It's catchy.
Yeah, it is.
You can't forget it.
So is this a real job for you?
So we're goofing on Chris Farley's suicide. That's sweet, Howard. Well, you have him in there. That's great. That's great, Fred. I'm sure you'd be the same way if you're
on a sitcom now. You're not doing any stand-up or anything like this? No more movies?
No, I'm doing stand-up.
And you're doing movies, right?
No, I'm doing movies.
All right. What is it, Baba Booey?
I just want to tell you one thing about Just Shoot Me. The show actually is very, very good.
Yes, it is.
But the whole deal is that
Does Gary watch every single shitty show on TV?
Yes. Yes.
Does he have? How does he have time to do this?
Because he does.
Could you
it at his
imagine?
desk.
Right, I'm watching
does it at his
sitcoms.
desk.
You know, he's watching Just Shoot Me marathons on USA at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Gary had a streaming service in the 90s before any of us did. He's like watching these shows in the background.
they're going to be on between Friends and Seinfeld.
Right.
And then the whole thing is they're all hoping that they get the Seinfeld slot.
Oh. Is that a big deal to you? You want why would you want the Seinfeld slot? Because to get that kind of rating would be very difficult, and then you're setting yourself up for failure.
That's right.
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Do you want the Seinfeld slot?
Josh Foster and I are brothers from another mother with John Concac references. He's the best. We love us some Josh Foster.
I don't know. You're like you said, if it's good or bad.
Right.
It just sounds good on paper.
You're still going out with that hot broad. What was her name again? What is that? The bitch from
the original Buffy. What was
Buffy Vampire Slayer. The original Buffy.
She's a movie Buffy.
Yeah. You still nailing her?
What?
What?
We weren't married. We didn't have sex.
Yeah, you were going out with her, right?
Yeah.
You're still seeing
Only
her?
for a year.
Not going out with her anymore?
We have parted ways.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
What happened?
David Spade's supposed love life is very interesting road to go down with these names. He has a kid with who's the was she a model or a porn actress?
Well,
He has a kid?
Yeah, he's a daughter with what is her name?
I forget her name, but she was on the Stern show initially, and Artie was making fun of her where it's like, because she was still dating her high school boyfriend at the time. And, she was like, I'm going to go to LA and we'll still be together with my boyfriend in Missouri. And Artie was making fun of her like, yeah, right. David Spade's going to, impregnate you right away. And then that came true. Like he was Nostradamus out of nowhere. He
so
predicted
bizarre.
that.
And that Skippy thing with his assistant.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even get into that here. That's a whole other...
It's great to be famous, isn't it?
She's on to me. That's what happened.
What happened? She broke up with you, or you broke up with her?
I don't know what happened. It was just...
no anal sex?
It was... Sir...
Come on, be honest.
It was...
Okay, he's trying to duck out of it. I'm going to jump ahead because they circle back to the Farley thing.
Ally McBeal.
You like her, right?
Ally McBeal. What I think is funny, it's a hard deal to step into Norm's shoes because Norm's great.
Yeah, but how's Norm feeling?
Land on his feet. I think he was a little discombobulated by the whole thing.
He was.
I think he was a little hurt by it because it's hard.
Did he stop peeing into jars because of this?
No. He said he...
So is that a true story? Norm is pissing into Riley Martin piss jugs in SNL's halls?
That's the second time between two different Stern interviews I've heard that reference tonight.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
never...
because it was in the previous one. Yes.
So that's got to be a true. That's got to be. So he's pissing in in SNL, you know, they're there and, you know, it's just wild, you know, writing sessions till fucking 6 in the morning. And
Right.
it's so he's peeing in front of other staffers in the hallways.
Well, I wonder if it's like an all-male writer's room at like it's before Tina
Yeah.
Fey came in, and so he just feels like he can whip it, or you know, I'm sure he's doing it in a corner. I would
In
hope
the corner,
but,
yeah.
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 Yeah, thank you, Andrew Jenkins. Yeah, Artie hates Joan Rivers too. That's right.
If
I
you
gotta tap
find
into that.
So I can tell you where it is. After Robin appeared on the Joan Rivers roast, like they reviewed the clips from it, and Artie sort of talked about writing Robin some jokes, and that's where he says, I don't like Joan Rivers. I think she's kind of a star fucker, and I think that she, you know, so you can find it if you've determined what the date of the Joan Rivers roast is. It's somewhere around there. After
And
that.
she calls Janeane Garofalo a sunt in that set too. Artie does. Artie calls her a sunt in the same set.
That's a separate thing. I don't know about that. I'm just talking about him trashing Joan Rivers.
Okay. Adrian, thank you, Tonkat. Adrian Brody got banned for doing a Jamaican accent and wearing dreadlocks when introducing Sean Paul as a music guest. His career, that's so he went on there on his own shield and put almost like his own blackface to mock Sean Paul, the music guest.
Okay.
And nobody told him he could do that.
Right.
I have that
I
SNL he
wanna see
hosted.
that.
I will definitely
wow.
find it for you. I don't have it on me here, but I have it in my.
No, I get it.
I have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Forged on with that.
All right, say it. Colin sucks at doing
I haven't seen it.
Right.
I saw Norm and Norm in real life. The big benefit, the only benefit to being in some B celebrity status is that you get to see these guys off camera, so they're super funny. Norm is hysterical.
Norm's a real funny guy.
Adam
Why didn't you call Don Ohlmeyer? He does the impression that
I'm fighting for my own job, baby.
Yeah, you know.
You can't call for him, you got to call for you.
You make a lot of money being on a sitcom every week. I said to David, how the hell do you memorize those scripts every week? That would scare.
He says the same shit. He's been saying this
God.
because he reads. He's not lazy. He doesn't have 10 assistants doing it for him. And it's like little one-liners. It's not even. What is David Spade's dialogue on an episode of Just Shoot Me? What is it? 4 minutes, if that?
Yeah.
4 minutes.
And so much of it is like doused in attitude that it probably boils down to like 2 minutes. You know, so much of it is delivery. You know.
Nice use of doused in attitude, by the way. And how even worse, Howard acting like he's jealous of the sitcom money that David Spade is making when he even at this point is probably making $10 million a year, if not more.
You know what? That would be, to use an ARM word for a second, there is a monofilament of of Howard asking celebrities, like, how do you memorize lines? Like, he throughout the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, that is one of his go-to questions, is just the line memorization. He's just mystified by it. It's ridiculous.
Because it's work, but it's actual work. It's actual passion and work, which he has none of. And he has to have lines written for him by how many writers? Like, he can't deal with that kind of like a commitment to anything because he has so much ridiculous free time on his hands, right? I mean, do you know, I don't know 10 people with the free time Howard has. To watch trainee TV and 14 hours of frivolous, horrible, the worst television shows on TV.
That's horrifying. That is horrifying.
Now, do you do that in front of a live audience?
Yeah, baby.
Oh, see, that is scary.
It's the big leagues.
That is scary.
And do you have to do it all the way straight through, like no screw up?
Yeah, it's like a play.
Straight through, it takes like 3 hours. But
oh yeah, can you stop the camera every once in a while if you screw up?
Yeah, we always do screw up.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're doing it that way?
In the crowd that we bust in from some youth prison.
By the way, Robin, I think they all do it that way. Like,
no, I've done a sitcom, remember?
So here comes a caller that makes him talk about Farley's funeral.
Yeah.
I know how it's done.
The fear was looking in the Enquirer.
Yeah. Boy, you a different guy off the air. Are you a different guy off the air?
Two people. Okay, I'll tell you something.
Go ahead.
What?
Now we're talking.
On the Super Bowl. Now,
wasn't at the funeral, and
right
wasn't at the funeral. I just drove down from uptown to downtown, and I know you asked David 3 times why he wasn't at the funeral, and I was just curious for the answer.
All right, let's get the answer. I'm going to keep quiet now.
Just spit it out.
Spit out why you weren't at the funeral. It's your airtime.
Well, there's really no easy answer, Howard. It was more like, the truth was, I had my best friend when I was 21, like I said, died. It was more of a blind side, because when you're that age, no one you ever know dies.
Right.
So my best friend for 9 years died. It freaked me out so bad. I'd never been to a funeral. I went.
So it's all about you.
And I carried his ashes, and I did all that stuff. And and everyone's like, aren't you glad you went? I'm like, no, it gave me nightmares. So then this thing came up, and it was so hard to deal with just like in my room at my house that I couldn't see all those faces and see all those people that only remind me of Farley. And everyone sees me and feels so much for me when they see me that it was just so weird and uncomfortable that I couldn't be in the same room. It would freak me out.
Where were you?
So nobody else has these fears or phobias. The whole place, they're all happy to be there. They love when people are. No one's experienced, and it's all about you and your friend who supposedly died in Arizona.
Yeah.
And now you have to, really insult his whole family by not going to this because it's all about you. And
right. I mean, I didn't want to go to my dad's funeral because I had
who wants to go? Right.
Right. Exactly. That's the point. It's like, of course you have those feelings come in where like, not because you're narcissistic, but just like everybody's going to be watching me to see how I react because it was my parent.
Look at me.
It's like, and you don't want to have those feelings. You do, and it makes you scared as hell to face the funeral, but you go, I mean, that's insane,
And he, at the same time, he's sort of, he thinks everything in his life at this point seems to be a movie premiere or an SNL after party. And he never I guess he doesn't have to do anything that's not fun. And he has, this is like, oh my God, I got to do something that's selfless. And I got to go to, I really think his whole life is one collective SNL after party at this point.
Well, and I also think it's like a place where he would have to, because I'm sure off camera, like he's the same smarmy, like quick with a one-liner kind of like, operator. And so he would actually have to be sincere in a setting like this. And he doesn't want to be out of character. I think he doesn't want to be out of the David Spade character.
Yeah.
Now that's a good one.
That's really
the
good.
Best. Very good.
Do you remember? You can find this, but he was interviewed on ABC, and when Kate Spade died, he was the closest.
Which is his sister-in-law, right?
That's right.
Yeah. He was the closest to breaking down crying I've ever seen him. It was kind of fascinating, actually.
Did he blow that funeral off too?
I have no idea. Yeah,
I wonder if he did. We'll never know, right?
Never know.
How would we know? I bet he did.
I'll see if I can find that.
That's okay. I mean, you don't have to.
Not now, but just for another time.
The only thing weirder than that is Lily Rose and Jack Depp blowing off their dad's 8-week.
It was rude and it was weird, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't face up to it. Where were you when you heard the news?
But I went to a little memorial for him in LA. Yeah. And that freaked me out too, because every single person there walks up to you with that face.
You're supposed to be freaked out. You're not unique like that.
Yeah.
You're not tortured. Everyone's freaked out. You suck it up because that's life and you only live once. And this is your part. And this is how I can put you in fucking Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
Everyone's freaked out.
Of course. Yeah. Jack and Lily Rose blew off the funeral for their father's career,
And ironically, they get all his Prince MBS money.
Like
you're the widow.
Yes, exactly. And so I go, I can't take it.
Where were you when you heard?
I was at work. I was at Just Shoot Me, and I was at work, and I was having a great time, and my manager called, who manages Chris too, and he said, I want you to hear before.
Herbert Arnold, her name's Jillian Turner, or is it Jillian something else? Jillian's the first name, right? Jillian, what is the last name? That's okay. But that's his baby mama.
Right.
You hear from anyone else, because the press is going to start calling you. So I got the call, and I actually just fell apart, and I had to walk off set.
You cried.
And
you cried?
Yeah, hard for like 20 minutes, and then
I did.
You said I get time.
All right, go ahead.
We got it, Bon. I got to get back because I have it somewhere. I got to get Howard crying about Bianca and have that as a drop.
Oh,
as
please,
he,
yes.
I would
Howard's
love
thing is,
to.
yeah. He
And
likes to goof on people who cry and have
Well,
emotion.
and
He's
he
sociopath.
cried when he cried when he was sued, and he
Yes.
I mean, no man
It's
cried.
even worse.
As
Right?
Benjamin
Billionaires
said, no
crying
man
when he gets
cries more
sued.
than Howard Stern. Yeah.
Sorry, that was
He
wrong.
finally opened up to
No,
him.
that was right.
Shut him right there.
But you cried.
Chris, it's kind of different. Spade wasn't set up by Lauren. David Spade's, that shit started when he left SNL. Pete Davidson's more like Jimmy Fallon. When Jimmy Fallon got on SNL, do you remember this? That they used to team him. They used to publicists, and he was dating Winona Ryder. He was dating. It was a whole list of people. It was exactly like Pete Davidson. At all costs, they were trying to turn him into a star, despite him butchering sketch after sketch and giggling through shit. And they had it. He was getting letters from 14-year-old girls, and that was enough to keep him on that show indefinitely.
Right.
And they had it in their minds, we're going to turn him into a teen idol. And this is what they did with Pete Davidson. It's the same thing. Jimmy Fallon's the closest thing I think of.
David Spade, I think, was more predatory on his own steam. I don't think that. I think he would have been that had he had SNL or not.
It's very poetic, W. Predatory on his own steam. I love it. I love it. I would love to hear you as like a blog columnist.
Have a Substack or something.
Yeah, if you just sat there for once a week, pump out a column about show business and your musings and stuff. It'd be great.
No, you cried?
So I bawled like a puss, and I pulled it together.
And who came to console you, Laura San Giacomo?
Yes, she did.
Did she really?
Yes, she did.
What did she say to you? Was she topless when she consoled you?
She said maybe these will help.
Yeah. No, really, what happened? She actually did come, the people came in and consoled you.
Laura came in and talked to me, and then I got it together, and then they said, let's take lunch.
And you finished the taping that day?
I turned on the radio, and they were talking about it, and that was weird. So I called my house, and there was 34 messages within a half hour.
Wow.
And the first one was from a reporter in Chicago.
And what did he say?
I didn't listen to the rest of them because
you said, I don't want
it
to
freaked
deal
me
with
out. I go, if these are all reporters, it's too scummy.
Why do you give your home number to reporters?
I don't. Dude, they can get it more than my...
You guys believe the stories about celebrities dropping gossip about themselves to get stories printed about, like they do it on the Real fucking Vanderpump Rules, and where they call the actual gossip about them. I think Spade does that.
They call Radar Online themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
David Spade's definitely the type that does that.
Yeah, I find David Spade amusing for sure, but
he's very funny sometimes. Definitely, he's a great wise ass. He's a great joke writer. Definitely,
he's like a good talk show guest. I think as an actor, like I wasn't, just shoot me. I'm not going to watch that shit. So, and I don't, I'm not. Like, I think he was amusing in Tommy Boy, or like he was in PCU with Jeremy Piven.
Yes, good catch. That's right. Did they have a Howard Stern reference in that?
Oh, they might have.
Like, did Jeremy Piven screen Stern Rules or something? I heard the audio of it, but I never watched the whole movie.
I saw it a long time ago.
Okay.
But my point is that I think that, I could see David Spade like just being famous for being famous. Like, he thinks that's the approach.
Oh,
to his
the
career.
fame is the most important thing to him. Yes.
Right.
Nothing about show business. He's in it for all the wrong reasons. Absolutely. He could care less about making you laugh or the artistic value of it or do a good movie. He wants the fame. He wants the money. He has no shot at women ever giving him the time of day. He is in it for all the wrong. He is the first primary example, personification of a dude in show business for all the wrong reasons.
Right.
Anti-artistic.
My friends can get it. Believe me. If they can.
And so you stayed at home in mourning for a couple of days?
No, I didn't. I went back to work next day, but
Where were you?
I didn't really know how to handle it.
What did you do the day?
I just sat there and fielded calls. It was like 100 or 200 calls.
What did you do the day of the funeral?
And refused to go on because every little rinky-dink show wanted me to go on and say that my best friend dying was bad, like they needed the proof that it wasn't good.
Good point. Why do you have phone numbers written down on your hand?
Because I don't have much learning, Howard.
No, really. Why do you have numbers written down on your hand? What is that?
Well, every day when I have stuff to do, I write it on my hand.
You know.
I've done it.
All right. That's a great. That's Howard in really good interview mode. His darting eyes are all over the room. He's picking up on things. He's really like This is top Howard interview wise, asking the tough questions, and getting that out of Spade when nobody else did at that time. With that was really strange. He didn't go to that. There's no pass. I don't accept your excuse at all. You have no. He literally had no excuse.
That's a selfish reason to not go to. That's ridiculous.
Beyond selfish.
You were the most identified with this person who died professionally, and you don't go to the funeral because you're afraid that's.
And he knows the family really well.
Right.
They shot that shit. They shot Tommy Boy in Farley's hometown, right? He knows this family really well.
And I think that if I build on that theory I pose, like David Spade probably thinks like the publicity of being at Chris Farley's funeral is almost like a referendum on his career. Like, I can't have them associating.
That's a great point.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
if
Chris
totally.
Farley's dead, then I'm dead career-wise. So I better just like start fresh. Like it's the new David Spade 2.0 without Chris Farley. I'm not going to be associated with that funeral. Time to look ahead. You know,
yes,
I could see that being a move.
Yes, just shoot me. That's a great point to end on. Anyway, thank you, all three of you are brilliant. And Chubby Pickle, you are the best. I hope, I pray that you hook up with Bon Jovial in Australia. That would be the best. So here we go. We have our Gat Girl has made a return. My favorite lesbian. If I were to ever try to turn a lesbian straight, that Gat Girl would be the one. I would do everything in my power.
And look at what we see. John just interrogates her immediately. Oh yeah, you've got to prove who you are.
You were there before I was.
And she certainly does prove herself. You asked some questions, and I've got a tribute for her next week, because I love the Gat Girl, and John famously called her a pool hall dyke. Oh.
This is just a prelude. This is Gat Girl's favorite scene in the history of TV. This is what we bonded over at first. This is the X-Men animated series in the 90s. This is it's called Day of Future Past. Friend, you like the X-Men, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the X-Men animated series, but phenomenal animated series at the time. Didn't speak down to kids. It went 76 episodes. They'd have a new called X-Men 97, which is kind of a reboot of it, which was winning all sorts of awards, by the way. Couldn't be happier. This is Gat Girl's favorite scene in the history of TV. This is Rogue punching Blob in the stomach to no avail. And she says she loves this more than anything. She's also, her favorite celebrity crush is Michelle Rodriguez, Bond. So I will give you this clip and anything with Michelle Rodriguez. She's obsessed with Michelle Rodriguez.
Laughing out our eyes. You're gonna be laughing out the other side of your chubby face.
That she loves this. So when Rogue's fist disappears into Blob, she loves this. And then watch this. She thinks that if you punch John Hine, this is what would happen to your fist.
That's good.
That's a Gat Girl quote. I swear to God. She's a
legend.
She sounds exactly like Alanis Morissette if you hear her speak. She's got those great pipes.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Oh God, I missed this show so much. Goddamn, I gotta watch 97.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So
and that's her
Gat,
favorite
you
scene.
are welcome, Gat. We love you, and we hope
to have her on here.
Continue. Yes, she's
and
so
guys,
great.
real quick, thank you so much for letting me be on.
Anytime.
I love and appreciate all of you guys. Hopefully, I didn't offend
Love you,
anybody.
Tamara.
And I love our chat because we just can say whatever, and John and the rest of you guys always acknowledge everyone. Oh, not like that, but you always acknowledge what
uncancelable. Yep.
Yeah. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
We talk race here.
Tamara, we should do Daria on Patreon.
Oh my God.
That's a good idea.
Yes.
I'll host it. Like I'll run the board and you guys do it, and I'll just sit here.
I would definitely do that. Yes.
That'd be fun.
I think 90% of the audience was convinced that Janeane Garofalo was doing the voice.
Yeah,
and then we realized it wasn't her.
I remember that. Yeah.
It's a blonde
I think
lady.
they had who did the voice of it, Debbie?
Her name is Tracy Grandstaff, and she was actually kind of like she was in an administrative position at MTV, and I think the show was so cheap that they just got like people from around the office to be the voice
Yeah.
cast. So yeah, it's an interesting story of how it came to be, you know.
Do you think they said to her, do a Janeane Garofalo impression?
So I'll send this to you, but MTV did like a behind the scenes of Daria that Janeane Garofalo hosted because they were playing up the idea that she always got confused for the voice of it. And so you can see Janeane interacting with the actual woman who was the voice of Daria. So I'll try to find that for
Okay.
for next
And
time.
Tamara, great job on Jodie Watley. That was fantastic.
Yeah,
I
really
can't
good.
wait to see what Bond does. With Bond, phenomenal
I'll
props,
be
and
all
films,
over it.
and I don't know how
Should
you
we
do
finish
it all.
with Should we finish with us heading off to Egypt one more time?
Yes, good idea.
Let's go.
Here's what I think is happening is that he doesn't close his mouth all the way for the M sound, and so his lips are kind of, they're vibrating against each other and they create like a V sound from the vibration, and the only thing I can think of is he's just kind of, that Midwest drawl is getting to him.
I love that. Oh my God.